What's in the past has passed, but now let's focus on the future. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Bgis, and currently we are in week 2, day 3. Johnny, considering how yesterday's day went, I am expecting even better things from the teams now inside the day 3.
Yeah, exactly. And considering, today is going to be a big day. We have, again, a big name stepping into the battleground, so I think all the fans are waiting for the action to commence.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, after yesterday, we are expecting a lot of interesting things to happen today. And I think, again, as the trend has been so far, the intensity of the matches, it's just going to go up.
Oh, that's for sure. I can already see all the hype that's building up on the social medias as well after what happened yesterday. But you know what, Johnny? Considering, as you mentioned, today, a team that is going to be stepping inside the battlefields, I'm pretty sure a lot of these people already know Team Seoul is going to be playing inside the first group today. So that is something that's going to already build a massive hype for all the teams or all the players that are going to be watching this entire broadcast live today. But you know what? I think so we need to take a look at the little recaps as well from yesterday. And considering how yesterday's games went to, Johnny, I really feel like that threshold we talk about, qualifying inside the top 8, that threshold has now been increased.
Exactly. The threshold is going up, and the gap, the differences between the top performing teams and the teams barely making it through, it's getting bigger and bigger. And I think that is something that needs to change. Otherwise, we're going to see a lot of chaotic mid-pack rankings at the end of every group. But I think my expectations for the day are going to be to see, again, the new faces push through, because that happened yesterday as well. Yesterday in one particular group, I remember a lot of big names are just failing to make it to the next side.
Exactly, man. But you know what? Expectations from day 3 can be whatever, but one thing's never going to change, and that is going to be the prize pool, Johnny. We all know a massive stake of money is on the line, and from that I'm saying 2 crore rupees are on the line inside this Bgis, from which 75 lakhs will be given away to the first spot. Then the second place will be getting 37 lakhs 50,000, and the third place will be getting 25 lakhs. And of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards. When you go all the way down, all the way bottom of that page, you can see the special prizes though.
Yeah, the special prizes given to the individuals for outstanding performances during the BGIS. Talk about the MVP getting 4 lakhs for himself, the rising star walking away with 2 lakh rupees in the bag, the MVP of the finals, and the best IGL as well, also getting 2 lakhs for themselves. So again, there are prize money being given out to the individuals for individual outstanding performances as well. But ladies and gentlemen, it is a team game after all, and the team needs to come together, earn the points, and move themselves up ahead. And talking about the points, we have the points distribution in front of us. I think at this point, everyone has gotten used to this, right?
Oh yeah, pretty much. Everyone's gotten used to that. And one thing that I'm still not over is that the heal battle inside the map of Sanhok. Look, as much as I hate it, at the same time, I understand why teams do like to prefer and why teams do like to use those heal battle tactics in the map of Sanhok. So it's basically quite easy, right? Most of the teams like to drop down south, spread themselves out, get as many meds as possible, and then share all those meds or give all those meds to that one single player who's going to be sitting all the way back in the blue zone and going to be medding himself up over and over again. And yesterday, Johnny, you know, one thing that I noticed on the map that happened is that a lot of these teams came in with the same mentality, dropping all the way down south towards docks, and we saw so many of the collisions happen right there. A lot of teams got eliminated at that spot. So I guess if that's going to happen with you, man, then you better find a new spot. Maybe a spot near Tamban can be a good one too as well, because considering, you know, they're quite one of those small compounds that you can drop yourself in and get some meds.
But that is the problem. If you think docks is going to be empty, then it's not. If you think Tambang and Akam are going to be empty, they're not going to be empty, because everyone, as you mentioned, is going to have a similar thought process going in their heads. But talking about the matches, talking about the maps, we do have the first 16 teams on our screens that are going to be playing the first 3 games for today. And again, as you mentioned a few moments ago, Necro, this group includes one of the biggest names in the region, Team Seoul.
Exactly. FS Esports as well. This team also has quite a massive name inside the IGC. Then we also see OG Mizoram. We also see Dragon Esports on our screens. So all these teams are definitely one of the most known teams inside the community. Expectations, as usual, from the known teams are always going to be all-time high. But then we're also here to look at what these underdogs have to offer. Now, speaking about Seoul, I'm not going to lie, this team seems in form. This team is going to shred through the competition as we are going to be expecting. But if there is going to be someone to take down Seoul, then I'm pretty sure that will be the new up-and-coming and the rising superstars.
I mean, definitely. They will be challenged at every step of the game. I mean, if you are the biggest name on the lobby, everyone will look to make a name for themselves by taking you down. And I think that is one of the challenges Team Seoul will face. But as you mentioned, I mean, the team does look strong. The addition of Neo that we saw in this team did prove to be a beneficial one. Now they have a lot more firepower to work with. And that can throw the game plan for the opposition of the board as well. Because now you don't really know which playing four is going to be stepping in front of you. And depending on which one does, their play style also changes just a little bit. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how they perform and how the other teams do actually adapt to the sort of variances that Team Seoul does bring into this lobby. But along with them, I want to see actually what FS is going to be up to, because as you mentioned, FS is also a pretty big name in the scene. And I think this opportunity is for FS to actually put themselves amongst the top 5 teams, I would say, in the community. And I think they definitely do have the potential to do that. But let's see what's going to happen as Erangel finally commences.
Exactly, Johnny. Enough of the talks. It's time to get locked in and loaded inside the game as the plane fly path starting all the way from Primorsk towards shooting range. So this plane fly path is heavily tilted on the left side. But you know what, Johnny? I've got a massive hunch, man. I've got a massive feeling that the circle's going to be all the way down south towards military base. But what do you think? Where the circle's going to form? Give your predictions right now.
I mean, I hope it's a military base circle. I would really enjoy that happening in the early stages of the day. I'll say military base as well, but towards Novorapnoy. Not the west.
I mean, Novorapnoy, especially those container circle. I feel like it's been such a long time. I've never seen, or at least it's been such a long time since I've seen a circle end in those containers area. So I would love to see a circle that's going to form near containers of the Novorapnoy, because it really, once again, it is one of those areas where teams are not really that prepared. If the circle does come down to that spot, teams will need to adapt on the fly. They will need to think on the fly. The decision making is going to come down to those milliseconds. One single mistake, one single misstep, and you're going to be out of the game. Seoul, as usual, dropping towards Gatka. They're going to spread themselves out, get control of all those compounds nearby. So for Seoul, overall, this plane fly path was definitely favoring them. So they're all going to be good to go. You can already see Akshat inside a vehicle securing that. You can also see Goblin doing the same thing as well. But a potential drop clash.
Well, I mean, it's half a drop clash right now towards Ferrypier, where we have the players from the side of the Team 5 Chiefs going up against Deadly Call. In fact, 2 players from the side of Deadly Call have a little bit of information as to where the players from the side of 5 Chief are going to be. But I think, Necro, we have noticed this trend in the last few days, especially during week 2. Early fights are being avoided by everyone. No one wants to take the risk of losing players within the first few moments of the game.
I mean, makes sense, man. I mean, we didn't really see that type of a mindset in the week 1, but as days are passing by, teams are definitely getting a little bit more cautious. And look at that one player just out in the open all the way in the shorelines. Oh, how is he even alive? How is he going to make himself get out of this tricky spot? That's going to be my massive question. A revolver in the hands of Psycho, looking to connect that shot. Of course, yeah, you can hit those long-range shots, but the iron sight is something that's not going to favor you doing so. So let's see how BTW are going to decide to take the team down to the front. Ned, so far, they're just walking towards that player. And I guess they're also just going to give him up. So Nirvana, maybe it's got a second lifeline, Johnny. Before FS Esports, that's not a great news, because losing out on one of your players that early off inside the game, that means you're going to be kicking things off handicapped.
Yeah, Nirvana is trying his level best to survive over here. He's going for a swim, has the jet ski just a little bit further ahead, but oh my goodness, Garuda just trying to work with the pistol. Will he be able to get this pick? The distance is actually pretty good. He can connect that shot, and all he needs to do is just hit one, and there it is, but it comes from Amar and his Bison. Oh, they do find the pick. After all this hard work and effort being put in, they find that point for themselves.
Yeah, but one more thing, or you can say one more problem for BTW is that they haven't really got that much of a good compound in their hands. So
Yeah,
the loot's not going to be that good in the hands of BTWXNED. So let's see how NED are going to be deciding to utilize all these temporary amount of guns and loots and bullets that they've got, because most of the players haven't even got their hands on a single piece of meds. So that's something that's definitely going to challenge them to the full potential. Nirvana, man's just going to bleed out. Nothing can be done at that point. So that's going to be one elimination point hitting the deck instantly. Even OG, one of the players from that team, I think so, it's OG Mizoram. And even ISO from that team is going to be eliminated soon enough. Even he's knocked out, just trying to go all the way to the edge lines, to the shorelines. He's swimming there, but it's next to impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a challenge for them. But hey, we were talking about no Repnoy containers at the start of the game, and finally we see a team making their way all the way towards the no Repnoy City for now, and then the containers. It is VOLTX Gaming, the team that has decided to play this game from the southeastern point of this map. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, they adapt their game plan, considering we do have a circle just a little bit north of their location. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for them to actually cross the bridges, especially that no Rep Noi bridge can actually become a collision point between the players from the side of Deadly, the players from the side of Volt, and of course the lads from OG Mizoram as well.
I mean, for OG Mizoram, this type of a casualty that they've faced this early off inside the game, I don't know how they're going to be adapting to that, considering they're one of the underdog teams. For FSEsports, I'm still going to be a little bit laid back and chill out, considering they have been in these type of circumstances in the past a lot of these times, so they probably do know how to quickly adapt on the fly. But I mean, once again, the strats they've planned out with a 4-man squad, now you'll need to limit that down to just a 3-man squad. It gets tough to execute, but it's definitely not impossible. Taking a look at Team Soul once again on the map. They're still over there in their drop location, just chilling out, getting all that loot. And probably once they're going to be stacked up on the loot, we're probably going to see a lot of just bodies hit the floor. AG as well is one of those teams near Georgia Pool. There might be collision soon enough if Soul do decide to push into that direction.
We're going to have to wait to see if they actually do that. They go anywhere. They move up north. They have teams waiting for them. They move down south. They have a squad heading towards their direction. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how actually Team Soul is going to traverse through this, well, this sort of a trap of a situation that they're stuck in right now. But it shouldn't be too difficult if they do manage to take control of that Everest Hill. But talking about the other teams, I think one more interesting thing that I'm seeing in this game that does not really happen that much is, well, kind of 3 teams playing from Stalber Kameshki. I mean, usually it's always, one at max. I mean, taking control of the Stalber Hill and the Kameshki small town at the same time. And then the entirety of the team is going to regroup at I think at one of the slopes of the hills, and then decide to rotate towards the circle. But now, FSEsports, they were there at Kameshki, and what we saw on the map a few moments ago, it looks like they're going to be joined by another squad soon.
Yeah, soon enough they will be. IYD's that team who's looking to rotate from that Kameshki side. So if you are FSEsports, you better get out of here as quick as possible. Flick YT, still inside his compound. FSEsports, right now, every single piece of land is just filled with a lot of foes, so you need to make sure that you're getting yourself out of that tricky spots and keeping yourself in a better and a comfortable spot as quick as possible inside the circle. Get as close to the center as possible. But it's not going to be that easy of a journey traversing around, especially when I said the land's filled with a lot of foes. Cancer from the side of Dsync. I like that name, Johnny. DsyncESPORTS. I like that name.
I mean, they're going to hate it if it happens to them in this actual game. I mean, it is not a pretty moment when your sync just goes off from the server.
Yeah.
And no one likes it. No. But I think Team Soul over here, Neo trying to spray down the players of 5G.
Wow.
Omega is actually closing in. Wow.
You got to give it to Neo, man. That tracking was precise now. Even Omega It's just praying down with the AKM in that range. It's going to be tough to land those shots, and Omega knows that as well, but it's mainly to just shook him away, or maybe if luckily enough they do manage to find a knockout, it's probably going to be a complete all-out push. But Team Seoul, once again, so far they've just conquered this entire territory. They know that there's no enemies lying around now, considering they have managed to shook away just one team completely from them. So Seoul, near the Big Pine Mountain, they're going to be chilling, at least for the next couple of seconds. As the next circle is going to pop up, it's going to reveal a lot of true intention. So let's see how the adaptation is going to be like from all the other teams that are currently not going to be in there. And yeah, it's going to shift all the way up north, Johnny. This circle, oh, I'm loving it. I know where it's going to end. It's probably going to end near shooting range.
I mean, the gods of BGMI making up for the silence of yesterday. I mean, today we're going to have a lot more interesting matches, I guess. Because as you mentioned, this northern zone is going to throw the game plan of basically every single team in the lobby up for fray. And now they're going to have to readjust themselves. I mean, a majority of the teams have already rotated onto the northern side. And you don't really expect this early rotation to come in from, well, basically already 70% of the lobby. So it is a little too clustered in the early stage of the match, and that is something that will be challenging for the teams to actually, in terms of finding cover for themselves. But we switch over to BTWXNED Esports, and they're quite close to the blue zone. They have 40 seconds before they're going to be forced to move out, but I think they're going to be, they will still be a little more comfortable than if I had to say the players from the side of FS and IYD Esports, because those two teams will have to fight each other mid-rotation.
True that. AG Parth, even Candy IGL from ADIYOGI. They've managed to get a decent cover and a decent compound in their hands. As I said, considering the circle's going to be up north, there's still a lot of those teams that are still all the way down south in the military base, and I'm not a huge fan of this position these teams have found themselves. And look at Jackie Boy. He's just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. As soon as he's going to find that, Jacko Boy's probably going to get rewarded with a lot of these elimination points. And now finally, position compromised, but Jacko Boy's going to be the one to pull out the DBS quick enough and shuts down his opponent. Now already eliminated one of the foes in the front. There probably are going to be a lot of these utilities in his hands as well, but Jacko Boy manages to get another player down, but not the confirmation just yet. VOLTX, they've lost out on Mickey Gaming, but at least they managed to save another player in the clotheslines, and OG MIZORAM. Now they're down to just a two-man squad. They're now in a massive misery as well, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, but still a favorable trade coming their way. 1 for 2. They do find those 2 picks, but OG MIZORAM, what is their plan to retaliate? Gonna look like Two-Face. We do see him holding the ridge on top of that cliff, but he has been spotted out by Neon OP, and Neon was trying to connect the spray, but he does step out in the open now.
Another player. There's another player in the clotheslines, and it's Reverse X. He's just waiting for the players of VOLTX to pass him by, and that's what exactly happens. VOLTX now knows there's a player quite in the clotheslines, and they need to get rid of this player. He's playing quite well around the cover. Might just be able to find the second knockout as well, and that's what he exactly does. He's going for the thirst, but no! Unfortunately, not able to get the thirst quickly enough, and Aryan's going to be safe to see another day in front of him, and OG MIZORAM. Now probably the game plan's going to be for them to just steal this game away from VOLTX. It doesn't matter if they lose out on this game completely, but they will still deny VOLTX their points.
I mean, they have, they tried, I have to say, they tried their level best to make it happen, but this plan was a massive, massive fail, Necro. They lost 3 players, they were just able to recover 1 point, and now the only thing OG MIZORAM can do is just play for survival, play for the survival points, try and see if they can make it into the top 3 of this game just by hiding themselves. But again, a hard shift towards the northern shorelines of Severne. And yes, I mean, as you called it, Necro, today is going to be a fun day, I guess.
It indeed is going to be, man. And you know, one of the best things about this circle is that FS is right in the smack center. They've got the prime positioning and also a 2-1 split inside the circle. Let's see if they're going to be able to manage to control all of that land mass that they have so far acquired. But this thirst right here from Jacobo, he really wanted to get the down player taken away from the game, but unfortunately he missed that second DBS shot. So yeah, that couldn't really happen, but still some solid stuff from OG MIZORAM, considering they have almost spoiled the game for VOLTX. And for VOLTX to make the rotation all the way away from down south, Already so much damage is going to be tanked up from them. They're going to be burning through meds like it's nothing. Team Soul spawning out the team in the compound that they were just in before.
It's very quite interesting to see how will Team Soul react over here. We know they'd never back away from a fight, and this time as well, out in the open, just using a ridge to gather a little bit of extra information. But now switching over to the players of IYD Esports. They did challenge the players from the side of FS a few moments ago, and they also took a hit from that. But down 2 players. The other 2 players, we saw them hiding in a small little shack, and how long will they survive? I think they're also asking that same question.
Exactly. I mean, look at FS. As I said, they've got a really good split for themselves, and also a lot of that map control. It should be easy for now to sustain it, Johnny, but as soon as the teams actually, when they do start to get close and closer to the shooting range area, that's when FS will feel all the pressure in the world. That's when they will be tested to their fullest limits. Team 5 Chiefs on our screen. And this team as well, they have seen a little bit of thick and thin so far inside the game. And they have gotten a decent amount of control for themselves too. But the team that's currently lurking around is in the name of Soul, and you do not want to mess around with this team, because once they do get a glimmer of you, and luckily enough for them, if they do find a knockout as well, they're not going to think twice before pushing up.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they know they're confident in their skills, but talk about skills, and we see Destin from the side of Sanhok Esports trying to connect a spray on Deadly Goku. He does manage to do that, but the trade comes in right in the nick of time, and Sanhok Esports killer now steps in, trying to take down the player in the buggy. I believe that's Ryan, and he does in fact inflict a lot of damage. The Molotov should be good for the knock, and it is, but 7 Sharks, how deadly are they going to be? They have just one player of theirs who has been picked up, but the other three are still left standing. They have dealt with the immediate threat right in front of them, but look at the map. They are being surrounded right now. That is what I'm worried about.
Exactly, a really scrappy fight, but at least they dealt with the threat, and now we've got Team Soul pushing up on Dsync, and it also seems like Dsync, one of the players got him knocked out. Even Zico that was in the clotheslines, even that player's dealt with so easily. This is what's gonna happen. Team Souls are currently the alphas inside the lobby. They're looking to dominate. They're looking to assert the domination on the other teams. And it's not going to be that problematic for Team Soul, considering the amount of experience this team packs in. It's going to be way too easy. Their mindset inside the game is just going to be to secure the chicken dinner and get as many as elimination as possible. VOLTX on our screens, though, as they have finally managed to breach inside the circle. They're barely on the edge as well. Let's see where this position is going to take them.
VOLTX is looking pretty strong, I'm going to be honest about it. I mean, with the way we saw them in the first fight, they looked quite comfortable dealing with a situation like that. But talk about scenarios that will make you uncomfortable. And we see Team Soul's Akshat take a 1v1 duel. He did manage to secure the knock, but from the distance, he was traded out as well. And now Team Soul, they don't really have the option of going for a revive, trying to save their comrade, since the blue zone is closing in, and Akshat, he's going to be left behind to face his demise.
Yeah, poor Akshat was trying to crawl his way inside the blue in the safe zone, but the wall of death shows no mercy on anyone. It will engulf him and eat him alive. And that's what exactly happens. Team Soul still just moving around in the vehicles. This team is not scared of anyone, man. Look at them with the way they're moving on the map. They're just so confident. They know even if a team pops up out and over, it's not going to be that tough of a job for them to deal with them. But look at 7 Killer and the 7S Killers. I mean, every single player from this team, they've just straight up set their vehicles inside the water lines, and they're going to be sitting in the vehicles as well, just boosting themselves up to maximum amount of HP. They've got a decent amount of meds as well, Johnny. They're in a comfortable spot.
I mean, they are going to be comfortable, Necro. They're Sharks. Sharks are most comfortable in waters, but, well, Team Soul, what is happening right now? Oh my goodness! MG!
MG!
Oh god, they just wiped them out!
Oh, MG and THAMIZHAS, they make it look so easy, and now they've also shifted their direction, their attention onto another team, and that's going to be in the name of 7 Sharks. The Sharks might not be that safe inside the water, Johnny. Yeah, maybe they are going to be the most deadly, at least that's what we're known them as, but inside the game, Sharks are not going to be able to do anything from the water lines. They need to get out of that one to at least challenge some duels, but this is how Akshat's fights really looked like. He managed to take that elimination point, and then he also traded himself out in that fight itself, so yeah, negative traits for that from Soul, and then Goblin accidentally dropped down, so that was an uphill battle for Goblin. So MG, good one.
I mean, I was looking at that first fight from Akshat, and as you mentioned, I mean, just quite unfortunate that the vehicle over there just blew up and Akshat was taken down, a collateral from his own demises, from his own efforts. But, I mean, MG over there, I mean, if you take on Team Soul and you manage to wipe out the entire squad, oh, your confidence is going to shoot up. Perfect. And MG, they're going to feel so good right now about themselves inside of this game. But let's see what the end result for them is going to look like. 7 Sharks, I mean, Sharks in the water, that is where they like to be, as we discussed. And as of now, they are getting those finishes for themselves as well. But what is Mirchi doing?
What am I seeing? What is going on? I mean, considering, yeah, you are in the water lines, you can still shoot out of your vehicle. And 7 Sharks, I mean, I think so he's just scouting out the players in the front lines and the sidelines, right? So that's what his job is. He's sort of like a scout inside the water. And once he gives the position away, Killer will spam that general direction. Oh, that's actually a 200 IQ play, but let's see for how long it's going to work out, because the Sharks knows they're not the only shark inside the water. There's still someone else in there.
Have you seen that meme of a shark wearing a fake fin of a person drowning, and then as soon as someone the shark just pops up? That is what's happening right there. I mean, Killer's just waiting underneath the water. His teammate's going to be the bait. He's going to drag a lot of attention towards him. But talking about attention, I think AG, they realize that staying out of the open, especially in the middle of the street, is also going to grab a lot of attention. They have lost one player already. No. But VOLTX Gaming, what is this? This is a massive blunder. And they're going to be running for scraps over here. But FS, oh, just giving them that second chance that they needed, as Ronak from the side of ADIYOGI Gaming is going to be dropped to his knees, and they're going to be forced to back off.
Yeah, AG is going to be the one to receive him, but now once again they're just taking way too many shots. It's actually FSEsports who are just putting in a lot of lead in their bodies. Eventually the team in the front's going to crumble down, because that's way too much pressure for them to handle. And then now we've also got another female lineup who's trying their best to fight back. It's Team Ayesha, doing a great job surviving so far inside the game, but let's see for how long they're actually going to make it happen and not. Because there's so many teams now, and considering now the circle's way too small as well, Johnny, the circle's not going to have enough space to contain all the teams. Some teams need to get eliminated right here, right now.
Yeah, for sure. And who is going to survive? I think that is the question that we're all asking right now. Because as you mentioned, this is going to be quite intense.
Oh,
look at that nade from Kuro, just destroying the competition. All of the players with just one nade, grabbing 4 eliminations in one go. Incredible.
That's some crazy stuff, and look at these sprays that I'm seeing. Oh, Jazz, don't even know what he exactly saw, but he was shooting at something, and it seemed pretty accurate as well. Oh, these guys, oh, they've got some great vision, Johnny. Nora as well, oh, spotted that player out. It's so tough to see, but the shots are definitely landing, Johnny. Nicely done.
They're trying to clear out the southern edge of the zone. And it's going to be important for them to make it happen as well, because they're going to face pressure from both the directions. Pressure from the players of FS,
AWM.
pressure from the teams playing from the shoreline as well.
That AWM, you hear that click, you hear that big thump in the lobby, and the sound's going to be echoing all across the map of Erangel. No one's going to dare to peek out now, because they know where exactly the AWM settled up. That would be the best thing you can do, but that nade was so good. Just eliminated that entire team. You speak about the teams coming up from the grassroots. They took them out from the grassroots. MG, though, on top of that spot. And we know for MG, so far they've been so dominant on this spot, Johnny. A team that you can never underestimate. So let's see, considering they know the water lines, the shorelines are not safe at all. They will need to use the utilities to the maximum amount of precision.
MG has been nothing short of impressive right now in this game. They're controlling their position in a beautiful manner. They are protecting themselves as well, not really overexposing, getting greedy to pick up those picks from this side of the circle, where we have the players of Team Ayesha going up against the players of DE again. And well, Rocky was knocked down. Max is going to be taken care of as well. The nades, the utility from Team Ayesha is looking absolutely flawless. They're just taking on these players like it is nothing. And again, Superboy is going to be picked off. Rocky is shut down. Just one last player remaining from the side of DE, and even he is busy just trying to revive his teammate.
Yeah, that's just what you call perfection personified, Johnny. Even Dragon Esports being able to make it alive for such a long time. Maxi, he got back upon his feet. And now, as we all know, the last one left on the naughty list is Choke. And he's also getting spammed through like it's nothing. Finally, Team Ayesha, they themselves take a casualty. But once again, that casualty is something that's not really going to worry them. Blowing up the vehicle as well, just making sure it's not going to be a possible or a potential threat in the future line. That's why Team Ayesha, still you can say they're in quite a comfortable spot just for now.
Yeah, they're going to be comfortable just for now though, because what they had to do a few moments ago was make sure that their backlines, their flanks are going to be cleared, and now they're going to face this double-pronged pressure from the players of FS and the players of MG at the same time. Kuro, she was knocked out. Jazz, Lena, and Nora are still there, but can this team recover? The nades from the side of MG are not going to stop, and Smiley, while smiling, is going to make sure that Nora is not going to toss any more utility towards their direction.
Oh, these utilities, precisions, as I said, if you're MG, you're definitely going to need that. And considering now MG's got the most amount of land control as well, it's going to be so difficult for the other teams to counter MG. Look at the amount of valuable intel this team's gathering every single piece of time. And now another player from FSEsports goes down. Lord left last on the Loudy list. Let's see for how long he's going to be able to keep himself alive. Even the wall of death soon enough is going to start to move in. Johnny, you've only got 10 seconds left in your hand. The resurrection will be possible, but it's next to impossible to get out of the spot. You've got no vehicles.
And look at this, while all of that was happening, while MG and FS were fighting amongst themselves, guess who's back? Team Ayesha, all four players back on their feet, and MG, they're still focused on FS, but it pays off. They wipe them down, and now we're down to the final two teams in the 4v4 between the players of Team Ayesha and MG start things off in a beautiful manner, securing one knock, and Lena is going to be taken down as well. Just two players remaining from the side of Team Ayesha, and both of them are just hiding behind that ridge out in the open. One nade, and this team is going to get destroyed, and the nade, well, when will it come?
Oh, Ishwar. Nice shots. Players chipped down way too low, and finally, the confirmation's going to follow it up as well. Team Ayesha with only two players and a massive dream in the front, and also a big task, a mammoth task in the front lines. Seems next to impossible to conquer this entire battleground so far, but you never know when the luck's gonna change in which team's favor. And so far, MG, they've got the BGMI gods favoring them. But will this happen? The same thing in the future as well. Kuro going for some blind shots. The shots are connecting as well. Esports taken down way too low. The last player spotted, and they come out on top. MG, nicely done. The first game is being won by MG.
I mean, this was a good game for the side of MG, and as you said, nicely done, but I have to say this, it could have been cleaner had they saved a little bit of utility, because Team Ayesha, they had nowhere left to go, and MG as well, they were forced to step beyond the ridge just to take those shots. That was a little bit of a risky move, because had Team Ayesha been playing a spread, they could have actually picked off the individuals from the side of MG, but hey, I'm just reading too much into the detail. It was a good game from the side of MG, so kudos to them for this chicken dinner win. And they were able to secure a lot of fights, a lot of eliminations. So I think they're going to be in a pretty good spot from here on out.
True that. And I hope they're going to be in a good spot too, Johnny, considering how the entire Battlegrounds been looking like. Teams that were in the bottom three, as you mentioned, the teams that were left in the top three, that's what I mean, considering even FSEsports, the start that they had, I was really concerned for that team. But eventually they started to, once again, just dial down the pace with the way we were playing. They prioritized positioning more than the elimination points. And because of that, they were actually able to make it in the top three as well. So I would say props to that team. Good adaptation from their side. But now this is going to be a massive lesson for them. Do not split out, and make sure you guys are at least staying in each other's ranges.
Yeah, but I think FS, as you were talking about them a few moments ago, I think that is an experienced team. They will go for these out of the book plays because they know they have enough experience to sort of figure out a way out of a situation, no matter how difficult it may look. That is what they excel at. Similar to what Team Soul was trying to pull off inside of the game. Unfortunately for them, they did not account for MG taking that shoreline position so early on. And of course, the individual moment of brilliance from the side of MG as well. That was something that you can't really expect is going. MG, I mean, definitely a phenomenal run of theirs in this game. I want to see, can they be consistent though?
True that. I mean, this is how for FS Esports, really the fairy tale started to sort of tumble down for them. But as I said, it's completely fine. You mentioned as well, yeah, they are an experienced team, so it makes a lot of sense. The confidence going to be all-time high. But considering how the game started, at least the previous game started, FS did seem to adapt quite well. And then you were also talking about the MGs just holding down the shorelines for Seoul. Oh man, all I would like to say is that it's understandable you guys pack a lot of punch. You guys also pack a lot of experience, but relying on that punch, relying on your mechanics all the time is not the way to go. Sometimes maybe you need to play things a little safe and have a bit more patience. But you saw on the map as well with how Seoul were moving. Yeah, I like the confidence. I like with how you guys are really just approaching the fights in general as well. But you guys also need to understand there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence.
Exactly, and if you get overconfident, then you will put yourself in a situation from where there is no coming back. Like this one, because two players were there, one was knocked out, the other man had no option but just to charge beyond the cliff to try and take the fight, isolate those angles, but that wasn't really possible. And then we saw the players of Sanhok Esports. I mean, this was a different strategy, but I think, hey, if it works, if it gets you points, go for it. And Sanhok, I think, do have quite a lot of points because of that moment, because of the fact that they realize, yeah, we can't really take on any of these teams just playing this land area right now. The shore is covered. We don't have an entry. We're going to stay in the water and try and get those individual players that are going to be put in these desperate moments along with us.
That is true. I mean, the circle in general screwed up every single team that was in the final moments of the game, right? It was just so tough to know exactly where the circle shift's going to come through as well. And as I said, MG as well in the final moment, they had, or at least in the final circle, they had such a big amount of land control in their hand. So in general, Johnny, automatically everything, all the odds favored them as well. And the circle too just shifted right on top of them. So that's what you call the BGMI gods just favoring a team in general. But you know what? Still, the opportunities are not taken away. For Seoul, that was not really that good of an outing, but you never know, man. Maybe in the game of Miramar, this team can't just flip the switch and probably also take a chicken dinner once again.
I mean, you never know. Anything can happen. With these big names, they are very good at converting those individual maps and, in fact, making sure that those are not small games for them as well. They'll go beyond 20 points for sure. And I think if that actually happens, their qualification is going to look extremely easy, because I believe they had a few points in this particular match as well. Not enough, but just a few. So I think, as you said, I mean, Miramar is going to be a very important game for a team like Team Soul. But now I think we are waiting for the rankings of this game, because there are a lot of other names in this matchup that we definitely want to talk about. Like, I think one of the teams has to be OG Mizoram, who definitely were in a bit of a pickle from the start till the very end. But I'm curious, how many points do they have in this game?
They probably do not have a lot. Maybe like 2 or 3, considering they managed to, maybe like only 1, to be honest, because VOLTX was the one they were fighting against, and they only managed to get 1 elimination from that fight, which was also inside a house, and that man was holding an angle with the DBS. So yeah, probably just 1 elimination point for OG Mizoram. But once again, as I say, do not take these games as like massive disappointment, or do not take this game or something that's going to discourage you, but instead learn from them. Now for OG Mizoram, they've learned a valuable lesson. Do not waste so much time inside the military base, and instead loot as quick as possible. Have a time mark for yourself. When that timestamp reaches, you should take your vehicles and get the hell out of that island. That's the best thing you can do. No need to engage inside the fights. No need to do anything, all of that stuff. Instead, focus on what you need to do and focus on your end goals.
Exactly, and I think the teams that do like to play from that military base island, they will give a testament to what you just said. Either you cross early, get some basic loot done, and cross early and go over to the main island as quickly as possible, or you just like start looking for those first states and play for the late rotation from
Exactly.
military base to the main island. That's only two ways about it. Rotating at the usual timings, just like 1 minute in, 1 minute 30 second. And if you're planning to rotate with those sort of timings, then you will have to be prepared for those early fights. Doesn't matter which bridge you are going from, be it the military bridge, be it the no repnoy bridge. You will have to make yourself feel a little paranoid and always be cautious about teams waiting for you on the bridge or on the other side. But we do have the MVP of this game in front of us right now, and it's going to be Flick YT from the side of FS Esports, as the man was able to secure 4 finishes for his team. Incredible. Nice.
Exactly. Yeah, and then we also move on forward and take a look at the top 5 players of that previous game, and we see one player from Team Ayesha in the name of Kuro with 4 finishes. Johnny, it seems like this Team Ayesha definitely, they have got something to show us also more in the future as well. MGX, Smiley, IGL, this guy too, 4 finishes, Johnny.
By the way, Ayesha got all 4 of those finishes with 1 nade. So no one else of those top 5 players can actually say that they did the same thing. So that was, I think, again, something that I've hardly ever seen, just like an entire team getting destroyed by one piece of utility. But let's see. I mean, the standings look quite good. I mean, it's a close competition till now.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, 8 finished points. You see 20 points in total from Team Ayesha. Then you also see FS Esports on the way in the top 3 position for themselves, 18 points. In general, the top 5 teams are going to be safe and sound. Nothing to worry about. Even Team Seoul, luckily enough, they found themselves inside the top 8 because of those finish points they managed to secure. But this is something that should be used as a warning sign for Team Seoul, because now you need to wake up, man. It's time to wake up from your sleep. We know you guys are the beast, and you need to start activating yourself and play a little bit more better when it comes to the rotational game. But as we do take a look at the second half of the board, Johnny, a lot of these teams that we saw getting eliminated early on, and OG Mizoram is one of those.
Yeah, OG Mizoram is there. Deadly call. Team 5 Chiefs. I'm actually quite surprised seeing Team 5 Chiefs actually this low in the standings, because this is one of those names that I have actually seen this org in the past, this set of players in the past. So, and they are quite decent. I mean, I do expect them to finish in the top 8 and qualify for the next stage, but unfortunately for them, this game wasn't theirs. And as you mentioned, I mean, you were talking about Team Seoul. I mean, I hope they don't do the same thing that Team 8-Bit did, right? I mean, just completely focused on eliminations throughout the day, forgetting about placement points. And let's not forget tiebreaker rules. Placement points get the first priority. So I hope they get either the win in one of the upcoming matches, or they get a few extra placement points. But one way or the other, they need to maintain that top 8 and secure a few extra points.
Exactly. I mean, the matchups in front of us, Johnny, and as we all know, these teams aren't going to be the one to duke it out. They've still got 2 more chances. The teams that were on the latter half of the board, they've got 2 more chances to make it in the first half.
Let's see how things are going to go. I mean, game number 2 map of Miramar is going to appear in front of us soon. And well, guess who else has appeared, ladies and gentlemen, with us? And well, in a short while, he will be in front of us. So please put your hands together for none other than Salty, who's back. Salty, how are you doing? And did you enjoy the first game?
Dude, to be honest, it was a crazy experience, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because Team Seoul, the way they kind of played, I had a little more expectations, but so far, it seems like they're yet to show up.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, they're yet to show their true colors, because even I felt, and I think Necro will agree with us on this, it felt like they were taking things a little too lightly, just running into fights willy-nilly. I mean, tried to run over, did successfully run over one player, tried to run over the other one, missed the mark, and the decision was to get out and take the gunfight straight up. So I think things like that definitely do give us signs that, yeah, they are waiting for the later matches. If by the time they reach Sanhok, they feel like they're not qualifying, then maybe they'll get serious on Sanhok. But for now, I think they were just trying to rack up those elimination numbers as high as possible, because even that is like a big challenge, I believe, that's happening amongst the big teams.
Whoa.
Just went dark.
My man. It was, you went completely dark, but thankfully, it's back up and running. But you know what, continuing the conversation, it feels like Team Seoul, the fact that this team is the reigning champions of the last official tournament that was played, I believe there's a lot of expectations. And with a new player in the form of Neo, who
Yeah.
joined in, who has a lot of the community in totality is like very excited about this new young player who is extremely crazy when it comes to his gameplay. I feel like this team has enormous potential. But again, just like you mentioned, just like Necro mentioned, there's a very fine line between confidence and overconfidence. And for a matter of fact, I know for a fact that ever since week 2 started, the circles in all of the maps, Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok, they've been just absolutely crazy. It's just taking different twists and tides, and it feels like none of these teams can actually play their planned game. They have to switch things up at the moment, and that is what screws things up for a lot of these teams, and that is what I feel like Team Soul also suffered. But hopefully, they come back on the map of Miramar.
But I also feel that is the fun part of this week too, right? I mean, the chaos that's being ensued into these lobbies by the zone itself and the players. It's fun watching these experienced teams react to it. Because imagine, had we had like a standard zone, be it towards Gatka, be it towards Yasnaya, Poliana, anywhere, I mean, on the main island, we know they're very comfortable in those situations. They could have destroyed the entire lobby if they wanted to. But where's the fun in that? We want to see these experienced players with years and years of experience get challenged, pushed to the limit, and the only way that will happen if we get interesting zones, because that kind of levels the playing field for the underdogs as well, because no one is used to it. Who thinks like how many times in your games have you faced that severely shoreline zone? It is very rare, and because of that, I think this game was a little bit more interesting and did allow the opportunity for MG to actually win this game. And kudos to them. I think I did not expect one of the newer teams to actually realize like, all right, shoreline is the most advantageous position in a situation like this, because we don't have to watch our backs. No one's going to be there. Even if players are there, we'll see them coming from around 150 meters in. We'll see them coming, and as soon as they're 100 meters in, we know these lads. They'll just prone down, connect that laser precision spray that they have practiced for ages, and just take the entire vehicle out, stranding the players in water. So that game plan is set, and it's like a tried and tested strat that teams have employed in the past in situations like this. But again, to realize in the heat of the moment, like, this is where we need to be, and this spot can win us the game. So kudos to MG be able to do that, and kudos to the IGL of the team.
Exactly right. I feel like the conclusion of this entire conversation is basically, if you stick to your fundamentals, it does not really matter if you're an experienced team or you're an underdog team. Rotating early, finding the best spot inside the circle, knowing the map really well is important. Just like you mentioned, hugging to the shorelines, you know there's nobody coming in from the backstab. And even if they do, it's probably going to be a water rotation, even though in Erangel you don't find water rotation. But speaking of like maps like Sanhok, something like that, where you might find water rotations coming in, those players are also vulnerable. Players coming in from front of you, though they don't have any cover to work with as well. So connect those shots, get in those firing ranges, and really make it count. But what really matters is how does a lot of these teams come back, because we saw the points tables, right? And it was mostly very heavy, just as we always do. It's very heavy inside the top 4, where they've already acquired 18 to 16 points bare minimum. Some teams have got more than 20 to be very precise. So for the teams who are in the latter half of the table, for them, I feel like this map is going to be extremely crucial, because we've seen a lot of the teams succumb under the pressure when 2 games go bad, right? You only have 3 opportunities, and out of which, if you lose out 2, they kind of succumb under that pressure, and it kind of puts them in a situation where they can't come out of. It's just too late to come back into the game. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they actually make enormous comebacks, and that's like for the storylines. That's for the highlight reels and stuff. But for the majority, I feel like it's time to get warmed up. You know, the first game goes bad, it's fine. It's still the first game of the day. I'm pretty sure a lot of these players just have barely woken up, because I myself have barely woken up. So it's going to be difficult.
It's almost 2, man. What are you talking about? It's 2 in the afternoon. But I think I do agree with you. I mean, gamers have that...
the clock runs differently, man, for us.
Yeah, I mean, the clock runs differently.
I live in a boot camp, and I know, right? I know for a fact that it's deserted in the morning, at least till afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of deserted, the deserts are on in front of us. The map of Miramar is live, ladies and gentlemen, and the flight has taken it to the skies. Johnny, take it away.
Yeah, and this flight path is going to be a little bit more fun than what we saw on Erangel. This one is going to start from the Oasis, smack in the center towards the northern side of the map, and it's going to go all the way towards Impala. So this flight path is leaning towards the eastern, northeastern part of the map, quite heavily in fact. And I think for the last few days, we haven't seen that many teams play from Chumacera, Ladriela, Valle del Mar, so not a lot of concern. But expected drop location positions. Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca, Torre Amuda, since even in professional circuits, not a lot of teams play from those spots. So teams looking to qualify, teams looking for a slow early start might look to head towards those directions. Other than that, San Martin has always been a priority spot for a lot of big names inside this map of Miramar. So I think that might also be a position of a potential drop clash, but what's happening on the northern side? Is Team Ayesha going towards La Cobriera, or are they going to head towards Oasis? So they have picked up a few vehicles.
Yeah, they certainly have, right? But yeah, speaking of these abandoned locations like Torre Ahumada or something like that, I feel like it's also very important, especially on the map of Miramar, where you choose a drop location, not only where you find vehicles for yourself, but also the connecting routes are very important, especially when it comes to taking rotations. A lot of teams have succumbed. A lot of teams, their rotations have been cut off mid-path, and there is nowhere for them to go because Miramar is such an open map, right? If you get spotted out in the open, players from the opposition can shoot you from 200, 300 odd meters, exactly like Goblin is doing with the AKM. Of course, the shots are way beyond the firing range, so not a lot of them will connect. But you know what it does? It gives you a mental disadvantage. Taking shots is never really the right idea, especially when you're on the move. And for teams, it's also very important for them to figure out where you can drop and where you can rotate from so that, you know what, they can enter the safest location inside the zone safely. And that is the most important bit.
Exactly. I mean, prioritizing your safety is always going to be important. I mean, the basic fundamental of the game is just like the person surviving till the very end wins. So survival is the utmost priority. But as you mentioned, I mean, these lads, yeah, definitely are good at spraying each other down over long distances. But the challenge in Miramar is the fact that as soon as you try to take the angle from the top of a hill, you are also quite exposed. And you never know who else is going to be climbing on top of some other hill, just making sure that, or just lucky enough to have his line of fire connect onto you. So you have to be extremely careful about that as well. Make sure you're aware of your surroundings. Make sure you know your surroundings are cleared. But on our screens, we switch focus to the players from Infinity Esports, and I think they realize that the players of MG are quite close to them. They're setting up for a fight. As I see Ansh from INF actually make a push. He's trying to regroup with his teammates, and I actually hope a fight breaks out right now.
Certainly, man. Like, we love early fights. We love that early action. We love that chaos that happens because, you know what? Early fights are probably the most unwanted thing for players' perspective, right? Everybody wants to survive. Everybody wants to get inside the zone. Of course, few players are there who are a little bit more on the aggressive side of things. But I feel like from a player perspective and team perspective, nobody wants to get in that fight. Therefore, there's that sense of hesitation. Do we fall back or do we try and engage, right? And that leads to confusion. That leads to stalemates, and that leads to complete awkwardness, which from a neutral perspective and for the viewer's perspective, I feel like is very entertaining to watch because you sometimes see players make those massive blunders, like just holding that angle, even though the players are vulnerable on the other side of things. It just makes sense for us to find those early skirmishes, but so far, we have had none. It's still 64 players alive, and not a bullet has been fired from any chamber.
Yeah, but look at Porto Palacio. I mean, the place it's constricted. I mean, we already saw INF and MG in that position, but did not realize there are two teams playing from the southern shoreline of this map. And the players of DE, they're up to something extremely interesting that I haven't seen before. They have gone for a 2-2 split. 2 players towards Los Higos and 2 players just like taking the southern hills of Los Leones, just a little bit west of Porto Palacio. And I think at this point, IYD might have actually spotted them already. They haven't. They are just doing their own thing. But I thought IYD might have spotted them. They might try to pick up their vehicle and try and secure these early points because at this point, they're pretty much free points out in the open.
Yeah, certainly right. But they're taking a very nice route, and I love what they're doing. They're gonna take that long highway, that bridge that connects Valle del Mar to the mainland. I believe that is going to be an interesting route. There is no competition whatsoever. They'll make that highway towards Monte Nuevo, probably even make their way towards El Pozo without any competition. So this rotation, Johnny, I feel like is going to be a very big brain move so far. And since that area is completely uninhabited, I believe that they are going to face no competition, no sort of interception as well. It's completely deserted. As majority of the teams, they're still focusing on the far eastern side of the map itself. You have so many teams. You have teams in Campo Militar, you have teams in Junkyard. All of them are going to come in from the eastern side and even stick to the eastern shores of the circle itself. So it's going to be pretty interesting. That rotation is something which I really like. It all kind of comes down to where does the circle shift in the next iteration, because if it does shift towards the western edge of the map, then it might give them that advantage. But we've seen these circles sort of end towards that hill areas, right? Near Graveyard and Crater Field. So that is where I'm looking forward to. Who is going to capture that hilltop, that mountaintop, right from the get-go itself? We've seen it being a very high-risk, high-reward maneuver, Johnny.
Well, it is a high-risk, high-reward maneuver, as you mentioned, but I think at this point, teams just realizing this is just the second game, I think they are a little too focused on the reward rather than thinking about what the downside of taking that risk can be if it backfires. But talk about fire, and we have Chaser right now with the Mini 14 and the 8X can actually get a lot of information about the players of OG Mizoram. He chooses to look towards his team. I think a call out has been given that we are rotating in as well, and Chaser might have relayed this information to his teammates. They're going to look to find a better position to engage the fight.
Team FS Esports. Again, a lot of expectations from this team. An underdog team came up with a decent performance in the first game, but so far no shots being fired. In spite of being spotted, I believe that their location has also been marked, considering the Monstruck engines were fired up. But so far OG Mizoram does not seem to bother, and they are on their own bit of rotation as of now. It's been a complete stalemate. But look at this though. Are they aware of the fact that Team 7S is in the backdrop? OG Mizoram seems to be completely unaware of the situation, and this might cause them a lot of problems, Johnny.
Oh yeah, just complacent, not really looking around them. OG Mizoram, we see reverse. I mean, even in the last game, they did try to take the early fight. It backfired. Their game plan as 3 players were picked off, and now again, they find themselves in an awkward spot as 7 Shark Esports have their location. Killer is the man starting things off. The nade lob towards ESO, and it kind of connects, dropping ESO down to around 50 HP. One more from Killer, and if it's cooked right, timed precisely, then ESO is going to be knocked out. Alright, he tossed it a little too early. ESO was able to back off.
It's very important for these players to cook the nades properly, because the physics of this region, if it's not cooked properly, it's going to bounce off and go towards the lower edges of the mountain itself. But it seems like Killer has actually moved out of that location. He has regrouped with his teammates. But look at this though, Chaser. He knows exactly that there are footsteps right beneath him, and players are out in the open, making gaming whitey. Not the right kind of position. The spray is going to connect, and is he going to find the knock? Yes, he does. The first knock has been found, ladies and gentlemen, and it means that the war horn has been blown. FS Esports, of course, will look to capitalize on it. The Bgis, of course, on the move. Almost getting the second one. But does he have reinforcements to work with, or is he a solo player up top? Is going to be the question, Johnny. It seems like he's all by himself. It's going to be a risky stop. If VOLTX do find that entry point on top of that mountain, then I believe it's game over for Chaser.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if VOLTX finds the opening, then there's no way FS can help him recover. He's going to be stuck on top of that hill all alone. And I mean, I wonder where the other lads from the side of FS are. They have a opportunity to actually flank the players of Volt, since Chaser is drawing all the attention upon himself. And this can be an advantageous fight for the players of FS. But look at this, Mickey Gaming Whitey. He was knocked out. RN is there giving a revive to his teammate. And it should be an easy one as well. The Ridge is going to block the line of fire completely. So there's not the angle for Chaser to actually finish this. These individuals off is not really available. But on the other side, we see a player going down to the play zone. It's just stage 2 of the game. How?
I have no clue whatsoever. The damage from the wall of death should not be high enough. But look at this, the Hector actually is back inside the lobby. Oh wait, Team Soul, they've actually changed their playing lineup. Neo is not playing anymore. Hector is back. And he has started taking some pot shots against another team who was spotted out in the backdrop. This is going to be interesting now, Johnny.
It's going to be interesting and intense at the same time. MG against Dsync out in the blue zone. In fact, 2 players from the side of MG. That's it. And if you talk about Dsync, I think the entirety of the team is there. Alright, the other 2 lads from the side of MG, the call went out and they're going to be forced to fall back. And they will try to cut off any escape routes for the players of Dsync. They want to pinch them and finish them off right here and right now.
I have a very general question towards you, Johnny. I really want to know your opinion on these 5-man lineups and the fact that teams often prefer to play with different compositions in different maps itself. Not like a substitute situation, but having different compositions, different lineups for individual maps itself. What is your opinion on this? Do you think it works, or do you think it just adds a level of complexity to the team structure?
See, that's the thing. It does. I mean, both the things are right, but there's a trade-off. Because, I mean, you are making things a lot more difficult for yourself, because now instead of planning out strategies between 4 individuals, you have to do it for 5 players. And then you also have to figure out that which particular 4 players will be playing on what maps or in what situation you're going with what playing for. So that is a lot of work for not the actual the players that are playing the game, but I think if you are going with a 5-man lineup, then make sure you have an analyst and a coach to support you, because those individuals will be the one who will be phenomenal in helping out the IGL. All right, this is what works. This is the playing for that works on this map. This is what we need to do with. This strategy can be used with these 4 individuals. This strategy can't be used with these 4 individuals. An analyst and a coach will be extremely important in figuring all of this out. It is too much work for an IGN himself. So if you do not have the support staff, don't go for a 5-man lineup. Try to restrict yourself to just 4 extremely good players. And if you have that support staff, then you have the luxury, you have the advantage. Like a little bit of an added edge, but also you are making things more complicated. If it works out, it's going to be good for you. If it doesn't work out, then maybe just like go back to the drawing board, try and make things a little bit more simpler.
Certainly right. And one of the reasons why I asked this question is because if you look at the top teams in the country right now, be it Godlike, be it Soul, be it Orangutan, all of them actually are going in with 5-man lineups where every one of these 5 players is just individually pretty amazing, right?
Yeah.
And it kind of depends on every single time these teams step onto the battlegrounds, there is that level of question. The audience ask it in the chat, casters ask it during the desk as well, which is going to be the playing for, and this has always been that conversation. So like you mentioned, I feel like having that support staff is extremely important, who kind of analyzes what composition works for which team. And of course, speaking of the top teams, they do have that facility. But for the underdogs, just like we talked about yesterday, I feel like it's always important to have a strong core of 4 players. But speaking of core, I feel like Team Shark Esports, they have a good core of throwables right now. Destro on the offense, Johnny, did dish out a little bit of damage with the nade, but so far has decided to disengage because another one actually exploded right in front of his face.
Yeah, but we'll have to see how the Sharks react to this. I mean, I've heard they do like movement quite a lot. That is what attracts their attention. And this time, all the movement that's going to attract Mirchi George's attention is going to be coming from inside this warehouse, where the players of FS thought this was going to be a safe haven for them, but Nirvana could be sent to Nirvana with the 2 individuals from the side of 7th Sharks pushing towards him, but with the help of utility, he did manage to deter them. Oh, a face-off of the throwables. Nirvana with the Molotov and Mirchi with the nade, but neither of them connect. And now, switching over to the UMP, Mirchi, it seems like he's toying with his food.
Yeah, certainly toying with his food and toying with his opposition so far. Mirchi George is still holding his ground, not really disengaging, but he knows that there might be a flank situation happening as Lord has closed it. It's not just Lord, it's Chaser as well, and now things are getting intensely competitive for this guy because So far, they can't really find him inside the container, but now they are going to find a way in, and they will get taken down. One knock found. That is interesting, but of course, they won't be able to capitalize. And inside the containers, they will find that added amount of cover for resurrection. So, Team FS, they get the first finish to their name, and they still have all their men alive.
Salty, I have to say one thing. This was extremely awkward. First of all, I mean, Mirchi just wasted too much time in that 1v1 just dancing with Nirvana over there. And secondly, they double peeked him and the guy with the DBS was the one knocked out. I've never seen that happen.
I mean, it's just a matter of seconds at this point, Johnny. Whoever connects first gets that knock itself. And in a 2v1 situation, you do expect the solo guy to eventually fall. But even finding the knock was... I feel like that was a good try, but look at Team DE though. They've actually made their way on the northern fringe of El Pozo, barely hugging the southern part of the zone itself. A few meters here and there, and I feel like they will be able to make their way in. Team IYD, in fact, they've continued their rotation route and have entered the circle from the far western side of it. It's going to be pretty interesting because this part of the circle does not really have a lot of compounds to work with. Yes, you do find the covers in the form of these containers, in the form of little ridges here and there, but it's going to be pretty uneven, and the topography is going to play a very important role.
Yeah.
Finding yourself that right spot is going to be of very key importance, Johnny.
I mean, traversing and working with the terrain on all the maps of this game is extremely important, and a thing that most people don't realize that with how the terrain is structured, and not just where you are, but like your surroundings as well, it can dictate how the fight is going to go. Are you allowed to reposition? Which angles are you supposed to push from? I mean, all of that changes based on where the high ground is, where the dips are inside of the terrain. But talking about the dips, I mean, there is a slight dip in the performance of the players of Dsync, as they have just... oh, they just got wiped out. I was just going to say, alright, not Dsync. Infinity is the team that has been wiped out. Dsync is down to their last player though.
Yeah, and OG Mizoram though, look at this player, Ayesha. He has a nice little ridge to work across, but he needs to move 400 odd meters, push forward, probably 2 or 3 teams in the process to enter the circle. Now, this is what you call an extremely difficult situation, but no, wait, what? Akshat has been completely finished off. Goblin, Omega, and Hector still survive 14 fall, but I do not feel like this is a good situation for them. The placement and the positioning is certainly going to be not good, and the vehicle explodes. Omega, that was a disaster, but man, he's got some sort of help available in the form of Hector, but this is such a bad situation to get knocked out just by yourself, because with so many teams in the vicinity, Johnny, the possibility of a third party is going to be immense, and even if you get knocked out by yourself, there are teams who are lurking in the background just to rack up those finish points. DE Max, of course, just raining down death and destruction. IVE, I feel like they've been completely caught behind that one single rock with smokes detouring the lines of sight. It's going to be hard to witness how long they can survive.
But it's going to be quite difficult for them to go anywhere, since now even that vehicle of theirs is going to be put out of commission. The tires being blown up, but over here, what has happened? FS? What have they done? Picking off the players of OG Mizoram, I believe ESO is the one who was picked off by the individuals from FS as they push forward, but they need to be extremely careful. There's a team right around the corner. We see it on the radar as well. Shots being fired upon FS, but because of the smokes, they're not visible to the opposition.
Team 5 Chief just holding their ground for now. They have few players inside the circle, but from the back lines, teams are pushing in, and it's going to be... I believe it's Virus also who is inside the circle right now, trying to provide a little bit of a cover fire, but he hasn't been that successful yet. Did find a knock for himself, but for the rest of his team, though, it's going to be extremely important so that all 4 of their men can survive and enter the circle. So far, they have left behind one player who was knocked out. Flick Whitey, though, still pressing forward, and they've got to deal with Spidey in the process. Nades being cooked in, tossed to perfection, but so far is not going to connect. Again, a stalemate which they need to deal with against team of Spidey before they can proceed forward, and he's been knocked out, Johnny. This is the right opportunity.
Yeah, the timing is actually quite right for FS, and it could not be any better. They need to go for this push, because otherwise Volt is going to start pushing in their direction. The 5 Chief is going to be spawned out. Mana trying to
Team FS Esports did find another knock for themselves, and now they are looking for blood. They are looking to wipe off Team TFC. So far, only 2 players do survive. It's going to be extremely important for them to spot out those players out in the open. And beautiful spray down by FLYQY. Of course, this is out almost 80% damage. Eats him alive to the bare minimum. TFC does manage to fight back. How long will they manage to hold on to 2 players who still survive barely by a sliver of HP, as well as look at the minimap, ladies and gentlemen. They have so many teams in front. The eastern fringe of the circle has so many teams that it's going to be extremely hard for these teams to deal with any sort of circle shifts that come by. It's going to be the BGMI gods who play the end game right now. As we call it, this certainly is the end game, Johnny.
Well, I mean, the end game is going to be quite intense as well now. 5 Chief, I mean, they're going to be so happy they've made it so far in the game. 2 players still left. The nades from the side of MG. It looks like they can connect quite easily on the players of Ned, as all of them are just huddled up quite close to each other. And this is a risky move, as Amar is going to be the first one to go down, but the trade comes in instantly, not allowing MG even a second to breathe. Smiley's HP is extremely low as well. He needs to heal up as quickly as possible. Choke on the other side, looking for nothing can happen. Smiley is going to be knocked out, and MG, they're going to be down to their last surviving player. Not looking good in this game. Team Soul, Goblin, he's taking a lot of shots on him from the players of DE, but still prone out behind this buggy that's blown up. To use as this cover, quite smart, and I think at this point they are playing for survival, but how long are they going to be there? Still 19 remain.
Oh no! He did manage to survive. He did manage to run away. I'm pretty sure for millions of fans out there, their hearts are pounding at this point. Nerves of steel on the man of Goblin, but so far only 1 player surviving from the side of Team Soul. It's going to be extremely difficult. The terrain in fact is playing such a spoil spot for every single one of these teams as the circle shifts a little southward. 5 teams have the position already, and it's going to be Team Volt, if I'm not mistaken. 1 or 2 of their players have the absolute center, the dead center of the circle, which might invite a lot of attention, but they're holding down to it perfectly. Aryan, of course, in the fringes of it. We're trying to just avoid any sort of third party coming in, holding the flank lines. So that said, their central fort is undisturbed. Team EXO just holding down the lower ridge, and it's going to be so difficult to play it. No cover whatsoever, completely out in the open. And this time, if they get spotted, they have nowhere to hide, nowhere to go. Johnny, what do they do?
I mean, it's going to be a tough challenge for them, but look at this. Jazz from the side of Team Ayesha. She was hiding in the corner, takes down 1. Wouldn't really have the opportunity to secure any finishes, as the entirety of BTWXNED Esports is just going to charge upon her position, finish her off, and toss her outside the game. Now, BTWXNED, they have 7 eliminations secured already. They are inside the top 6, looking very strong, I might add. But the game is not over. You still have the players from the side of DEFS is still there, with 2 of their individuals still fighting to secure the points in this game. And I think they're going to get a few more eliminations, and they have picked off, in fact, knocked down one of the players from the side of DE, while the rest of the team is busy taking on the players of Deadly. But no, Lord overextends, and FLYQY in the backlines was a little too distracted. So Joe God, he goes for the push, and well, he's not going to choke over there. He, in fact, ends up wiping out the elimination. Now, we are down to 5 teams, 13 players. And I think Ned, they have all 4 alive, so they definitely do have a massive advantage of closing out this match.
Possibly, but their positioning is what concerns me, Johnny. Right now, all that they've got to do is hug to the walls of this mountain that is right next to them, because otherwise they don't have any form of cover. And look at this, the virus might just be able to lob in any particular nade, and that might be completely wiping off Team Ned in the process. Only 1 player surviving from this team also as well. So for him, it's extremely important to not take those risky decisions, but the wall of death is approaching, and now he needs to make a move. Molotov in front, an entire team is up front. What he can potentially do, he has 4 first-aid kits to work with, not enough to survive longer, but he knows that Team Ned might actually be forced out to push out of this location, and that might be the opportunity that he's waiting for. Might just be able to heal himself up until that point. 2 more first aid kits to go. But Team Net, did they find a small little corner for themselves so that they don't take any damage?
Yeah, I think
This
so. I
is
think that's what
interesting
they're
to
trying
watch,
to do.
Johnny. This is so interesting.
Yeah, but the problem is that once this stage of the zone is done, then there's going to be a world of hurt. And Virus, oh, he was just delayed for a few seconds. He wasn't able to put out the first aid and did not really have any HP to take the fight. But now, finally, since Virus is finished off, BTWXNED Esports, they're allowed to step out into the open and instantly just wrapping around their cell, they look to finish off the other remaining players and teams inside of this lobby. One of the next few is going to be Zeus from the side of AG, who is... Where is he hiding? Did he just put his head underneath the car one way?
Yeah, exactly. He just stuck his head underneath the monster truck, hoping that nobody is going to find him. Of course, the tires are big enough, but I believe there's those little gaps from beneath, so Team Net might just be able to spot them. Yes, he's been spotted. No hide and seek on the map of Miramar, at least. Maybe on the map of Sanhok, you will be able to survive, but from up top, once again, Team Deadly. Ravid just raining down those bullets on top of Team Net. Now, this uphill battle becomes so difficult for every single team because not only taking a fight up top is extremely difficult, but also the fact that you don't have any cover to is also pretty interesting because Team Deadly Call, they can just withdraw from the battle itself, right? They can take cover behind the bridge, but where does Team Net go? As far as Cyclines are concerned, even if they make any small moves, Cyclines will be compromised, but from a distance, it is Team DE who is actually making a move, and that can be a spoil sport for both the Deadly as well as Team Net. And I love what they're doing so far. Superboy has actually been knocked out. In fact, both of the infantry has been knocked out, and the only player that survives is going to be the flank in the form of Rocky. And this gives the opportunity for Ravid to actually capitalize. But no, wait, Team BTWXNED, they just capitalize on every single mistake that the opposition is making, and now it's a 1v4 for Rocky to deal with. In fact, a 1v3. Pardon me for that.
Yeah, and Ned, I think they're going to be grateful to the players of Dragon Esports and Deadly Call for taking that fight amongst themselves, because had that not happened, Deadly Call was putting so much pressure on Ned that they would have been just stuck in that corner. But Rocky now trying his level best to make sure that he lives up to all the KGF Rocky Bhai hype, but that's not going to happen. He steps out from behind that brush, trying to take that individual duel. Tried his level best to isolate that fight, but unfortunately it does not work out for him. But BTWXNED Esports, impressive survival instincts and patience put on display by this team. Hiding yourself for a good minute and a half when there are so many gunshots being fired around you. It's not easy. There will be moments when you will feel like, all right, you will panic and you will feel like, all right, I need to step out in the open. But it is important to just hold yourselves back a little bit more. And Team BTWXNED Esports, I think that is what they did back. Just like patience paying, getting them the win in the very overextended. They were done. They will lose like 2 players like that.
Exactly, right? I mean, just imagine the way they came back. Of course, all of this action we'll witness in the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, once again. But speaking of Ned, right, let's just talk a little bit about how this team managed to survive. We saw that one little player, I don't remember which team it is, my memory is pretty short, but we saw how they were avoiding the blue zone, right? Tucked inside that small little pocket of space that they found for themselves, and one player was up top. We almost felt like one single nade lobbed in. Yes, exactly. One single nade or one Molotov lobbed in, it could have been game over for them. And a lot of teams do panic in those situations and they try and take those gunshots, but they believed in their luck. I believe that they believed that, all right, let's just take a bet that they don't have any throwables to work with. It's the end game stage. They might not be having a lot of those utility, and they just hugged basically the bottom of that mountain and thus denying lines of sight. The blue zone damage, of course, ate away Virus, but they managed to survive and they managed to rotate all across the mountain, finishing 1, 2, or 3 teams in the process, which is just so impressive. Look at this little pocket of space, right? The nade did the final amount of damage, but the majority of the chunk was done by the blue zone itself, and it's just such great presence of mind from this team. And the way they did it, it's absolutely brilliant, because even if players from certain players are focusing up front, there is always a player who is watching the backlines. There's always a player who is watching the higher ends of the topography. Insane stuff, Johnny.
Exactly, and in a situation like that, when you are getting shot in the back, you know there's threat lurking behind you. It is that one individual who is supposed to provide the information and also make sure that his team gets away from this safely. So I think kudos to every single player from the side of Ned in this one moment. In the last 5 minutes, I think they've displayed phenomenal communication skills, good adaptation ability, and a lot of potential for improvement. But again, I think this was Miramar, and there have been teams who just specialize one map in particular. Just they go bonkers on that map every single time. I hope that's not the case with BTWNet, and I hope they show up with a similar performance, impressive, brilliant game on the next map as well. But in this one, I'm a little bit let down with how Team Soul was playing. I'll be honest about it. I mean, I was expecting them to just go YOLO on Miramar and completely avoid like a very awkward situation going into Sanhok, but that has not really happened. They again were able to secure a decent number of LMs, but placement points are going to be lacking a little.
I mean, I'm not even sure with the finish points as well. I believe they did not cross single digits. I barely think they crossed 5. I might be wrong though, right? We'll have a look at the point standings after a while and we'll figure out. But it's not Team Soul's level. So we need to find out how much did they actually score, But speaking of the totality, I feel like we've seen 8-bit get disqualified, eliminated. Now, Team Soul, they've only got one map to go. This...
Yeah.
Johnny, you know what I'm trying to mean, right? This is bad situation.
I know, but also Team Soul has Hector, so that's the thing. And I think we've always talked about Sanhok and the heal battle meta. These are the guys who mastered it. I mean, in our region in particular. So I think that is something that can work out for them. But Team Soul being Team Soul, I don't think survival is going to be an option. I think they're just going to go on a destruction spree if they actually do, and just qualify with like those finish numbers definitely being on the higher side compared to the placements. But it is again a high risk, high reward situation. If it works out, yes, you gave the fans what they wanted for, because every single time teams like Team Soul, teams like Team God, like they step into the battleground, all of a sudden it's not a game of BGMI that you're witnessing. You go back to the ancient Roman times and it's just like a bunch of gladiators onto the battlefield and everyone in the arena is just shouting fight, fight, fight. So I think that is what the fans want, and they also want to deliver upon that. But I think this last game of theirs, they need to play for themselves and qualify, and then maybe in the next stage just give the fans what they've been asking for. Have a big game, because there will be a lot more matches for them.
And to be honest, I don't know what hasn't really been working out for Team Soul, right? Their rotations have been cut off. They've been caught out in precarious positions, and certainly not the best of positions to actually get shot at from other teams. And you've seen the rotations, right? We've seen the rotation from DE. Their rotation was so amazing. In spite of avoiding so many collisions, they managed to rack up 12 finish points. Speaking of finish points, Flick Whitey from Team FS has 7 finishes to his name, which is insane. Even though Team FS could not really bag that chicken dinner, I feel like this individual player just played amazing. And there you go, the top 5 players, Johnny. Flick Whitey with 7 finishes, Rocky and Choke God, if I pronounce it correctly, with 6 and 5 finishes respectively. Choke God?
Yeah.
Does sound like Kane's finishing move, the choke slam, with 5 finishes.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that is what he's trying to do to the opposition as well, because in the last few moments we saw them actually go for the push on the players of Deadly Call, and Chokot was the man who just ran up towards Deadly Call's position, not caring if his teammates were following up or not. So he did try to turn things around and did succeed, in fact, as well, denying the win to Deadly Call. But looking at the rankings of this game, things get a little more interesting. BTWNet official with 27, Dragon Esports with 26, Deadly Call with 14, 5 Chiefs with 14. If I'm not wrong, FS is FS is the only team who has secured a lot of points in both Miramar and Erangel.
12 points in total, 8 finishes to work with, and 7 out of them came from one individual player. But the drop-off is what I am concerned about, Johnny. 2 points for Team Soul, 1 placement point and 1 finish point to work with. And I believe the first game was also pretty average for them, bagging around 6 or 7 points, which does not even bring their total to 10, it's going to be a Herculean task to come back in Sanhok. I mean, we've seen these final games and we've seen how much it takes a toll on the players to kind of know that, you know what, your backs are against the wall and you can't really do anything but show your best performance. But these are the moments where you tend to choke, just like you mentioned, right? With so much in stakes, I feel like this is going to be a very high pressure situation for every single one of those players in Team Soul. And I'm pretty sure with a lot of fans watching, for them, it's just immense pressure. These boys, for them, it's an uphill battle, Johnny. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is going to be an uphill battle, but luckily for them, the next map is the map where survival is going to pay off. So I think that is one route that they can take. But let's see what happens as we come back after this very short break.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
थैंक यू। नाइस वन, परफेक्ट।
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
यस!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने। सेंटर स्लैम। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go down. Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go down. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
Well, you know what? Team Soul's lifeline's on the line, and also, as we know, one more chance is still yet to be given away for Team Soul, and that will be on the map of Sanhok. But you know what? Before we start the entire Sanhok game, I would like to let our audience know Defense Derby is a new game out there, man, and it's also a tower defense game, Johnny. I've played it personally. I'm addicted to it now, and I'm not gonna lie, I cannot stop playing that game.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty exciting. I've been seeing the artwork and just reading about it online. It's a 4-player PvP tower defense, so seems like quite a lot to get used to, but I'm pretty sure it looks a lot of fun. And how did you get it?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Dude, I mean, it's a great game, to be honest. And you know what, Johnny? Considering tower defense, I've always been a huge fan of these type of games, man. I'm not gonna lie. I've always been a big fan of these type of games. So you know what? Just to let the audience know, you guys definitely need to check it out. But Johnny, getting back to the conversation that we're having, Sanhok, last lifeline for Team Soul. A lot of the people that are currently in the chat, viewers that are sitting back home and looking at the games, every single person is eyeing out for that one single game of Sanhok. You guys mentioned heal battle can also be the way to go, but it's not going to give you as many points as you desire, because the rest 3 players that will be in the battlegrounds, they will need to secure a lot of elimination points to make this qualification happen, to make it inside the top 8. Will Seoul qualify, or will it be the same storyline that happened with 8-Bit?
Exactly, I think that is one of the biggest concerns right now for a lot of these fans that are waiting for the next game to commence. It's one of the biggest names from our region, and right now the first 2 maps that they played have been massive struggles, one after the other. They're trying to pick those fights, they're trying to secure those elimination points, but it is not really working out for them. And one of the reasons, I think, again, as we've been talking about, the level of competition keeps going up and up and up, day by day, match by match. Talk about this lobby in particular. Did you see the kind of movements and the way these teams were taking those fights towards these end games in Miramar? I mean, it was very difficult, very few minor flaws in those game plans, I mean, based on the situations and the cards that they had been dealt. But still, everyone is looking so clean right now. I mean, talk about everyone. Team 5 Chiefs, I mean, I know they are experienced, but the way they were taken out by the players of BTWXNED, it looked so beautiful. I mean, very well thought out.
I mean, that final, in general, that final circle of Miramar was just so chaotic. It was so hectic, considering there were some teams all the way on the top as well who were holding down the high grounds. But you know what? We'll continue this conversation. For now, we need to answer the question from the audience itself. What is the minimum age for participation in BGIS 2023? I mean, as long as you're 16 plus, I think so. That's the minimum age, right, Johnny?
Yeah, I think it is 16 plus. It has been for a while, and I think that is something that needs to happen, and you need to be 16 plus. I mean, just turning 16 before registering, I think that is might be an issue, but make sure that, again, documentations are being sent across properly. Do not mess around with documentation. Do not mess around with filling out your form and every detail. We talked about profile picture yesterday, today, the age requirement, and I think as soon as the days goes by, before the registration deadlines close, we will give you a lot more information as well throughout this broadcast. And again, I mean, Crafton has been putting out resources just to help out people. I mean, the guidelines and everything is going to be out and available for you guys as well. But again, if you haven't registered now, the lines are still open, so go ahead, register your squads for the BGIS, and if you push through to the qualifiers, we'll see you at the main event.
Exactly. And now if you've got another question, where exactly do I register? Go to esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com, and that's where you can register. So, ladies and gentlemen, considering all the questions now should be clear, it's time for us to head at least inside the Sanhok and take a closer look at this map, because Team Seoul's lifeline depends on this. A lot of teams' lifeline depends on this map itself, and as we do see the plane sit in the sky once again, the plane fly path is going to be in front of us, starting all the way from Lakavi towards Tambang.
Oh, this is going to be quite intense. This last game for this particular group in general. I mean, everyone's eyes are going to be on that one big name, as we all know, a Team Seoul. But Necro, I have to tell you, I'm very impressed with the way the players from FS are actually performing. We saw an incredible spray connection from Chaser in the last match, and Flick White, he's been so consistent in the first 2 games. What are your thoughts on this team?
I mean, look, to be honest, as you mentioned as well, in general, that is a known team too, right? So, and expectations from that team, it's understandable. And actually, them being able to perform as well, something that we expected, right? So, I would still say, as expected, that team is performing. So, I'm not really going to be over-exaggerating onto that part, unless they went absolutely berserk on the game of Sanhok. Then it's something I would like to touch up on. But definitely, man, considering expectations from Team Seoul were something else, and now we're seeing something else on our screens, and that is a drop collision, Johnny. Team Seoul up against the players of MG. This is not a good news, because MG is one of those teams that is looking to have the momentum in their favor so far.
Yeah, MG is actually looking quite solid in this early fight. Can be a detrimental, a massive blow to the players of Team Seoul. They have to be extremely careful. For now, though, Goblin, he has a UMP and the M4 to work with. Quite a good loadout. And Ruins is a difficult position to take this 4v4 in, so it's going to be quite awkward for a lot of these players. Hector, although, having taken the rooftop control, can actually provide a team with a lot of information. But there's the opening that Team Seoul was looking for. They find Ishwaran. That is the first casualty of this game. Will they find one more now? That is the question. And yes, they do. They find the 2 players hiding in the corner room. And it's going to be a 1-for-2 trade, as Omega was knocked out. But in fact, ran to both the other 2 players down. Last player remaining. will happen.
Smiley IGL, Johnny, the last player, but he also managed to handicap the players of Seoul. Now Seoul's down to a 3-man squad. MG, they've already spoiled the game of Team Seoul. A massive spoiler in the party, and Goblin looking to eliminate the last player from MG. But still, he does not want to be over-aggressive and maybe lose out on his own lifeline because they've got no clue on exactly how much HP Smiley holds. So Goblin does not want to be the one player to push up and maybe get eliminated, potentially. But for MG THAMIZHAS, they've already got a really solid opening against Seoul. Now finally the push is going to be made. All the players going to push up together. And Smiley, he's got an entire storm of Team Seoul just approaching him. But that DPS is going to knock him out. One single punch. And, oh, Goblin could have almost been eliminated from the game as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Smiley was barely able to secure that knock. He had a sliver of HP on him. But kudos to him. I mean, that is the only knock that his entire team was able to get. Omega was taken down a few moments. Anyway, wait. Who picked off Hector? How is Hector out?
Exactly. That's what I said. Smiley picked him off. That's why I said Team Seoul was handicapped. That right there.
Just a knock.
No.
Omega got knocked out.
thirsted
Hector
him.
ran out in the open. Alright, with this nade. This is how he was finished off.
Yep. So, I mean, you can say already a massive, like, blunder brewing up for the players of Seoul. And Goblin as well. Almost could have been eliminated from the game. Way too close. That's what you call just touching the death and feeling what it exactly feels like to be dead. But what happened to Killer? This man was taking a lot of shots, but he still decided not to move. And eventually he got taken away from the game completely. QBZ Spray's going to be out in the port, but not exactly able to connect those shots on the point. Deadly Call making the push against the players of 7 Sharks. Sharks, let's see how deadly they are going to be on the ground this time, though, considering Latinos is one of the players who still managed to keep himself inside that little house. AKM pulled out, got his sightlines locked up on the enemy players, but it's going to be tough to eliminate them out of the game, but eventually Deadly Call to make the push.
Well, let's see now. Deadly Call. They do find the opening for themselves in this game, and that's going to be the first point that they get, that they secure in this matchup. But Riyadh, he's still playing outside the cover, quite out in the open, I believe, in the hopes of spotting out the remaining players from the side of 7 Shark Esports. But now, Team Seoul, having recovered from the early collision against MG.
Oh my god, he might be thirsty.
Have they reset enough? Though Akshat is out in the open. He's trying to make a run for it. And he's not going to get too far. Max could have actually finished him off from there, but I think we are going to see some
he wants to punch him.
Yeah.
Oh, no, well, don't exactly know what he's trying to do. Yeah, Max
Just
actually
leads
wanted
out.
to punch him to death. That's for
I
sure.
know.
Yeah, Max wanted to punch him. But Dragon Esports, considering now they've also got the Ruins control, look at Goblin and his teammate just moving away from that spot. Team Seoul, Johnny, they're on the verge of getting eliminated. They haven't even got a lot of elimination points that they can rely on. Pulling off a Mets drive with only 2 players going to be next to impossible because you at least need 3 players who are going to loot together and gather those Mets. But this is how a fight between OG Mizoram brewed up as well.
But I think Team Seoul, they are looking quite solid for now. At least 4 points secured. They've lost 2 players, and I think that is the only point of concern for them in this game right now, not having enough players. But, Necro, we did talk about this before. This is Sanhok. And on Sanhok, it is not necessarily to keep on fighting. It is not necessarily to move around. Look for first aids. Look for those meds. And play for survival.
Oh, that nade! Way too close! And I guess the player from Deadly Call didn't really realize he was just straight up crawling right next to him. Molotov as well to flush out the players and get the confirmations flowing for them. Deadly Call, they lost out on 2 players of themselves. Now, 7 Sharks, it seems like, yeah, they're quite deadly even on the lance. So, Deadly Call, they'll need to just make a call to back out of that fight.
Let's see those 7 Shark, Deadly Call, Abhiberg. Again, a player that I've actually seen in the past as well. Individually quite gifted, but I think the intention over there was to go and take a fight against the players of 7 Sharks. But the Sharks, they are pretty good at hiding themselves right now, just hiding inside the shack. Volt Gaming are in. Oh, I thought he was going to be caught off guard, but lucky for him, his teammate was on the other side. So Himu might have actually given away a lot of information to his teammate to not push inside that shack. It is a death trap in there.
Indeed it is. Himu on our screens. And VOLTX now, they've surrounded the Sharks on the land. They've got him in the deadlock. Next to impossible for 7 Shark to get out of this spot. But even Ivy, you do see the team Ayesha, just engaging in a massive fight. Even they are able to get some knockouts for themselves, so you can't say that at least that can be good news for them. But considering still this early inside the game, we've seen so many casualties happen. A lot of these teams are actually handicapped too, Johnny. So you can't say that the firepower already is being at least softened up a little bit from all these teams that are currently in the bottom of the stats. But now, Aryan peeks out. A really good DBS shot. Not enough to knock the player out, though. Not able to find a pinpoint precision connection. And that's the problem. But VOLTX, eventually, they're going to look to funnel inside the entire doorway. It's going to be tough to do so, but Aryan is holding the lines, and he will shut him down.
Yeah, Aryan held his entry quite beautifully over there for his teammates. Otherwise, they would have been in a world of hurt, because one after the other players from the side of Volt were charging in front of that door, and there were DBSs in the hands of the other players as well. But look at this. This was Ivy's individuals getting a few picks for themselves out in the open. Easy points, easily secured. But this fight was extremely chaotic, and Destro, props to him for securing that knock, but I think he could have just held the corner a little bit more, forced Aryan to actually come towards him.
Deadly, Abiberg on our screens, and considering I was moving over to the Paradise Resort area, at least call just with these 2 players, Johnny. Considering you're inside this area, you remember what happened yesterday, right? You never know where the players are going to be. This is why I'm never a big fan of this entire place inside the map of Sanhok. Because players are really good at parkouring on top of rooftops, and you never know what's going to hit you from where.
Especially if you are going up against a team like Esports, who have been so consistent in the first 2 games of today. It is going to be a massive challenge, and feel like an even bigger challenge for the players of Deadly Call, because as you mentioned, only 2 of them are there in this matchup now.
Exactly,
and
Johnny.
FS, look at this though. I just have to say, FS, they are being actually quite respectful, like checking everything, using a lot of utility to go for these pushes.
Oh. Once again, DBS clicks into action and swings 1 player down. So that's hot stuff getting eliminated from the game. And now only 1 more player is going to be in the way, or at least that potential threat for the players of FS. But I highly doubt it's going to be that big of a threat for them. But whenever I see Nirvana, the only thing he would be saying in his mind whenever he sees an enemy in the front, he's probably going to be saying something's in the way.
Let's see though. Soul, they are not done. Goblin, he was trying to spray down the entirety, the moving vehicle of the players of DE. And even though some damage was dished out, the return fire upon him does connect. And Dragon Esports, if they figure out that there's not an entire team on top of that mountain, then maybe they'll turn around and try to go for that individual point. But no, they see the threat, they feel threatened, and their decision is to just completely avoid it. Play for safety, play for the points.
I mean, makes a lot of sense too, right? Yeah, I mean, makes sense considering out of nowhere, so many bullets are just going to be barraging on top of your vehicle, so it's better for you to just disengage. The vehicle could have almost blown up as well, so yeah, it's better not to look at that direction once again. But Johnny, you didn't get the joke that I was trying to crack? About Nirvana? Said something's in the way? No? You didn't get it? Okay. It's okay. Soul
Nirvana song I know is like the most common one.
What?
Smells like Teen Spirit.
I mean, from the Batman, Something in the Way is also a Nirvana song, so yeah, but it's okay. TFC, that entire joke has now been to hell, but as we do see Team 5 in front of us, and they're still moving around on top of the hill. IYD Esports moving up as well, as they do know the blue zone's going to start to close in soon enough. And we've got DE on our screens. inside the Paradise Resort area. This is not the place you want to be. Just get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, they showed up a few moments ago, and FS was extremely comfortable in deterring the early individuals, but now Deadly Call, they have to be extremely careful. So Dragon Esports, they need to be extremely careful. And they don't even have a lot of cover to work with. I mean, they're right on the edge of Paradise Resort, not even in the main compound or anywhere close to it. And FS, they're just trying to protect their home at this point. It is going to be like we talked about tower defense. Well, this tower is pretty massive, and FS's job is to protect all of it.
And they should be able to defend it too. Oh, there's a Car 98 right next to Nirvana. If you want to, you can pick it up, but I guess makes sense. In the map of Sanhok, you don't really need that when you've got an M416 and a 6X on top of it.
Yeah.
It's going to give you the most amount of visual coverage anyways. Dragon Esports on our screens, and man, it's just punch boosting his way out of that spot. Team Soul with only 2 players down. Now they've only got 2 players up. Let's see how the future adaptations are going to look like, because the firepower now has been cut down to half itself.
Exactly, and this is going to be a challenge for them to actually overcome in the mid-game stages in particular, because in this map, I mean, things are getting a little bit more interesting by every second. We saw the early action, and after that, everything just went quiet. We are already transitioning towards the 4th stage of this game, and there are still 46 players remaining in this lobby. A lot of the teams won't really have that room to work with, especially considering it is a northeastern zone in this map. And as soon as you start heading from bootcamp to Paradise Resort, it's just open terrain that you will have to traverse through. But on the other side, we do see another man getting taken out, and it was Abiberg, I believe, from the side of Deadly Call, who has been knocked and finished. And I believe because of that, Deadly Call, they're down to their last player. Oh, no, they might have been finished off.
Dragon Esports, considering this is Team Ayesha right here in front of us, Johnny, and Jazz and Kuro. Look at these 2 players. This team is in a massive world of trouble. The last 2 players that are left alive, none of them has got any single piece of meds onto them equipped. So that means they will need to stay prone and stay away from any harm possible. And that's why you see them just lying around. But unfortunately for Team Ayesha, one thing that is going to be so bad for them is that the circle is shifted away all the way down south. And that is all the way in the opposite direction from their spot. But finally, FS Esports, they decide to strike down the players in the front in the name of Dragon Esports.
I mean, everyone thought that the zone was going to move towards Paradise Resort, and that is where they wanted to play from. But now this hard shift towards the southern half of the zone is going to be a curveball that I believe we as spectators are definitely going to enjoy. But for now, it is Deadly Call against, Dragon Esports against the players of FS. And FS, they have found 2 impressive knock. Nirvana is definitely looking to send the opposition to Nirvana, as now Dragon Esports, they're down to 2 players. They did manage to get the trade, but Flick YT, the MVP of the previous game, is here, and he just destroys the other 2 lads from the side of Dragon Esports. FS looking clean in every single fight that they take, have 5 points secured in this game already.
That is true, Johnny. And now also going for the resurrection, FS. Kenny's still knocked out, though, considering they have managed to secure all the eliminations that were in the front. So that's a really good news. Now you can finally and officially call them the Kings of Paradise Resort. They are just ruling that entire area. And now, somewhere out in the open, IYT seems like in a massive world of hurt. But they have still managed to at least get a little bit of land control for themselves at this part of the map, but they still need to get inside the circle. And when they're going to decide to breach in, that's where you do see those 2 foes in the minimap. They're going to create a lot of issues.
See, I mean, there are going to be a lot of issues for basically everyone as we are heading towards the 5th stage of the game, quite close to the final few moments now. Infinity Esports out in the open. You have Shruti from Ivy. Just a rock for cover, has her teammates on the flank, so opportunity is there to take down the individual from the side of Team Soul. Just the last 2 players surviving, and they do have the numbers advantage to actually pick this fight as well. it's a 4v2 in their
Yeah.
favor.
Invibe Esports. I mean, considering they've got all the players alive, as you mentioned, that's something that's really good news. But speaking about another team in the front, OG MIZORAM picking them off one after the other, being just a massive pain in the back for them for now. Jack, your boy, moving inside the circle, wall of death closing in. He realizes he's got a decent amount of meds, but still, you do not want to waste him right here, just now, and he gets shot at from the left lines once again. It's FS Esports. This team is just such a big problem for so many teams inside the map so far, and they also managed to eliminate the entire team of OG MIZORAM, Johnny. This is such a big matter that is being solved by the players of FS Esports.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and even though FS is playing from a place, or they started from a place from called Paradise Resort, they made it into the 7th circle of hell, and now they're just dragging everyone through it. But look at this, DsyncESPORTS on the other side. They were trying to go for the fight. Team Soul destroying Invibe Esports. 3 players picked apart, just the last individual remaining in the backlines, and Team Soul now have secured 7 eliminations. But I wonder what is happening in the other fight. I mean, DsyncESPORTS, they were almost running towards that squad wipe, and I think they did in fact secure that as well. But Ayesha from the side of Invibe, she is not done. Shots fired upon Goblin. A few did connect as well, but the smoke was able to save him.
Oh, still just sitting out in the blue. Got 4 first aids, Shawnee, so she can't sustain that damage for a couple of minutes. But considering the wall of death, it's still closing in. You haven't really got a lot of time. 30 seconds to make a move. Now just subtract it down to 20 seconds. Time's moving away quick enough, so teams need to be quick on their feet as well. FS Esports being one of those teams that has been such a menace inside the lobby so far. TFC now finally in the eyes of Chaser. Chaser's not going to let him go. He's probably going to try to chase him down with his sights. And that's what he's done. TFC getting picked off one after the other. Now one more player's inside the circle of TFC, but once again, Chaser's just raining down massive death and destruction. His wrath. Oh, what? IYD.
Oh, he gets spotted. He was trying to be cheeky, but did not really work out for him. FS Esports, they just destroyed him in a matter of seconds.
Flick YT. Tosses out some smokes. They've got a decent amount of map control, so that's really good news for FS Esports. They're doing phenomenal so far inside the game as well. They've racked up so many elimination points. Look at AG. That one player, Suso P, is one with the red nature. He's a bush himself. VOLTX Gaming, even they are looking quite solid. Johnny, there's so many of these teams in the final circles that have got all the 4 players up.
Well, let's see the Flick. He has been phenomenal throughout the day. Oh, runs forward with the DBS.
Oh my God.
Not secured. He misses, but Kenny in the backlines pushes forward and with the UMP. It works out for FS. They are going to walk away with a few more points, but Flick needs to be brought back. Kenny's trying his level best. Scopes in at point blank range. Fails to connect the shots, but no, a few of them did hit the mark. And Dazzle. Wait, what?
Oh, wow.
Chaser? How?
The cover fire's on the point, Johnny. That's what you call teamwork.
Yeah.
Makes the dream work. A prime example of that. Ned in the front lines of Soul. They need to be extra cautious. If this nade lands, Johnny, Omega might just go back home with his team, but no, it actually doesn't. Still, they've got 8 finished points. Team Soul, this is definitely doable. They can do this. It's a 2-on-2 scenario. If they do manage to eliminate this entire team, Johnny, this can't be a free entry card inside the circle for them. Also got a decent amount of meds, also got a decent amount of bullets. Team Soul, they've got infinite amount of resources, at least for now, so they can't rely on those, but they haven't really got the utilities to force out the opponents. Mayunk, he's just raining down these nades on his opponents, tosses out another frag grenade, but look at Omega, is doing such a great job of dodging all these utilities, and now Mayunk eventually has ran out of all of those. Now Ned will need to make something happen. They also need to take care of the backlines, because they know soon enough the pressure is going to be coming through on their side, and Team Soul, this is where they're abusing every single angle they can. A push needs to happen though. If Team Soul is going to be engaged in this stalemate for long enough, Wall of Death will force them to take this fight.
Omega just picking up the ban for the team, just says, fine, I'll do it myself. pushing forward towards BTWNED Esports, and now switching over to the DB as the perfect weapon for close quarters combat. The first player is going to be Omega, takes a lot of damage, but the damage is going to be traded out. They are getting knocked out from the side of BTWNED.
Nice!
Team Soul, they had the opening. Bank is going to be
he also gets another one
with Garuda, and they find the second knock without any delay onto the players of MG. Team Soul not looking to stop, have secured 10 eliminations in this game already, and they are inside the top 3. I believe Necro, they have made it through the next stage.
Probably, Johnny, but still questions are massive. In my head, peeks out DBS, one pump on the head, and Goblin goes down. That's a big knockout. VOLTX, but still, they're not out of danger just yet. It's a 2-on-1 scenario. Omega, this man can pull off a clutch, but let's see if he's going to be able to get the resurrection back onto Goblin. If that's going to be possible, then anything will be possible inside the game. Goblin going back to safety. Look at the entire team VOLTX. They've managed to get every single player back upon their feet once again, and if VOLTX is back in full force, that's not going to be good news for Team Soul, because you also see Team FS all the way in the back lines, and they're probably looking at third party this entire scenario. So far, they're probably just going to try to take the advantage. Goblin back up on his feet. Team Soul, they're so close to victory. They can smell it.
Well, but let's see. I mean, they are smelling the victory, but will this be handed out to them for free, or will someone be there to take this away from them? It looks like Team Soul, they definitely want to be the ones stealing this win away from anyone if possible, and with one knock secured from the side of Volt Gaming, that will be it. Team Soul get pushed upon, and they will be the one getting wiped out with 5 players remaining. We know who is going to win this game. It's going to be the players from the side of Volt Esports, because Jason, he can't really do much. He's hiding in the corner, has the DBS, secures a knock, but I think that will be it. He will get double peaked and finished off. So it will be the players from the side of Volt who end up securing this impressive win for themselves.
But have Soul qualified? That's the big question of the hour. Top 3, they made it. They also got so many elimination points. Only Hector and Goblin, these 2 players, Johnny, they flipped the switch in the final game. They also were the biggest clutch meister. And one thing that we all noticed was too, is Neo was sent back and Hector was, Neo was pretty much just benched back once again. So they're currently playing with a 5-man roster. So these switch ups can definitely put a lot of impact as well. But Team Soul being able to clutch that final moment out, I feel like they probably have made it. But still, it's so tough. It's so vague.
I mean, it is a little vague, but again, I think they have done an impressive job in this particular map. And as you mentioned, I mean, the player switching does happen, and I think it sort of depends on what their objective is. If they want to play a little bit more tactical, they are going to bring Hector back in. If they want to go on an all-out war, just looking for fights one after the other, and I think they do use Neo quite often for those scenarios. But in this game in particular, Omega, he individually made sure that his team was making it through to the next stage, because top 3 finish means that you have, well, around 10 placement points secured, and I believe they had 11 finishes, so there's 21 points just from this match.
I mean, MG THAMIZHAS, man, a team that was doing such a phenomenal job in the first map, and then in the second, also a little bit downfall, and then in the third, just got eliminated right off the bat by Team Soul. So, I mean, considering with only a 2-man squad, Johnny, I did not expect Team Soul to survive for this long, so that is definitely way too impressive. For 7 Sharks as well, they met their fate such early on inside the game. That is another unfortunate moment for this team, but yeah, so many questions, so many teams, maybe probably on the verge of eliminations, and these overall standings are also going to be revealing so many teams' fates.
Well, definitely, I mean, a lot of, I think with after this game of Sanhok, even the mid-pack is going to be quite unsure as to if they make it through. I mean, they always are unsure if they're going to make it through, but this time around with how the teams were able to actually secure the finishes, and I think everyone has walked away with a decent number of finishes, so just predicting what the top 8 is going to look like is definitely going to be a challenge, but I enjoyed the 4v4s, and in fact all the fights in Sanhok, this one as well, Flick and Kenny working in tandem just to secure this entire win.
I mean, in general, FS Esports, they were just playing so good. The team synergy, the team communication seemed so on point. Every single player had each other's backs. You can see if a push was being made, FS Esports knew exactly what to do as a team and how to back that player up too. this fight from VOLTX could have went south so bad if Omega would have decided to push. I feel like Omega possibly could have also clutched that situation out as well, but instead Omega just prioritized reviving his teammate first and then possibly going for that fight, which gave VOLTX a massive advantage, and they managed to get all the players back up on their feet once again. And considering if you're going to have all the 4 players alive in the final situation, you're in general going to have the man advantage, and probably you'll also be the winner. And that's what exactly happened with VOLTX. But as I usually say, if you are going to be one of those teams to secure the victory, there's a possible chance you've also qualified. So I think so VOLTX have qualified.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, and the win gives you 15 points itself, and VOLTX, I think they were able to secure a few eliminations in the previous game and in this matchup as well. So I think just if you figure out a way to cross that 22-23 point barrier, I think that pretty much puts you in a safer position in terms of qualification. But still, we are going to wait for the overall rankings to see what the exact top 8 is going to look like, because I mean the winners of the previous 3 games are going to be there for sure. Along with them, I think the 4th name is going to be of Team Soul. Apart from that, any other names that you think will be able to push through to the next stage?
VOLTX is definitely there, so that's for sure. MG
FS?
as well, as you mentioned. Yeah. FS2, yeah, you can add on to that without a doubt. Team Ayesha, maybe, considering how the first game went. Not sure, though. I mean, about the Miramar and the upcoming games, yeah. So, once again, so many questions. As I said, like so many teams, fate actually relies on this overall standings. And in general, this group has been really inconsistent. Like, if you just do not consider the couple of teams that are been doing just phenomenal.
Exactly. I mean, everyone just popped off one map in particular. Like, everyone had that one game that they would do really well in. I mean, you're talking about Team Ayesha. That first Erangel was phenomenal, but then Miramar and Sanhok was a massive fall off. There were teams that just made massive mistakes on that first Erangel. Miramar wasn't that great, but did play well on Sanhok. I mean, Team Soul, those first 2 games did not work out for them, but Sanhok was just beautiful. So everyone was like this in this group, inconsistent. But I think because of that, massive props to FS, because they actually did well in all 3 games today.
That is true. Yeah, FS, they played really phenomenally, without a doubt. Without taking anything away from this team, they have really just came through top and tall on every single expectations their fans were building onto them, and especially the game of Erangel, without a doubt. That Paradise Resort hold from this team, the way they were just eliminating any players, any teams that were trying to step inside the Paradise Resort area, including Dragon Esports, they just eliminated that team like it wasn't even a competition for them. So that in itself just showcases the amount of confidence this team has, and they can actually deliver on top of that confidence as well. As we do move on forward and take a look at the MVP of the previous game, is actually going to be Omega with 6 finishes.
I mean, the man deserves this title for this match. We thought Team Soul were done for after the way the first 2 games went for them. But in this game, a couple of challenges. First of which was that early game drop clash fight which they won. And after that, even after they lost 2 players mid-rotation, Omega made sure that he had enough points for himself and his team to make it to the next stage. But in terms of top 5 players, we will have Eon, Chaser, Flick YT and Nirvana. All there in the list of top 5 players. But all said and done, let's move on to the rankings of the last game. Volt securing the win and 13 finishes. FS with 14 and Team Soul with 10 finishes.
They made it, Johnny.
Eliminations in the top 3.
Yep, they made it, Johnny. I think so. They've made it 20 points, and as we all know, the threshold to qualify is like 21 or 22. Team Soul definitely made it, ladies and gentlemen. They're barely going to be qualifying inside the top 8, so that's really good news for all the fans that are currently watching the English stream.
Yeah, but Necro, I mean, we all thought Team Soul was going to take the route of Metal Esports, Enigma Gaming, and set a statement topping the leaderboard, but it seems like they've gone the route of God's Reign and Team THAMIZHAS.
I mean, Johnny, as I said, right, these are just the games where teams really don't like to reveal their true stats, right?
True, very true.
So maybe Team Soul's doing something like that as well. You never know, man, because you can see the massive switch up in the final game too. With the way the Soul was playing the first 2 games, and then later on, out and over in the game of Sanhok, this team just popped off. And yeah, Team Soul, they've qualified. Team Ayesha as well, they've qualified, Johnny. Even Team 5 Chief, they have managed to barely qualify. But FS Esports all the way on the top, ruling and looking down on all the peasants.
Yeah, FS sitting there on the top with no chicken dinner to their name, but 56 points bagged with 30 finishes and 26 placement point. BTWXNED Esports and Dragon Esports, Volt, MG. I mean, we have a lot of new teams, new faces within the top 5 itself, and that is quite interesting. I mean, this group was a little bit more intense, but hey, we enjoyed the action, so can't complain. But Deadly Call on that 9th position, ADIYOGI on that 10th, even Seven Shark Esports Necro, you were there in the first game with me, and we were getting hopeful about them. They looked an interesting team to watch out for.
That is true, man. Seven Shark. I think so. The only interest why they looked really interesting is because the first game of Erangel, right? Especially when they just jumped their vehicle straight up in the waters and they were just getting all those eliminations. They were just able to fish out.
Yeah.
Considering sharks like to eat other small fishes, that's what they were doing. They were just eating every single competition that was there in the water lines. And yeah, that was quite an entertaining game from Seven Sharks. But that was it. That was only the great showing that they showcased inside the entire 3 maps so far. But in general, I'm just really happy for the fact that Team Seoul barely qualified. Even Team Ayesha barely qualified in the bottom 2 spots.
Yeah, and now all we have to see is what are the adjustments that will be made once these teams start playing the matches in the next stage of the tournament. But again, I mean, what happened. Now it's all done and dusted. If you are in the top 8, congratulations. You move on. We'll see you again in week 4. But if you fail to make it through, the registrations are open, right? Are they still open?
Yeah.
Where do they have to go, Necro?
Esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com, Johnny. That's the site where you need to go and register your team with proper, valid information. One single mistake in that information that you filled up in the form, and you will be eliminated from the entire competition. Or you can say DQ'd in general from the entire competition. But as we do have this matchup screen in front of us, and we know now the groups are going to be refreshed once again, ladies and gentlemen. Group 14 is going to come to play, and OG is now going to make their mark.
And a lot of big names, as you mentioned. I mean, OG, the biggest of them all. Team PSYCHE is going to be there. UDOG India is going to be stepping into the next few matches. And along with them, ladies and gentlemen, Salty is going to be joining me and, well, helping me in taking you guys through the action. Salty, how's it going? Yeah, here's the thing. I'll let you in on a secret. I mean, you were talking the entire time. I saw your lips move, but I couldn't hear anything. But I mean, hopefully, I believe you were talking about the upcoming few maps. And correct me if I go ahead in the wrong direction. I mean, OG is going to be the name that I think everyone's going to be looking forward to. I mean, we have seen this team in the past quite a lot, and they look extremely, extremely impressive. No one get the shades of swag that these players don every single time they end up winning a match. And I think now, even though we might not see those shades live in front of our eyes, we know they have a lot of swag prepared for after they're done with their qualification games. Am I right or am I wrong?
I mean, I did see a couple of shades here and there when I went upstairs, but then I'm not going to talk about it. You know what? My job is sitting on the fence, especially when I'm on the desk. And that is all that I'm going to do, all right? I'm going to sit on the fence. I'm going to watch these games and enjoy them live. You know, you never really know, especially with so many teams, so many top teams who have struggled to sort of make a mark. You can't really say for certain that this particular team or that particular team is going to dominate, because the underdog teams, they come up and they show performances that we have never really seen, Johnny.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of those teams are, in fact, getting warmed up and getting even more motivated after watching this prior group perform. I mean, we saw a lot of these newer teams. You talk about Dragon Esports, they played very well. BTWXNED Esports, they were very impressive. Team Ayesha looking so phenomenal in that first game. And again, these newer teams have also sort of showcased the fact that right now still the early stages of the tournament, so you just need to make sure that you're having decent games and that one good game. But we have questions for us. If I change the players while registration is still going on, will my registration count?
Interesting. I mean, I don't think once you've registered officially, you can change players. I think that is it. You have to be very wary of the players you register with. And once you click that final button, then there's no going back, my friend. If you do have to change players, maybe try the next tournament. But you have to go ahead with players that you've already registered with. That is it. Am I right,
Registering wrong players though.
Exactly. I mean, you know what? I think I know why exactly, right? Because a lot of these younger teams, they do manage to find good players, right? But then what basically happens in the end moment is somebody faces a little bit of issue here and there. Maybe he or she is not able to compete, or whatever might be the reason. So a lot of these teams do want to register so that they can at least fill the 4 players. And I understand their pain, but I mean, it is how it is, right? You would also understand if officials have a certain way of proceeding with things. And this time around, when you click that final register button, you have to be extremely cautious, not only with the players, with the details, with everything that you've filled so far. Everything is final and binding.
Exactly. I mean, but as you mentioned, I mean, there's just a little bit of piece of advice for everyone. I mean, we all know this is going to be a long journey for the BGIS. So make sure that the players that you are registering with, make sure you guys have cleared up your schedules during your match days and are there to play your matches. Because competing is also going to be an important aspect after registering. So be prepared for that. And as far as changing players, Salty has pretty much said it. I mean, make sure you are registering with the players that you are going to be playing your matches with in one go. Make things as smooth as possible. No hiccups at all. Because, I mean, every single time you're registering for a tournament, you are thinking about the games, you are thinking about the matches, and knowing the amount of esports athlete I do, none of them like paperwork, man.
That is extremely true, right? I've lived with esports athletes for the past 1 year of my life, and I know for a fact that they don't like to see those papers. They just want it to be done and dusted, and that is a luxury that you have at the top level, right? You get all your things done, and if you're an underdog right now and you want to be at the top level as well, you know what this is? These are the facilities and the luxuries which you do have, but what takes you to the top level is grind. And what is this tournament called? BGIS, the grind, ladies and gentlemen. And the games are going to be starting pretty soon for Group 14. Was that a good plug, Johnny? I feel like that was a great plug.
That was a great transition right there. I mean, and I believe, I mean, the players that are registering for the BGIS, they're going to have their own grind happening in the backgrounds. But for this BGIS, the grind, Group number 14, it is going to be this first game that shall decide their fate, or might just set the tone for the rest of their day, as Erangel has just commenced.
Erangel has just come in, ladies and gentlemen, as the flight path is almost straight up, starting from the left-hand side of Storber, ending towards Sosnovka military base. Now, this flight path is pretty interesting because of the fact that it does cut off the western region of the map itself. A lot of these teams, they do tend to drop towards Primorsk, Feripir, Georgopol. Therefore, it's going to be very interesting to watch out how do these teams make those rotations, where do they find those intermediate vehicles and travel towards their zones.
Well, let's see though. Let's see how this game is going to go for this particular group. I mean, this flight path is quite standard. I don't think it's going to throw anyone a curveball or causing trouble for anyone. And I just hope, looking at this flight path, that we don't get a central zone, please. This game is going to be so slow if that happens. But Claw, an early fight for them against the players of Eco. Towards Severny as well. Wow.
Pretty interesting. You know, Johnny, I would like to state a very interesting fact. Now, Team Claw has a player who is a very close friend of mine, and that's Pahari. Now, Pahari did play in BGMI The Rising. This man has been the best player of the country in a different game, in a different esport level. And we've never really seen a player, an esports player, to switch games up. But the fact that Pahadi actually managed to do that and is now competing in BGMI regularly is such a great storyline, because a lot of these teams feel like, you know what, when we play a certain game, there's no career ahead, or we can't actually move forward. Well, no, Pahari is actually proving a lot of these teams and players wrong, and he did fantastic in BGMI, the Rising, the tournament that we had, the show match event that we had initially before the start of the grind. And it's gonna be interesting to watch, because the way Claw performs, I feel like it's gonna set the tone for a lot of the youngsters who are willing to sort of, you know, switch to BGMI, or probably want to become BGMI esports athletes in the future as well. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and it is quite an interesting point, because as you mentioned, I mean, it is extremely difficult and challenging just switching titles, but I think it's all about the mindset. And talking about mindset, Team Psych Sad will have definitely a lot of things going through his mind as he becomes the first casualty of the game, and it's going to be ORB officials who end up getting that point. Kepler getting that first finish of the game. But coming back to the conversation we were having a few moments ago, and as I was saying, I mean, it is about the mindsets. It's about building a habit of practicing enough, making sure you're working on your mistakes, and admitting to yourself that yes, this was wrong, this is what should have been done, and doing that correct thing in the next game that you play. And I think competitive players, not just in BGMI but across esports title, all of them have that improving mindset and improvement based mindset, and not really focusing on just like one aspect of the game. They're always looking to improve, and I think anyone can pull that off if you're just focused and dedicated enough.
Yeah, speaking of focus and dedicated, once again, I just love to raise this point because his story is just so brilliant. This man wakes up earlier than me. I felt like I had the best sleep discipline out of a majority of my I don't know, colleagues or whatever, but this man wakes up earlier than me. He goes to bed after I sleep, and he is just grinding for hours and hours. He does not come out of his room. He's grinding for like 12, 14 hours every single day, just sticking to his game. And I've seen that firsthand. Therefore, I believe that for Team Claw, I feel like this opportunity, this stage is going to be really important. Of course, alongside Pahari, there are going to be other players. CJ is a very experienced player. And the fact that Claw have those players to kind of pull him up and actually perform at that level, it's going to be very interesting to watch. Another team who is going to be very interesting to watch is going to be Orangutan. You've got Wizgod, Ash, Believe, and Trigger. So AK is out of the playing four right now. And once again, we had this conversation earlier as well. 5 teams line up. It's always a choice. Whom do you want to play? Especially when every single player is just being of equal caliber and equally good, you know, Johnny?
Yeah, and I think I don't know. I mean, I believe these guys are just deciding on who has the shades available right now, who's gonna play. Because OG is definitely like, again, we always pit a few teams together. I mean, that's based on like how well they've performed throughout the year and how good the players individually are. And OG is always put in the same category with Team Soul, Team Godlike, amongst the top 5 teams in the nation, right? And again, expectations are that in a position like this, where you know you are going up against players with not as much experience as you will have the upper hand. So this should be a comfortable game for them. But after what's been going on for the last few days, I hope they just stay focused, at least for the first game, and not wait till Sanhok. I hope they secure this first game and walk away with a lot of points. But another big name that we will have to keep our eyes on is UDOG India. This team is absolutely wild. I mean, if it is there, they will destroy lobbies after lobbies. But if it is not, you are going to see them just vanish from the map completely.
Exactly right. And UDOG, they've had those inconsistencies in performances even in the last official that they played. Now the lineup has slightly changed, but I believe that every org's history is kind of associated with the kind of performance that their players also come up with. It's got nothing against the players, to be exact, but UDOG, I remember certain games they would just absolutely finish off the opposition. And what is Team Orangutan doing? The buggy has stumbled, Johnny, and they're still trying to make it work. But look at this though, an ambush comes in, and Atlas from Team Psych has actually had the first finish to his name. Beautiful, beautiful work with the UMP. The second player peeks in, and this is what happens when you peek individually against a player. Atlas was prepared, he heard those footsteps, and wonderfully done to get that 1v2, secured 2 finish points to his name. But where are his teammates? He needs support right now because the rest of the team might just be willing to seek revenge.
Well, this was incredible. Atlas definitely lifting the weight of his team's words upon his shoulders, just destroying both these players. And yeah, good thing for him. I think he had both SMGs upon him and perfect weapons for close quarters combats. One was the Bgis and the other was the UMP. But what about the other lads from the side of Nor? They just ran towards him, one after the other. And Atlas, I mean, brilliance of positioning displayed as well, just isolating those fights perfectly. But Team Eco on our screens now, and they have the players of Claw quite close to them. We saw these two teams drop clash right at the start of the game at the city of Severny, and even now none of them have moved out.
They haven't moved up. It's a massive, massive stalemate so far, and things are even Stevens. Now, we saw the circle kind of be tilted towards that western edge of the map. It does have that little bit of a water coverage as well. So it's going to be important for these boys from Severny to actually rotate out. Now, that sort of begins with Claw making the move, considering that they are on the other side of the road that divides Severny into two different halves, right? If Claw does decide to disengage and actually go towards the zone itself, I believe that stalemate can be broken, but it also depends on the intentions, because either teams, they've spotted each other while dropping, they've seen those parachutes and the players glide. None shots have been fired so far. But another interesting stuff which I get to see quite less on the map of Erangel is the usage of boat and a boat rotation towards the zone itself. Team 2 OP, they are having a nice little adventure right here. We have seen these strategies just completely turn around and just finish off teams in a matter of seconds. But so far, I believe so early on in the game, none of the teams will actually acquire the shorelines.
Well, I mean, for now, no one is there at the shoreline, but I think they are just headed towards the players of OG, towards Primorsk. And that is not really a position you want to be in, fighting off against the players of Orangutan while you are just in water and only have a boat to work with. I mean, it's going to be quite awkward, and it's going to happen extremely soon. But OG, they were moving up north, heading towards that quarry area. So if they abandon this shoreline a little too soon, then the players from 2OP will have a free entry, and I think that is exactly what has happened. But Drigger, he's still towards the eastern edge of the city. If he looks back, and if he sees the opposition heading towards him, I think OG, the entirety of the team is going to turn around. They're going to look to take this 4v4.
I know, one bad news is Drigger is all by himself. He's still looting up the compounds. Now, he does have adequate loot to work with, but if he gets completely pincered by Team 2OP and all of their players, it's going to be interesting to watch how does he deal with it, because I believe that vehicles were actually taken away from him. Believe and the rest of his crew has cut corners from the entirety of Primox itself, and I believe Drigger is the only one who is left behind, so they need to rotate quickly. 2OP so far, of course, footsteps been given away. They are completely unaware of the situation that there might be a player, a stalwart present in this region as well. So it's going to be interesting to watch. Now, Drigger finally embarks on his vehicle and is on the move. Now, it depends where do they land inside the final circle, which position do they prioritize, because once again, we get to see these odd circles where it's just so hard to decide, right, which place do you want to capture. Do you want to go to the shorelines where it's completely out in the open? You need to build your covers with the vehicles and stuff. You need to blow up your vehicles and try and hide behind them. But it also then kind of cuts you off from the rest of the circle. If the circle does shift inside the map itself, then you have no modes of transportation, Johnny. These decision makings is going to determine who is going to win this game, I feel.
Exactly, and you have to be extremely precise with what the call is and the timing of it as well. But again, I mean, decision making is what can be like a major deterring factor or the differentiator between teams of similar caliber having different levels of performances in a similar game as well. But I think apart from that early fight based on the zone that we are seeing in this game, I think the late game is going to be extremely chaotic. So all of these teams are going to enjoy the peace for at least the next minute and a half. And the third to fourth zone rotation is where we will see those mid-rotation collisions between a lot of teams. Switching over to the players from ORB officials out in the open have like a good cover to work with. A couple of compounds, the players can play a little bit separate from each other as well, but they see the players from the side of END just rotating quite close to them. An endless, oh my goodness, this is going to be an endless rotation, it turns out. They have nowhere left to go.
I love that wordplay right there. It has to be an endless rotation because they were looking at the compounds. They were seeking those sniper towers at least a little bit of a shelter for themselves mid-rotation. But then the shots being fired just completely ruined their entire plan so far. Endless did find a little bit of cover to work with, but I believe it's going to be important for them to just hold this ground because eventually teams are going to rotate. But look at this, Ronnie! This man individually takes down 2 players, but he gets shot from the back lines. It's going to be Rising Falcons Danger who comes in and saves the day for the team with no backup whatsoever. This is such a bad news, especially after that 1v2. I believe he should have been rewarded more for it. Johnny, the circle does shift inwards and now things get a little more interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, finally, the Everest zone, Everest Hill is going to be up for contention, and for now, no one is looking to take control of that massive behemoth of a mountain. But now we do see the players of Orangutan rotating through the western side of those Gatka fields, and I think their intentions are also to try and play from the northern half of this zone, but the Gatka open fields, the southern side of Everest, a massive cluster of teams over there. I believe it's like 6-7 teams already in those positions. And Endless, as we were talking about them a few moments ago, one of the individuals from their side was knocked out. 4 Kings, they will be able to secure this finish quite easily. And Mandy is the man who did the job of securing that point for his team with the help of the buggy. But now he also needs to run back indoors. Hey, stays out in the open. All right, go for it.
These average zones is going to make things so much more difficult. And Orangutan in the middle of a skirmish right here. Team Myst, they are completely being bombarded from all different directions. And just so good to watch. The buggy goes into the back lines and this man completely abominates the opposition. But one man still alive, Shiva, might just be able to make things work in Orangutan. They are in a world of hurt and Nate comes in. It's one man that is Believe in his golden hand who just makes Team Orangutan survive another day. Every single one of these players are going to come back to their feet. But what a fight did we witness, Johnny. It almost came down south for another big name in a matter of seconds.
I mean, I believe there was a massive sigh of relief from all of these 4 individuals from the side of Orangutan, as Believe did make sure that his team wasn't the one getting wiped out in this fight. It was an awkward 4v4 because neither of these teams expected each other. First of all, OG didn't expect the other players to be there, and Mystic did not expect Orangutan to stop like this mid-rotation and start fighting in the middle of nowhere. I mean, priority number 1 will be to look for cover and not just stop in the middle of the entire team and try and take them on. So a little bit of an awkward moment in the few stages, but Orangutan, definitely having the experience, realized what exactly, or in fact where they needed to position themselves individually to actually create some pressure. And of course, individual brilliance coming into play from the players of Orangutan. They walk away with 4 points, but not unscathed though.
Certainly not unscathed. A lot of resources being extinguished in that fight itself, but still, you know what? Having the balls on Ash to go in with the buggy and try and get into the back lines in front of the enemy itself, disembarking from the buggy and they're shooting 2 players down, that is incredible. That move was probably the biggest Giga Chat move that we have seen in the BGI as the grind so far. And once again, I kind of tend to wanted to understand how did the players actually get knocked out, because as far as we saw, Ash got those initial knocks and only 1 player was surviving in the form of Shiva. But as soon as we get into the drone shot, we get to witness every single player apart from Believe, who also is quite low on HP, being knocked out. That situation was extremely dicey, but of course, they did recover from that location and now they have to move inward. And just like you mentioned, I believe it is going to be the Everett Circle. Do they prefer to go up north and actually make it to the top, or are they going to play it from underneath is going to be the question.
I mean, I'm looking at this team 2 OP official, and I mean, just playing for survival from the first game itself. It's going to be quite interesting to see how far are they going to go. For now, though, the players are just falling to the play zone itself. And Egoist, as his name says, this is, I mean, this is too much ego, man.
No.
You have to respect the blue zone.
Yeah. I mean, it's so unfortunate. It is the 4th stage of the circle and Team 2 OP just losing out to the play zone. I don't know what was going on in their mind. Team Claw once again just on the move, but they have Team RF in the backdrop. Now the vehicle was tried to be exploded by Danger. Now Rising Falcon versus Claw has been happening for quite some time now. These two teams, they have been in front of each other. They have been rotating together and they meet once again at the same spot. Now this is so interesting to watch. It seems like their stars are aligned, and Team Claw, they have been completely knocked out. A third party coming in from Team SL, and beautiful split from them. A 2-1-1 split which kind of completely dished out damage from every single direction, and Team Claw could not survive. I believe one player is still alive, but it kind of is still for us to witness if they are going to survive for longer.
OG on our screens yet again. This time taking on the players of Rising Falcon, who have that Ruins Church in their control. OG, although on the other side, are out in the open. They have another team in their backlines. They have to be extremely careful.
Yeah.
Alright, it's the same individuals. Rising Falcons actually went for a 2-2 split, and now 2 players are stuck in that church. 2 players behind OG. But is their position compromised? That is what I wonder, because if OG do not realize that there are 2 individuals waiting right behind them on the shoreline, they might just be... They might have already walked into a trap.
It certainly is, right? It looks like a trap so far because so many teams in such close proximity. It's certainly not a good idea to actually stay there for a pretty long time. So far, it's ORB's official Slayer trying to slay down the opposition, proning down with the M416. It's always a good idea to try and get those precise sprays. Of course, did not find a knock so far, but they are definitely dishing out a lot of damage to a plethora of teams who are in and around. Look at the mini-map and look at the firing lines that are coming up for display. Every single team is shooting at each other right now, and it's absolutely dead end at this point in the zone itself. There is no cover, only vehicles to work with, a couple of trees here and there, but apart from that, it's just smokes which don't deter bullets. And look at this Argot, he exactly realizes it. Tries to spray down the opposition. He does find a knock for himself, but I believe it's not Argot, it's actually Yusuf who managed to find a knock, but it does not really matter because Endless, they are going to find the finish either way.
Yeah, and now 3 teams have been eliminated from this game. 2 OP official, Myst official, and of course the players from the side of B4D are also out back in the lobby. But look at this, Forking Esports, they have the exact location of the team down below, and Nikunj is just lobbing utility upon them, bombarding them, or at least trying to, but that nade was, well, it was quite off.
It was miles off, it certainly was. But it's very difficult to actually predict the trajectory, especially with so much topography into the picture as well. It's going to be difficult for Nikunj to actually land those nades, but so far, Virtual is being in a good spot so far. They have a little bit of cover to actually deter those nades coming in and the bullets coming in as well, but they need to move out of this location quick, because if the other team decides to climb down, there's going to be an absolute 4v4 brawl happening. And I'm pretty sure with 13 teams alive, that is something which you don't mind. And look at this, another fight brewing up, Johnny.
I mean, this one is going to be a little bit more intense, as we do see 2 players from the side. In fact, 2 knocked out, 1 was extremely low, and Neymar, I think, is trying his level best, drops down to around 40 HP, but I think his job is done. He is giving away a lot of information to the opposing team. This time, oh, wait, was it a nade on the wall? Alright, it was a nade, did bounce back from the wall, and I think Neymar needs to be careful, because Endless, they are out for the hunt. Neymar from the side of team. What is going on?
I have absolutely no clue
towards
whatsoever. I have no clue whatsoever, but of course Yusuf from the backlines is gonna fire. I mean, this was probably the most awkward fight that I've witnessed inside a compound. Yusuf is still racking up those free finish points to his name. Of course, he won't be able to revive his fallen comrade, but Endless, they have 6 finishes to their name at least. So 6 points to their name, even without a lot of trouble. But so far, with only 1 man surviving, it's going to be difficult. Team Hope, though, elsewhere, they have a Team Eco right in front of them. And Team Eco, they're already knocked out. Johnny is down on his knees. What is happening? It's absolute chaos, Johnny.
I mean, before I say anything else, I have to say this. Yusuf, that man baited his own teammate to get that finish on Neymar. His teammate was there in front of him. He told him to go ahead, and Yusuf just sat in the corner just with the DBS.
I have no words.
And also, hey, Ryan Gosling is playing in this lobby.
Ooh, Ryan Gosling? Well, we'll find out what he actually does, but Team Virtual Esports so far still need to get that man back up and running, but of course he won't be able to survive 2 men, and it's completely out in the open, the zone. Look at this. You have FALCON right in front of you. You have Orangutan dominating the right at the center of the circle. Well, not at the center, but they at least have the circle for themselves. Now every single team is going to try and climb up on top of them. This invites so much attention. It's going to need so much technical skills and mechanical skills to resist from every single direction. Do they have the cover is going to be the question, but Virtual Esports so far just holding the edge lines. They know they have to push past multiple teams to make it inside the circle, and therefore it's ideal to just wait it out, wait for the other teams to make a mistake, and Nikon just doing exactly that. I love this so far. Just behind the drop, he knows he's barely outside the circle. He does not need to make any desperate moves so far. Just hold his ground, and as soon as the players pop out, he can spray them out in the open. Of course, if they have vehicles, then he might just be able to let them go.
The plan for FALCON Esports seems simple, but is the execution going to be simple as well? But no, the spray from Nikuj finally connecting on the opposition. He finds the opening, but the second lad was able to make a getaway. But no, Nikuj, he's not going to allow anyone to leave from here. FALCON Esports finding those picks, those important points for themselves, but now have also drawn a lot of attention upon them. ORB official Slayer, barely any HP left on the bar, but he is still alive, needs to put on a first aid and bring himself back into this game as quickly as possible, because his teammates will need him soon. On the other side, Team PSYCHE, they have a good position. Orangutan looking to secure the winner chicken dinner for this game, and apart from that, one of the other teams in my top 3 has to be FALCON. Nikuj and Mandy on the top lines. The nade looks solid, and it does connect. Well, kind of.
Yeah. It does not really dish out enough damage to actually knock out that player, but another one flies in. Team FALCON, they've been absolutely brilliant in terms of timing their aggression so far. It just looks like they need to hold on for a bit longer. As long as PrayGod is still up on his knees, I believe it's not a good decision for them to charge in. Orangutan still holding the zone for themselves, but of course I believe they are on the lower ground. It's not going to be easy to hold that for long. But FALCON Esports coming in from top, if they do manage to find every single player up and running, which they did so, it's going to be a world of hurt. And right now their first target is going to be Team PSYCHE. Don does manage to find the knock, but I believe he's going to go down to the blaze. Oh no way, Don, this is just so unfortunate.
It is quite unfortunate indeed, and well, I think this is going to be quite interesting to see what the end game result is going to look like for the team, the total tally combined. But now OG still looking to go for the push. Up the hill they go. Believe setting up the moment for his teammates to make the fights a little bit easier once they actually have to move forward. But the nade is even more precise than I thought it was going to be. He finds the opening onto PrayGod, and now Believe with the buggy is going to go for the push. 2 players from the side of FALCON were down, so he runs one of them over, secures the finish, and OG in tandem, the entirety of the team is looking to go for the climb. Mandy needs to be extremely careful. The buggy, Believe, is not done, but the knock is going to be secured by Nikuj, and now the trade comes in. Mandy knocked out. Nikuj is going to be the last player remaining from the side of FALCON. 2 players remaining from PSYCHE, and Orangutan still in this game with all 3 players remaining. Believe got finished off, but I don't think it matters to them. They have 10 eliminations already to their name.
The golden hand turned into a sacrificial pawn over there. Believe took one for the team, but of course this is a Mexican standoff between 3 teams right now. Orangutan with 3 players up and running. Team FALCON, they will manage to get Mandy back up, who is fallen. And so far you have Team PSYCHE with 2 players as well. 3v2v2 situation, and the smokes just gave out a little bit of the positioning. But wait, what? The vehicle inside the final circle does give away a little bit of the positioning, but I believe they have some sort of cover to work with. Team PSYCHE's Vampire knows exactly what he's dealing with and exactly who's there. It depends. He's on fire right now. This man is burning quite low on HP, and Trigger has actually managed to find the knock on Nikuj. Only 1 player surviving. I believe it's going to be Mandy, and I believe that Team OG is going to secure the finish as well. how do they do it? How do they execute it, Johnny? It's going to be the question. Ash spots out that one player crawling and gets him immediately.
Yeah, and again, the line of fire was available to the players from PSYCHE as well, but WizGod, realizing now it's time to wrap things up, is going to go for the push. Atlas is going to get wiped out. Mandy knocked out. Nikunj is the last player remaining from the side of 4 Kings. Alright, Nikunj was knocked. Mandy was the last individual. Takes on WizGod, knocks him down. So it is between him and the 2 players from the side of OG. Ash, he's trying his level best. Mandy is making a run for it, but will he succeed? It is a difficult position that he is in. He's taking damage from the blue. He has a sliver of HP to work with. Ash barely left, but still clinches the win for Orangutan in their very first game. I mean, and this is what we expected, right?
This certainly is what we expected, but this was way too close for comfort. A 1v1 right at the very end, especially with Ash quite low on HP. I believe 4 King just made it work. They really made it work, and they really worked hard to actually clinch that second spot for themselves. The amount of precision that was required to be there. I believe the fact that they got 2 players knocked, it was a 1v3 situation. He turned it into a 1v1, almost got the chicken into his name. But of course, it was Orangutan and their experience and the leader leading from the front. It's gonna be Ash. He's been making those bold moves. He's been making those bold decisions. And feels like Team Orangutan, they're playing fearless.
I mean, they were playing fearlessly, but I think again, as we are talking about these experienced team and the different routes, all of them are taking some, just saving their stamina, not really feeling like playing the first 2 games, realizing, oh, we need to qualify, need this many points, putting in all on the last game of Sanhok. There are other teams who are here to set statements and showcase that their fans like, all right, you believed in us all this time and you were right to believe in us. We will make sure that we'll keep you happy. You want us to perform. We'll give our best in every single game, and that is the route that I believe Orangutan has now chosen to take. This was a massive win, and again, for this team, anything less than a win or anything less than a top 3 finish in any of the games, I think are going to be upsetting to the people that do like to watch them, because again, Orangutan is one of those lineups that has been known to dominate not just one game but the entire day. If they do that, they perform the whole day. If they don't perform, then they might just finish like in the top 5, top 6 in every single game.
Yeah. Exactly, they've been very consistent in terms of their performances. But ladies and gentlemen, we will be showing you the highlights of this game, which of course started with this brilliant 1v2, right? Team PSYCHE is going to be another team that we have to talk about. The way they even made their mark inside the top 3, got that podium finish to their name, also bagged a couple of finish points in the process. This was another great moment for Ronnie from Team Claw, who actually clutched out a 1v2 just across a tree. And then this fight, this was a massive chaos. Look at this. Ash is just going to drive by with the buggy itself, just completely destroying the opposition. Of course, Shiva was hidden and he had the shotgun to work with. But look at this. This situation is something which I don't really understand. Probably there was a nade explosion. Probably there was something else. With 3 players being knocked out and Believe was barely surviving by a sliver of HP. From there, that individual nade completely flipped the tide, which changed the course of the game for Team OG. I believe that part where Believe saved the day, I believe he also kind of deserves the MVP if he is the MVP for the game itself.
I think he might be the MVP of this game as well, because as you mentioned, I mean, yes, he did secure. All right, yeah, Yusuf. Yeah, he's gonna have his teammates are gonna have word with him after. I'm pretty sure they're gonna have a little team discussion like, oh, yeah, boy, why did you let me go there? Like,
what were you thinking?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. He just went up there, sat behind the box, and his teammate came up, went for the push. His teammate got knocked out, and then when Yusuf saw that, oh, we might get wiped out, he stepped out from behind the box with the DBS. Got the done. But as you were talking about the big names of this lobby, and I think OG, UDOG India, Team PSYCHE, all of these teams have similar shoes to fill, that they are well-known teams and people expect a lot from them. Now, OG, they have delivered. What about PSYCHE? PSYCHE did put up a wonderful performance, but I think they could have pushed it even further, because PSYCHE, I believe, have been a team that, I mean, the history has been one built around aggression, built around team fights, built around mechanical skill and mechanical prowess. And I think that was not really there in this game. But on the other side, PSYCHE's rotation, their positioning was just flawless, beautiful. I mean, ideally, they played all the ideal positions in this game. Where you would want to place yourself for the maximum results based on the amount of plays that you had. So they were doing that pretty well, and it is like a new thing that I'm seeing from their side. But I mean, kudos to them; they did it brilliantly. If they pull it off again and again, it is going to be wonderful to see.
It certainly is going to be wonderful to see, right? I would love to see more of Team Psyche as well as more from Team Forking as well. But you know what? Like, there was one of those moments inside the final circle where Believe and Visgod were actually on the run with their vehicles, and they were trying to run over every single knocked out player, while the rest of the players were just lobbing in those nades like a 3-pointer. Now, it's very interesting to watch because Believe in Visgod in real life as well, they're very aggressive. They just, every time they're just jumping around and being aggressive as they usually are, and that personality sort of transitioned in the game as well, and they did fabulously, right? Believe knew that that was a deadly place that you're going in. You are going uphill, right? You never really know how many players or where they are exactly stationed. So to take the risk and actually go upward to confirm those finishes was also a risky decision, but an important decision at the same time, because if you give them that adequate time to revive, maybe the game can flip. And we have seen those stalemates kind of completely flip. I remember that one game in the map of Sanhok where I believe it was Initiative Esports who kind of had the time to revive all of their players, and then immediately as they revived, the opposition just completely got flushed out of the competition. So it's very important for the younger teams also to learn that when you find a knock and when you know that you have the competitive advantage in terms of numbers, take the risk to go in and confirm what you have already done. Half the job is done. Just go in and finish off your oppositions.
Exactly. Plus, I think having more players allows you to have a lot more playmaking potential. Like in those final moments, as you mentioned, the push from Believe and Visgod, and I'm pretty sure one of them is going to become the MVP of the game. Let's find that out right now before we move. Oh, it's Ash actually who becomes the MVP with 6 eliminations. Did not see that coming. We were just focused on the moves of Believe this entire time, but Ash, silent assassin as always.
Silent Assassin. I think that name kind of describes him perfectly. 6 finishes to his name, Visgod with 4 finishes to his name, Atlas as well as Kepler also having 4 finishes to their name, and Believe in the 5th spot of the top 5 players with 3 finishes. Now, Ash, just like you mentioned, I feel that one move with the buggy just kind of stole the limelight. It has to be the highlight of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the point standing of today's game itself. Of course, it is going to be Orangutan at top, 29 points to work with 14 finishes. But the drop is massive, Johnny. Endless with 7 points right at the bottom, right at the 8th position of this table so far. Forking, Team Psych, they've got 18 points each, shared between them. ORB officials, 14 as well. Virtual Esports, 9, and the rest of the teams at 7.
Yeah, and I mean, majority of these teams were put in an awkward spot, mid-rotation team fights for all of them. I mean, Endless, they recovered one way or the other, securing those individual finish points and bringing the total tally to 7. But now we have UDOG India on the 9th with 5 points from this first game. Team Eco with 10, Claw officials 11th position with just a single point to their name. This is, I think Claw can definitely push further because their approach looked quite decent. 2OP official though, let's talk about them. What happened to 2OP? What is going through their heads? I mean, just going down to the blue. They didn't even use their weapons.
Exactly. See, now, number one, they did not really have a lot of utility in terms of healing themselves up, right? But the late rotation and being inside the blue zone for such an elongated amount of time is a questionable move, to be very honest. But of course, I believe there were some issues on their end. Erangel is not what I'm going to judge them on the basis of. So 2 more games to go, ladies and gentlemen. Orangutan definitely have taken a lead. But of course, the action continues on the other side of a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be coming back very soon. So, see ya.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक करें। साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े एमवीपी भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
ऑन गाइस, कंपाउंड होल्ड कोई नहीं है सामने। सेंटर स्लैम स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go down. Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after that very short break. We are back with BGIS, the grind action, and now joining with me is going to be Necro. We saw a wonderful display, a little bit of a sneak peek behind a very interesting game, which is known as Defense Derby. Now, that is a new game that is being launched by Kraft, and it's a 4v4 PvP tower defense game, which I believe that you guys must try because the graphics and in terms of the mechanics, as far as I have heard, it's pretty amazing, Necro.
Indeed it is, and as Salty said, you guys should definitely give it a shot. So, but you know what, Salty? I think so. It's time to get back to the conversation and what exactly happened in the previous game as well. Considering I wasn't really here casting that game, and I was sitting in the sidelines looking at the back, and I saw OG just dominate the entire competition. And considering OG's been dominating the competition like this, now maybe in the upcoming maps, OG might just have the competition bars raised up a little bit high. But you know what? Let's take a look at the matchup once again. Two more chances left for the teams that are not good, that were doing that great for themselves. Let's see if they're going to be able to capitalize or not.
Exactly right. A lot of these big names will have to step up. Claw officials will be one of them. There's got to be Team Eco as well. A lot of the teams who were in the second page of the point standings, they need to show up. They need to really make their mark. And Miramar kind of gives them that opportunity. Of course, you get those long sight lines. You get to actually acquire a lot more finish points if you get to those good positions early on. So you can play it either way. You can try and stay alive on the map of Miramar, which is going to be a little difficult. Surviving, we have seen it's been a little hard, especially if you get your rotation paths cut off. But if you play it on the basis of finish points, you can acquire those 10 finish points. But if you don't manage to get a good map of Miramar, then you have to go the soul route. I'm going to call it the soul route from round, okay, Necro? Teams who actually make a comeback on the map of Sanhok after having a disaster of the first two games. Let's just name that the soul route.
I mean, there's a lot of these teams, right, who've actually tried to make a comeback in the final game as well. And some of those names are quite the big names as well. And to be honest, I wouldn't really say taking the soul route inside the top 8 is going to be the way to go, because at that route, you're going to be facing a lot of pressure, especially on the final game of Sanhok. And we know action's going to be all-time high. It's going to be high-octane action. You do not want to go up against teams, especially in the map of Sanhok, because every single team would like to stay alive for as long as possible, but the map is so small and compact, it actually forces you to take fights against opponents. So, once again, that map, I love it. only because of the fact that there is a lot of action. There's no other way. There's no other reason for me to actually love that map, to be honest. I would really say the most balanced map inside the competitive pool so far have to be Erangel and Miramar. And I would really like to say that Miramar especially is the map that really challenges player to their fullest potential.
100% agreed with that. Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, as we were speaking of, is getting ready as the players take to the skies once again. The flight path is going to be in front of our screens in a matter of seconds. But of course, will OG's run continue is going to be the question. Will they still dominate the map of Miramar, or is it going to be an underdog who outshines the competition? The flight path, of course, starts from Toria Humada and ends towards the left-hand side of Ladrilera.
Yeah. I mean, the plane flat path's tilted way too on the northern side and also a little bit to left side, so don't exactly know how the plane flat path for the team's going to be favoring over here, but definitely if someone wants to go towards Las Leonas or even El Hazar, it's going to be a tough and a long extent for them. Even Impala, for a matter of fact, it's just way too far away. Now, you said if OG is going to be dominating the upcoming games or not. To be honest, it's up to them, because they've probably already qualified. And as I say, whichever team gets at least one chicken dinner in these 3 games, you're good to go. You've probably made it to the top 8. So you can say OG have solidified their spot in the top 8. So now if they do want to dominate, they can. If they don't really want to dominate, they can always take these games as like some practice sessions.
100%, but you know what, like knowing these players, I'm pretty sure like every single game they gave it their 100%, so they might just be looking to maybe break records. I'm not really going to say about it. It's their game, but so far LSR is going to be the location where they're going to drop by, and no collisions whatsoever. I really want to look out to the circle and where it actually lands, and speaking about it, it does appear in front of our screens on the eastern fringe of the map itself. Now, more of a default circle, but where does it exactly end is going to be the question, because if it does shift towards the shorelines and maybe a little southward, the terrain is going to cause a lot of problems for a lot of teams out there, Necro.
Oh, Runic from Claw Officials. Oh, he knows that there's a team nearby, but yeah, so far he's going to be out of any harm's way. No team's going to be the clotheslines just yet for him, or at least way too close to comfort, so he can loot peacefully, get as much as loot as he wants. He's also got his hands on the M416, so that's some solid stuff that he's got his hands on. And one thing is for sure, for Claw Officials, I'm not really a huge fan of the split they're showing so far. They need to reunite as quick as possible. And because of the plane flight path, you can clearly see too, a lot of these players are going for the early vehicles, and also some of the players are just on their feet, just running to their drop spots.
You're right, and look at this, the virtual esports. Are they aware of the fact that UDOG is in? Is UDOG running? I mean, why did they land in an abandoned location? It seems like they are completely defenseless. Just a Tommy gun to work with and a lot of damage being dished out. But Lord, disembarking from the vehicle at the wrong time gives the opposition such an advantage. But of course, Ryan Gosling also de-equips his weapon at the wrong time. This is absolute madness. What just happened in front of our screens right now?
This is what you call griefing your own game, but at least the backup was there on the time, so you can't say only that one player was lost out from them. The second player will be revivable, but still for virtual esports, not the start they wanted to have. These 2 players charged on that single player so confidently, but one of the players made a rookie mistake, ejected out of the vehicle when the vehicle was moving, so because of that damage, he got knocked out. And then the second player just lost a one-on-one duel against a player who was so low in HP too. So for UDOG India, losing out on Redox, getting that trade-off, I would say it's not that bad, but things could have been better.
Things could have been much cleaner for Team UDOG, because that wasn't a position where you are supposed to lose players, right? It's always a matter of trade-offs, just like you mentioned, and this wasn't a positive trade-off, especially the fact that the opposition did not really have a lot of weaponry in terms to work with, right? He only had a Tommy gun to work with, which isn't really the best of weapons in those close quarter combats. But of course you do have that elongated the chamber, of course, with a couple of bullets as well. Look at this, right? This fight, the 1v1 between Redox and Ryan Gosling. Now his bullets ran out and he had to switch to the shotgun, which gave Redox enough time to connect the final bullet. But of course, coming in from the backlines, Dawn was there to provide enough support for Virtual to actually make it work. But the fact that they lost upon a player, yeah, it's gonna stick them for a little while.
Oh, we've got 2 players on our screens. I mean, for Team B4D, once again, at least they found themselves a little safe house or a little city that they can call safe because no one around them is there. And even there's only 2 players that are trying to eye him out. But once again, B4D, they're way too far away. So you can't say they're potentially or technically out of harm's way. I'd really like to take a look at OG as well, where exactly they are.
Yeah. I mean, knowing them, they would be somewhere in Al-Azhar and probably trying to loot up as long as possible. Look at this though, Rampage once again just completely unaware of that situation. Did manage to find that vehicle and gets out of the situation as soon as possible. But there certainly was a chance for the other team to cause some damage. So far, nothing as such. Map in front of our screens right now. The circle being on the right side of the map as of now. No shrinks as of yet. Speaking of OG, speaking of this team, just like you mentioned a while earlier, they are still in Al-Azhar, and I feel like they don't really have the compulsion to move. I mean, the circle they are quite close to the center of the circle, and it's for the other teams to come and try and fight against them, at least for now though.
I mean, I'm not really a huge fan of what UDOG are trying to pull off here. They're near La Bitnadita, really close lines. Yeah, they are starting to reunite now, but still with how they were so separated, there could have been chance for so many possible outcomes in that scenario. Maybe they could have lost out on 2 of their players. So yeah, especially in the early game phase, yeah, we know the playing flat path is something that screwed you guys up, but still try to stick together. Take a decision and play with each other for as long as possible, because you're not going to be the only team who are screwed up because of the playing flat path. Yeah. So maybe another team as well is probably thinking the same way you guys are thinking. Considering things do get quite limited in the game of BGMI, so the chances of your thoughts matching other teams are quite high. So it's better for you to take some precautions. But 4Kings, one of the team that was actually doing pretty phenomenal in the previous game, they managed to stay alive till the late game scenario for themselves. All they need to do is one more consistent game, and they're probably going to be in top 8.
Now this is interesting from Team Endless. They did hear all those engines firing. They did probably sense a presence in the backdrop. But of course, they immediately scouted that location. They knew that compound was out of bounds because Team NOR was in the vicinity. Of course, they've moved out of that situation. But I believe Team Endless, they are going to look for some other options. And it's these moments, right? These moments of tension, these moments of utter silence where a team sort of gets to show its capabilities in terms of decision making. Had Team Endless tried to maybe go in for a fight or probably a push, it could have backfired and they could have lost players in the process. Maybe they would have wiped the squad out. Maybe they could have lost a couple of players in the process. Well, who knows? But the fact that this team is still looking to be safe amongst themselves, sticking together with all 4 players, I believe it's the right option. They've found a safe house for themselves. So far, Team NOR, they're not really very far away, Necro, and chances are very high of a fight breaking out pretty soon.
Probably. NOR just tossing in some nades. I mean, they're just tossing nades in the blind if they haven't really got the proper confirmation on exactly where the enemy is, but that nade's actually going to find a really good connection as well. It was a third party from the back. The man was firing a lot of shots onto Zenzi, and then the nade sailed in and did a little bit of chip damage. So the player got knocked out, and now even NOR, they're getting third party inside this entire scenario. Need to be a little safe. Blitz with the M249. He's got a lot of bullets in the magazine, so does not need to worry about running out of that anytime soon. Goku pushes up way too up close and personal. Flames are going to be out there as well. That's going to force out Laser from his spot. And now considering he's also on fire, he's going to be taking a decent amount of damage. Laser needs to play this position passive. Endless, they're going to lose out on one of their players completely.
Yeah, the split is actually absurd, and Team NOR, they are actually pressing forward. This is lovely formation. I love the way that intertwining with the opposition, constantly trying to keep them on their toes. Of course, a little bit of resistance comes in, and Team Endless, they've lost 2 players in the process. Firestorm, not even in that fight, just in a different compound altogether. I believe he just won't be able to save his fallen comrades, but Team NOR, they have to react quick. Revive their fallen comrade, confirm what's done already, acquire those points, and get the hell out of here, because the blue zone damage is going to be significant, even if it's just Sage 2.
Look at Eddie.
Wait,
he knows exactly where the last player is. Yeah, he knows. He can hear the footsteps too, right? Now he's also pulling out the nades. Now they definitely have the confirmation that the player's going to be right there. But the nade from Norse going to seal the deal. A really good toss inside the windows, and the player gets confirmed. That's the entire team just getting eliminated from the game. Endless, not going to be in there anymore. Right next to Virtual Esports. There's a decent amount of teams who have been handicapped so far. 2 more teams, which firepower has been cut down all the way to 50%. Look at Virtual too. Inside this compound, how they got pushed on and how they got eliminated. This is the complete replay of that.
Yep. Team ORB officials, for a matter of fact, they did fantastic. 3 finishes to their name. Now, last game was decent from this team. I believe if they can keep up the momentum, if they can keep up the run of form that they have currently, I believe they have a very high chance they are going to qualify. But Team Orangutan, they've actually spotted someone in the process, and the vehicle just completely tumbles and it explodes.
Oh, look at the sprays. It's going to be on the point. Viscod, really good spray. Also gets the confirmation. That's the first finish added to the board of OG inside this map. If you do take a look at the edges, though, look at the left side, bottom left side of the entire blue zone. There's 3 teams, actually 4, including Myst Esports too. 4 teams right next to each other in the nearby vicinities. They can probably hear a lot of shots, but it's up to them if they do want to react onto that or not.
On the extreme northern fringe, there was Team RF, right? And they're still in the blue zone once again, much similar to what Team 2OP did in the last game, just completely succumbing and utilizing a lot of resources inside the blue zone, taking in damage. Just does not really make sense whatsoever, but the late rotation is certainly going to cost them, not just in terms of resources, but also in terms of real estate, because early movers have that early advantage. So far, Team NOR, even they are on the move. The cleanup crew of Team Endless now needing to find positions, proper position inside the circle. I believe OG's position was decent, but they were completely surrounded. We saw the circle just a while ago and there were a plethora of teams right in front, but at least they have the high ground to work with. Ash on top. He knows there are players in the gas station below. He needs to find that lines of sight, of course, just firing pot shots at random spaces so that you know that this is OG's territory.
Let's see. I mean, considering Ash, Baby's position's given away. If one of the teams that was in the clotheslines, they're going to decide to contest against him or not. And yeah, one good news for one of the players from UDOG is that he's also managed to get the level 3 kit onto himself. So man, it's going to be a juggernaut. It's going to be tanking a lot of bullets, that's for sure. Next circle,
yeah,
we'll be able to find that out where it's exactly going to shift towards, because it's going to reveal a lot of attention, and also it contains a lot of teams' fates. Now the circle's way too small. It didn't really take a hard shift, but the circle, considering now it's way too short, it's not going to be able to contain all the teams. That means some of the teams need to be eliminated.
Yeah, certainly it does house LSR in the process, so it might be an urban warfare if the circle does shift northeastern. But for so far, I feel it's OG who has the maximum amount of map control, the split that they are playing. It's a very high-risk situation because up top you don't really have any sort of cover, and if a player gets knocked out, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to resurrect. So far, it's Orangutan versus Claw that we get to witness. Viscod taking a little bit of those shots, and he is extremely mechanically skilled. He will connect these long-distance sprays without even a flinch.
Let's see. I mean, that the opponent player's almost back in the cover. It's going to be tough to get anything done against Claw officials. And Claw officials, now they're finally in the safe grounds too. Once again, Drigger just going to throw it down. Looking to get the final player down as well. Will be a tough outing. A really good spray. Myst, we're on the receiving end from B4D, but Myst are safe for now.
Yeah, certainly Max just pulling that trigger off because he knew that he could not really connect a lot of the bullets. The vehicle did not explode. The vehicle did explode, but it did not really do a lot of damage to the player so far. Good decision to actually disembark, but now they are caught in the middle of nowhere. And they still need to traverse almost 100 meters. Now, it's going to be a sprint. It's going to depend if they are Usain Bolt or not, because certainly they can't run that fast. But they got to make it quick because the zone is approaching, and the blue zone does have no mercy. It's stage 3. There is going to be significant damage. But Team B40 still up north. They're still up at the tippity top of that region itself, and they will gatekeep. They will gatekeep till death, because look at the circle itself. It divides these two teams into halves. Team B4D on the right end of it.
True that. B4D still at the top. They aren't really getting any more confirmed visuals on the players of Myst officials, but finally, one of them falls down. Artho goes down inside this entire fray. Shiva, though, still trying to hold on to the edge lines, making sure that he's not really going to be exposing himself at the top. Player spotted, going for the shots. Good shots from Fukra. Nicely done. Mini 14 gonna click into the action as Myst official looking to make a comeback inside this fight, but it's still an uphill battle.
But will they be able to do it is the question, because blue zone damages a lot right now, and they also need to push forward with their vehicles being taken out of action. It's going to be an extremely tough job to do this on foot. A lot of distance which they need to cover, and Team B40, they're still stationed up top in terms of the hill itself. We did see a couple of finishes coming up on the finish feed, but for now though, look at that split from Orangutan. They do have the circle for themselves. Ash embarking on a vehicle, trying to acquire a different spot. But Belief's position is still outside the circle. They hold different angles whatsoever. But the southern teams who are coming in, this is going to be an extremely difficult job for them to hold all of these teams and gatekeep multiple teams at once.
Let's see. I mean, SL, the entire team's making it in the circle. And look at SL, they've actually managed to get a really nice high ground secured.
Yeah.
It's crazy the fact that that spot was left in the open. No one actually tried to contest that. So SL, they're going to find themselves in a massive advantage. Now, NOR, they're starting to get picked off. Two players taken away. Even Eco from the back lines looking to get a little piece of that action. And they're actually going to be able to get that as well. Claw officials. Good shots taken in the front. And now they're getting approached by another team in the name of Team Eco. Tough one to get rid of this action, but Claw officials will need to go head on and try to bang him on.
It certainly is going to be the question, because how will they manage? There are two flanks coming in from two different sides. The wings of a plane right up north, and there's nose right in front. Johnny, of course, very much in the back line, just trying to provide cover fire for Rani as well as Blade 69, CG7. You know that his position is known, right? He is trying to take this fight head on, but will he be able to hold on to this location is going to be the question. Pahari does have the M249 to work with, but it's going to be difficult shots being connected, but Pahari gets knocked out. This is bad news. This might just be enough motivation for Team Eco to actually push forward, because the rest of the three players, they have completely abandoned Pahari as of now.
Yeah, that's probably the way to go, because even the wall of death is starting to close in for Team Eco. It's better off if they're not going to be completely forcing this fight, because even for the opponent team, Claw officials, that they were fighting against, it's going to be next to impossible for Claw officials to get out of that spot, because UDOG India is right behind them, and this is what happens. They get mowed down. It's Rampage. Look at it go on a Rampage, and yeah, he actually eliminates the entire team as well. Claw Dog, they get out of one dangerous situation, and then they find themselves in the second one.
Out of one adversity into the frying pan directly. Team Claw just got mowed down over there, but this is a trifecta that happens in front of us. Team 2OP, they have suffered a lot. ADIYOGI has actually been taken down with only one player surviving. Team PSYCHE, I believe, they are still looking to finish this off. Kelly still managing to find that revive. The nade comes in, and I believe this is going to be finishing move. Another nade being tossed in. 2OP still trying to judge where his positions are. Saad just getting that little bit of a time to revive his fallen comrade. Vampire is still up and alive, but Sarvi needs to heal up. Saad still trying to provide backup fire, but Team 2OP taking a lot of damage. Kelly barely surviving by a sliver of HP, and Team 2OP have reversed. They have turned the tide, Necro. This is fantastic.
That one single mistake from Team PSYCHE just got completely obliterated. One single mistake. The only mistake was if they would have cooked that nade better enough, so on the impact that would have blown up, it would have eliminated the entire team in the front. But no, instead PSYCHE, they just threw that nade without even cooking it, and that gave enough amount of time for the opponents to move away from that spot. Just imagine, a little cook on that nade could have sealed the deal, but it's okay. It is what it is. You should take this as a learning lesson. But now as we have SL, the only team inside the circle, the rest of the teams are still duking it out to make it in. The circle's now way too small. Some team need to go to get themselves a spot secured, a better spot secured inside the circle. UDOG India maybe potentially forcing a fight against the players of OG, but Belief's going to be the one to believe that he will be able to find the second knockout as well.
He certainly will, man. The golden arm, of course, every single time the nade's being lobbed in, he connects them with precision. But so far, Orangutan, they need to prioritize a zone right now. They need to move, and I believe that Ash is already on the run, trying to scout out nearby locations inside the circle. We had a look at the map feed just a while ago, and we saw that there were only 2 teams inside the circle. It's going to be hard for them to find that right spot. So far, Eco is still on the move right now. 3 players, 3 vehicles on them. Still trying to make it inside. Many teams trying to actually vie for the southern fringe of the circle itself. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, Necro.
Yeah. UDOG India. Still with the 3 players.
Wow.
Now one of them's getting taken away. Well, minus that one. Now they've only got 2 players up in life. For UDOG India to make their dreams come true, these 2 players will need to go absolutely berserk inside the lobby. Team Eco is the one so far being the guardian angels for UDOG, so they're probably going to try to hold them off, but still some of the players have made it in. It's going to be tough to hold on, considering now you're in a massive stand-up situation, even against OG and Team Eco. For OG to not be over-aggressive is the only way to go. If they do so, if they are completely tunnel vision on the players of UDOG, then the team right next to him, which is Team Eco, they will capitalize. But good spray from Wiz, might just find an elimination. Oh no, he steps out of the vehicle in the right time.
At least it deterred their movement, but Ash Baby on the other side confirms another squad, and Team 2OP have been wiped off. Orangutan is still on the move. Ash Baby, of course, needs to heal himself up for taking another fight, but 5 finishes to their name already, and a good spot inside the circle. This team did not try and go for domination, but at least they went for patience. They had that patience to fight for that good spot, and now they have it. They have enormous map control, and the 2-2 split gives them enough information to completely dominate the final few ends of the game itself. Team Hope, of course, just trying to survive inside the shack. They know that they can gatekeep the teams coming in from the outside. You can have a look at the mini-map right now. 4 Kings Phoenix has an uphill battle against him.
I mean, you take a look at the replay, and this is how Eco Johnny got knocked out as well, but the confirmation didn't really flow through. So many eliminations happened. You can see this replay just covering it all. Even 2 top, it was one of those teams that got eliminated by OG, and that was just way too quick. It's like shaking the dust off your shoulder. That's what OG did there. SL, as I mentioned, this team is in a power spot for now. They've got the entire information around them, and a really good spray from Drigger, gonna catch out 1 player from Team Eco. Team Eco currently now, at least they are in the center of attraction, and that's the big problem for them, because Eco, they need to move out in the open. The vehicle they had, it's been blown up. What can Eco do? Next to impossible to get out of that spot, whatever spot they have now, just try to make the most out of it.
You still have 1 buggy with 3 players alive. Every single player won't be able to get inside and fit inside the buggy itself, and they are barely hugging the wall of death, which means they need to move inward. Orangutan, of course, in the smack center of the circle, and Believe is trying to dominate, of course, from the hilltop. Nades being lobbed in. We know how precise his nades are. Coming in from a distance, he's going to be another team. 3 players, another one being confirmed. Trigger is just racking up these free finish points to his name, but Team SL might just be a thorn in Orangutan's path to Chicken Dinner Necro. What do you think? Team SL, will they be able to fight back?
Probably. There's a big chance. Trigger, oh, he's catching a lot of hurt from Blade 69. But WizGod eventually is looking to provide that cover fire. Now the Wall of Death as well is going to start to eat him alive. So Blade 69 needs to make a move. And he's now also chunking a lot of damage. And yeah, Blade 69, he gives his life away while trying to save the day for his team. It's next to impossible to do so. OG, they're getting pushed up even from the back lines. And that's creating a big distraction. You can see Trigger, he's now way too low. For SL, this can be the possible opportunity that they're looking for.
Exactly, they need to find that opening, but Trigger, of course, has healed himself up right now, and every single player from Orangutan, they are sticking together because they know for a fact that a 2-2 split in such close proximity in the game, it's gonna make it so much worse. But of course, SL, Rampage has actually made his way inside the compound right now, and he might be a surprise package. Well, not anymore.
Probably will be. And the surprise package has been returned back to the owner. And as we do see OG, once again, just tossing in those nades, trying to flesh out that player from RF. This Molotov should definitely do the trick, though. But no, it's a little short. Danger, the last player, and he's got way too many players approaching him. So now he's the one in danger. OG, yeah, on the verge of eliminating the players of RF, and that's what exactly happens out of the game. OG, they've also cleared out the entire backlines. So now the only thing they need to take care of is the front lines. A buggy out in the open. Does Trigger expect someone to be behind that buggy? Ankit is the name, and he has managed to sneak himself quite right next to that buggy. He stuck himself in there, and actually the players of OG are not going to see him. Oh, that's such a big surprise angle, but eventually he gets spotted by Trigger and gets eliminated from the game. Now the only thorn in the way is SL. Let's see if OG are going to reign supreme.
This is ludicrous, ladies and gentlemen. Orangutan, of course, they have their sights set on Team SL. Itachi, of course, being on the receiving end of those nades, does take in a little bit of damage, but so far, still holding strong. Smokes in his hand right now, trying to deter the lines of sight, but nades another one in close proximity, might just be able to finish him off. He's barely surviving. System as well, he's barely surviving, and Trigger is on the ambush. Team Orangutan wants to finish things quick, and Trigger with the UMP in hand wants to deal the finishing blow. Sprays being offered and weapons not really connecting. The FPP mode activated, but this man goes down. This is madness. Itachi, the last remaining survivor, he goes out, but he gets taken down by OG as well. In the final few moments, it's Believe who nails a final nail in the coffin, Necro.
Indeed, yeah, perfection personified from OG. Solid stuff. Second game in the line to win that game. OG, they had to go through a lot, but in the end, they actually do come out on top. Really good stuff from the side of OG, and hopefully we're going to be able to see that once again repeated in the third map as well, because this will be the first team to get back-to-back chicken dinners on all the three maps. But speaking about the previous map, man, definitely one thing I got to say, the circle was formed in a really awkward spot, but still with how OG adapted, and they were sort of just cleaning up all the teams that were in their way.
They certainly did, right? And we got to see the 2-2 split which they had in formation during the mid-game phases, which sort of allowed them to deter a lot of teams and deny them map control, deny them any sort of space whatsoever. They captured the high grounds very early on in the game itself, which allowed them to control the entirety of the game itself. Such sight lines, racking up a lot of free finishes to their name. I believe that was a fantastic move from them.
Indeed it was, and considering now how the future lines are going to be looking like for the upcoming teams, because OG is just single-handedly dominating the competition, the rest of the teams, what they need to do is just hope for the best and play for as many placement points as possible. We saw a lot of those teams do that as well, and considering, I'm really happy the fact that SL were able to stick together till that late-game scenario, so at least they managed to secure a lot of points. But you know what, Salty, let's take a look at the highlights. So a lot of things will be broken down better in the highlights.
Yes, of course, and beginning with this fight itself, this was chaotic. This was a really awkward fight that we got to see. One player getting knocked down, disembarking from the vehicle. Another player getting knocked down because his ammunition ran out at the wrong time. What else do you expect? How worse can a start be to a particular game, Necro?
Exactly. I mean, Endless, you saw here clearly too with how things were looking like for them. Another unfortunate exit out of the game. It was Endless. I thought that maybe they will be able to do something, but unfortunately that didn't really happen. Then even Claw themselves, how they got eliminated. Claw was just completely sandwiched. They try to make a little space for themselves, but then later on, Claw, they got out of one trouble situation, then they found themselves in another dangerous situation, which was against UDOG, and you saw Rampage just eliminate them from the game completely. So all the hopes and dreams were shattered right then and there. Psych, I think so. You and Johnny were talking about this team a lot, but inside this game, not able to perform to the fullest potential.
Exactly, and UDOG themselves were caught in a very precarious position, especially with OG cornering them from multiple angles and being caught in the low turf. They had nowhere else to go. Their vehicles were taken down. They were completely pincered from the front and the back, and they had nowhere to go. For Team UDOG, the other game was a decent showing. This map, they could not really perform to their level best, but the circle played such a massive impact in OG's victory this time, I believe, because the circle kept on favoring them. It is a little little bit of luck, but a lot of experience as well, because of the fact that they have played multiple hours. They know where the final circle is going to land. Even when you see the first circle, they will tell you that this is going to be the final circle, and they acquired those positions accordingly.
And Team Hope, oh man, I mean, the name stands pretty nice, right? They were hoping that is not going to be checked. And Drigger, actually, he thought that he got the confirmation too. For a second, you see him he stopped shooting as well in the end. But once again, he realized that, okay, the player's not dead. We need to keep on shooting. But yeah, Team Hope, that was a cheeky little trick that they try to pull off. But at least doing so, they managed to secure a decent amount of placement points. Once again, probably in top 3, or yeah, I think so, in top 3. That's where Team Hope are going to find themselves in. So yeah, so a decent amount of placement points and also a decent amount of finish points. That's going to put them pretty high in the overall standings. But one thing is we know for sure is that, as you mentioned, I think so, you being an OG CC yourself, you probably have got a lot of insights. And you said OG are here to break a record. So I think so you probably revealed some of the intentions.
Well, see, I mean, right. At my job right now, I'm supposed to sit on the fence, all right? I'm not going to be an orangutan representative on the desk, because that is something which I don't do. But speaking of, being alongside the players, being with the players, I have seen them practice, I've seen them grind, and I believe that every opportunity they're going to get, I believe they are not going to take any games lightly, and they never take any opposition lightly whatsoever, right? They respect every single opposition, and they try to dominate any game that they play, be it a fun scrim or be it an official tournament. And this being an official tournament, this was of prime importance. And I saw how much they practiced in the last couple of days, especially with the Bgis coming in the fray as well. So it's going to be interesting to watch as how this team proceeds and how they actually perform in the biggest stages, because to be honest, for this team, they knew that this lobby was going to be, all right, it's fine for us. So we're not really tensed about it, but it's going to be the later stages of the tournament where Team Orangutan, they really have a history of probably choking in the final few moments, and that part is what the team is really trying to fix at this point.
I feel like what OG does is that they reveal their true intentions quite early inside the game, and that's what the other teams don't do. So especially when you see some of the known teams, they're not going to play to their fullest potential right off the bat. Instead, they try to save some of the strats to the later game of the phase, and then that's where they start revealing all their true colors on exactly what they were preparing behind the scenes. While on the other hand, as you mentioned, OG, they try to go ham in every single game possible. They give it all they've got in every single game possible, and I think so that's one of the main reasons for that, considering you're going to be revealing your strategies that early off inside the competition, while other teams are saving for the prime moment. So maybe if OG do start to sort of save strategies and maybe come up with some new good strategies in the upcoming future, then the choker stack can definitely be taken away. But you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of that previous game. It probably has to be someone from the side of OG, and yes, it's going to be Trigger.
Absolutely deserved 4 finishes to his name. This man was present every single way. I mean, everywhere you find Orangutan, you find Trigger just coming up with those knocks and coming up with those finishes. Believe and Ash, of course, just closely following up. 4 finishes for Believe, 3 finishes for Ash. You also have got Rampage from UDOG, as well as Slayer has got 3 finishes for himself. And now, well, we'll have a look at the point standings, which sort of should be tilted one way. It's going to be, again, a solo run for Orangutan right at the very top. The only team who can cross the 20-point marker. 28 points for them. The last game was 29 points. I just hope that maybe they can acquire 30 points, but I'm not going to jinx it, Necro.
Exactly. I mean, look at 2OP official, right? All the way on the 8th spot. This is the second game, ladies and gentlemen, right? Considering 2OP official not really being able to perform that great, and then you take a look at the latter half of the board as well, you're going to see a lot of upsets. And I'm also focusing on Myst official over here, 4King Esports, and even Claw officials. Claw officials, it seems like the misery is not going to end for them anytime soon. They have found themselves in a massive world of trouble even in the previous game, and now even in the game of Miramar, they are in a big, tricky spot. But hopefully in the game of Sanhok, they're going to find a little bit of solution. Let's just hope.
Exactly, and I feel like Claw is kind of playing reserve, right? They are a little bit scared in taking those fights and really going aggressive, which I feel is their natural game, right? They play that aggressive game, but when it actually comes to getting against teams in these matches, I feel like they are being a little reserved. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the finale, the last game of the day, and I want to hear from you, Necro, because you know that I can't make a prediction at this stage. You tell me, which team do you think is going to be a victorious on the map of Sanhok?
That is a tough question, man. I'm not gonna lie, considering I was only here to look at one game and probably cast and analyze just one game. At this point, OG is the one really dominating, so they have to be the safe choice, right? I'm gonna go with Team Hope because they gave me hope when I look at them. Hopefully they don't get eliminated right off the bat, then probably everyone's gonna be thinking that I cursed them, but guys, that's not how it works, okay? It's just the team's mistake. That's why they get eliminated. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? As we all know, the registrations for BGIs are officially open. There are also some questions you guys want us to answer. So here it is, one of the main questions that you guys asked, and it is, I am playing Grind. Do I still need to register in BGIS, or my registration will happen automatically? You will need to register once again.
Yep. Yes, certainly you will need to register. If you do manage to qualify from the grind, then you get that qualification spot. But if you don't register for BGIS, there might be a situation where your position might actually be compromised. So registering is extremely important. The grind and BGIS are completely two different tournaments. Yes, there's a qualification process. Whoever is the top 32, they actually make their way into BGIS. But apart from that, registration is going to be extremely important.
Exactly. You guys need to register no matter the fact. Yeah, you're probably going to be registering once again if you get eliminated out of the grind. But yeah, you need to register once again because no one's going to be registering for you automatically. So you need to keep that in mind. But ladies and gentlemen, now that the question's out of the way, we have got one more final chance for all the teams that are looking to make it in the top 8. One last chance, one last hope. And this is why I went with Team Hope. But you know what? I would ask you to predict as well, other than OG. Do not predict OG. Other than OG, which team would you want to win?
Why do you want to put me in a spot, Necro? Why do you like putting me in the spot? You know, right? What do you mean? You know my situation, of course. But all right. If I have to go with a prediction, I would probably go with UDOG because I feel like this is a big name. I've seen them play in a last official tournament that I casted, and I know that they've got the firepower. And just like we mentioned about it, first 2 bad games, yes, it might happen. We just witnessed Team Soul made a massive comeback in the final game. And I believe that UDOG, if they actually go aggressive, if they play their natural game, I believe there is always that chance. There is always that odd chance where you actually acquire 20 odd points from one game itself and catapult your way inside the top 8. And I believe that is how they're going to cross the finish line, you know. Not jinxing the way you do. It's every single time you make a prediction, Necro, I'm just done and dusted, man. Teams suffer a lot. Hey. Stop cursing them.
Yo, I feel attacked, man. Okay, but anyways, the final map of Sanhok is going to be on the horizon. To be honest, if Team Hope does get eliminated, it's just the map of Sanhok, dude. In the early game phases, fights really do happen, and sometimes the map of Sanhok do tend to be quite unorthodox. And as I always like to say, Sanhok likes to favor teams that are dominant. It likes to favor teams that like to assert dominance on the competition, get the spot they want, and they will be holding that spot in their hands. But you know what? As you have even made your predictions about UDOG Esports, and to be honest, with how I saw them, they need to definitely up their map awareness a little bit, because with how they were playing, considering, if you remember, still they were in a massive sandwich situation between Team Echo, I believe, and even OG themselves. And OG. So definitely map awareness and the rotation needs to be a little bit more better.
Exactly, and rotating early is going to be of prime importance, right? You know for a fact that drop locations on the map of Sanhok won't really matter much. You will find yourself adequate loot every single hut, every single shack you find. But the problem is the circles on the map of Sanhok have been very notorious in the past week, at least this week that we've seen, right? We don't have basic circles at all. We have the circles where there's a massive region covered by water. We have those awkward bridge situations. You have those awkward river situations where players would have to actually take a deep dive into the river itself and are completely vulnerable. So to combat those situations, to fight those situations, you have to take those rotations early, get in those early real estate positions. Now, for a fact that I know one team's drop location, OG is going to drop down at boot camp, right? They are going to stay in the boot camp for as long as possible. And I believe that is the right approach in some manner, because boot camp is the central location of the entire map. Probably every single rotation route is the shortest. even if the circle shifts extreme, they don't really have to traverse all the way. But that's also because they're firepower. They can hold a massive compound like boot camp all by themselves. If you're an underdog, you might have to actually take your drop towards the shorelines, and then what you can do is fix your fundamentals, rotate early, guys.
Exactly. And considering we are going to be entering inside the map of Sanhok too, Salty, as we all know, there's another option for you to get a lot of points, and that is the med strat. Now, as I like to say, you guys can always drop all the way down south on the map, spread yourself out, and get as many meds as possible accumulated. But recently, a lot of these teams are trying to go for the similar type of game plan, and that's why we're seeing some rotation collisions, or either we're seeing some direct collisions on the map itself, near docks area or near even Tambang itself. So in general, even the southern side, if you're going to be going for a med strat right there, it's still a massive risk and a gamble that you're taking. And if you're able to win all the fights over there, then yeah, congratulations, you finally successfully pulled off the med strat. If you're not going to be able to win all the fights over there, then you're pretty much screwed up. You're not going to be able to get out of that spot anymore. And considering, as we all know, inside the map of Sanhok, these little fights do tend to matter quite a lot. And if you're going to be deciding to play the entire game without even going for the med strat, then keeping all the 4 players is the way to go. Because in the map of Sanhok, gaining that map awareness, gaining that valuable intel, it's so tough because there's so many trees, and even considering there's tall grasses as well, it's really tough to know exactly where the opponents or the opposition's positioned.
That's what Sanhok is known for, right? I mean, just being ambiguous, just being like a reptile and just trying to hide yourself for as long as possible. But of course, you mentioned about the med strat, which I feel is going to be very crucial in the final game of the day itself. One obvious critical reason why a lot of these med strats haven't really been working is the fact that this is an underdog lobby, if I have to justify in one word, right? An underdog lobby means teams don't really know each other, and rotation paths and early skirmishes are a part of it. When early skirmishes happen, a lot of those meds, a lot of those utility actually gets used up, which you might want to use in the end game stage as well, right? To revive your fallen brothers, to actually heal yourself up in those battles as well. And we've seen a lot of these rotation paths being cut off while in Sanhok. A lot of teams have struggled to actually cross bridges as well. And that is where a lot of those meds have been consumed, and in the final circle they haven't really been that critical. Again, a mistake which a lot of these young teams make is they start their heal battles pretty soon, right? You've got to try and survive with your guns and grenades as long as possible so that you can use the meds in the final stages. Because if you have a look at it, the points distribution is something like this. You have 15 points for the first position, then 12, then 10, but then it starts a massive dip. 8, 5. Immediately it starts dipping very soon. So if you start your heal battle when there's like probably 6 or 7 or probably 8 or 9 teams still alive, then you're not really going to survive long enough to capture those points. You're probably going to get 1 extra point or just 2 extra points.
I mean, that too is under consideration, but probably most of the teams are not going to be opting out for that med strat. And to be honest, recently, a big red flag on the entire map of Sanhok's being that Paradise Resort area. In the past 2 days, we've seen so many fights go down in the Paradise Resort area, and some of the teams are luckily enough to come out on top in those fights, but some of those teams do not make it out alive. And speaking about FS Esports, I'm not going to lie, this team has made a big heart, or has made a big place in my heart for themselves, because with how they were able to hold on to that Paradise Resort area, it was just phenomenal. Yeah, they were camping inside that area all the time, but FS Esports knew exactly that a lot of teams will be walking into that part, and that's what happened as well. Still remember, Danger Esports was one of those, Dragon Esports was one of those teams that walked inside the Paradise Resort area, and FS Esports was just waiting with open arm. They welcomed them, and they took him out of the game. Like, they just shook some dust off their shoulders. And then later on, we also saw them just raining down terror and fear onto so many of their teams just from that prime spot they had inside the Paradise Resort. So that indeed is one of those most controlling positions. If you're able to get control of that spot, you are pretty much going to be set up for the entire game. But if you're not going to be able to get control of that spot, then you will be eliminated from the game. So that's a decision you will need to make if you are going to be good enough at the game. But if you're one of the underdogs, you're probably going to be underconfident anyway. So it's better for you to play safe and go for the placement points for as much as possible. Now, speaking about the underdogs, right, I always get reminded of another team that's going to be Myst Official. This team, whenever I look at them, I see them struggle, right? We know this team is trying their best to make it to the top. We know this team has it in them as well. But once again, another big problem I see in Myst Official is that the communication error these guys are having. It just seems like when they're trying to communicate to each other, the communication is not being at the tippity top of the level.
You know, the basic difference between a tier 1 team and maybe an underdog team is the way they take the fights, right? We've seen a very stark contrast in how players position themselves while taking a 4v4 fight. If you look at how a tier 1 team plays, right, they will split themselves up and they will come in from multiple directions. And that is how you should do it, because your opposition will only have one crosshair. You try and split yourself up. Now they have 2 oppositions to target, or probably even 3. And that is the reason why I think like tier 1 players, they really excel in those 4v4 battles, even if they are mechanically equal to the underdog teams. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we have another question for ourselves, and that is going to be, can we participate without outfit in the BGIS 2023 official matches? Well, imagine this. All right, let me ask you a follow-up question to the audience. Can we sit here at the casting desk without any outfit for the BGIS?
Okay, that question is not something that you should ask, but answering this question,
it
guys.
It speaks for itself, right?
So, yeah, so the answer is no, pretty much. The answer is no.
Yep,
you cannot participate in the BGIS 2023 without outfits. You need to make sure that you've got those outfits. So, yeah. That is an unfortunate answer. Whoever asked that question, yeah, it is definitely going to sad you, because the reason why you asked that is probably you've got no outfits. But yeah, unfortunately for you, man, the possibilities of that happening are next to none. So yeah, no is going to be the answer. So that question now out of the way, getting back to the conversation that we're having about the entire histories of these teams. And as I said, as you were also mentioning, what separates from a known team to an underdog is mainly because the fact that the known teams played with each other for a really long time. They've played at the top echelon of the competition for a really long time. They know exactly how everything's going to be panning out. They know exactly how some team's going to be playing, because, as I said, they've been playing against each other for a really long time. But when an underdog steps inside the lobby, yeah, it's different when you're just going to be watching the games with your own eyes, and when you're going to be playing yourself in those lobbies, it makes a massive difference than just watching and playing yourself. So yeah, honestly, that's the main reason why underdogs really do tend to struggle in some of the known teams lobby. And that's why you see these known teams, for example, OG, Gladiator Esports, even Team Godlike, just straight up dominate the competition like that.
You know, a very typical example, if I would like to take to kind of explain the situation, is a football right now, right? Every single player at the top echelon of maybe European football is maybe of equal caliber. They have equal potential. Of course, there's differences. Some player is obviously better than the other. And similarly, in the BGMI stage itself, there is some sort of a difference. Some player is better. Some player is a little, maybe a little average. But the communication with the team, the formation of the team, and the strategy of the team is what matters, because at the end of the day, both football and BGMI, they are team games. If your communication is spot on, just like you mentioned, Necro, in a 4v4 fight, if you know, for example, let's take out Orangutan's example, right? If Believe is throwing that nade, and if Drigger knows exactly where the nade is going to land, he knows where to wrap around from inside that compound itself, right? That sort of communication and that sort of synergy is something which you need to build up to. We've seen a lot of these underdog teams come up, and they are really good in terms of tracking the heads. They're really good in actually connecting the headshots and actually knocking down players. But when it comes to the team fights, they are completely unaware of where their friends are. And sometimes we have seen teams are completely split out from the rest of the squad. So these are the things which you should work on. You should know not just your own position, but also should have the awareness of where the rest of the team is, where the rest of the pack is, and go together.
I mean, yeah, in general, you're just saying, like, players in general inside this lobby, when it comes to the mechanical skill, you can say they're equally matched. But what makes a really massive 100%. Impact is the team play. The team play is something that really matters a lot. You can see OG too, how they're playing. Now, yeah, you were just going to be saying that, yeah, every single player from OG is mechanically skilled. That's why they're able to just dominate the competition that easily. Or take it any other known team, matter of fact, be it Gladiator Esports. They're probably dominating the entire competition is because they know the playing patterns of each and every single teammate. They know what exactly is going through their teammates' minds. They know how to cover them up. They know what to do when this player's going to push up. They know where to look at, how to cover him. They know what sort of utility coverage that player needs. In general, they're just so known with each other. They have been playing with each other for that much amount of time. But ladies and gentlemen, finally, the wait is over, and Sanhok is going to be on the way as the plane's going to hit the sky soon enough in front of our screens. And yeah, the plane flight path is starting from quite a interesting position, starting all the way from ruins towards the Camp Bravo.
I love this, right? Completely cutting the cake in two halves right now. It depends on where the teams land. Of course, the circle is going to form out pretty soon. The drop locations are not going to matter as long as there are no early skirmishes. But I am willing to see those early skirmishes, Necro. I mean, whenever you and I are on the desk, we always talk about, you know what? Let's just have those early battles, because who does not love those awkward stages of the game where maybe one of the players is still gliding on their parachutes, but somebody else is trying to shoot them down. That's pretty interesting.
Exactly. I mean, the plane flat path is quite perfect as well for the players. And even if it wasn't perfect, it's still not going to create any problems. And look at Myst officials now. They've found themselves against the players of OG, a team that has been looking such bloodthirsty right off the bat of this group. Now they're going to be facing a team that's currently struggling. And on the opposite side of the spectrum, we've got another fight occurring in front of us. It's going to be UDOG against the players of Four Kings.
Yeah, but I believe the war has actually brewed up already. It's gonna be OG, but so far we have UDOG in front of our eyes right now. Interesting fight as PSYCHE actually falls back. He has Bgis, he has weapons to actually work with, but bootcamp did not really turn out as intended, as Yogi is still on the battle lines, trying to take down every single player in the process. But Ash still needs to revive his fallen brother, and Myst officials, they are being extremely cautious about pushing inside. They should not really hold on to this long. Not really ideal as players get revived.
OG, they're going for the resurrection on the player. So the res on the player should be back up soon enough. Myst official on our screens with only 2 players up and alive. And OG, it seems like they've already started to make their mark, but a really good fight from Yogi. Second player's went too low. All he needs to do is connect a couple of shots and that player will go down as well. And as soon as the second player goes down from OG, it's going to equalize the playing field. So Myst will have an upper advantage, you can say, sort of, because the players of OG, they're way too low. They don't really have the HP advantage inside this scenario. Myst, Shiva, I like the fact that he's trying to wrap around. He's trying to think outside the box, but let's see, OG, if they're actually going to let this execution come true or not. Even Yogi's starting to close up way too close and personal. Viscod knows he's getting pushed up even from the back. Really good awareness.
Certainly good awareness. Every single one of these players is still alive, but the fact that they're so low on HP and nothing to heal themselves with is going to be such a deterring factor. Trigger actually gets taken down. Shiva getting shot from behind. And look at this though. He gets knocked out from on top. It's Believe who actually finds a knock for himself, but instead finds a trade-off. And now it's such an important job for Believe. All by himself. It's a 1v1 situation. Both of them quite low on HP. Look at Yogi and his HP. Just barely surviving by a sliver. Do they go for the revive or do they go for the offense is the question.
Oh, both of them going for the resurrection, going for the 2v2 once again. Who will come out on top? No meds in the hands of the players of Myst, and same thing is going with the players of OG. Both of these teams on the verge of getting eliminated right off the bat. Let's see who's going to be the one to hit the floor the first. OG, the players are now starting to get confirmed. Now it's all down to Viscod and Believe. Both of these teams, both of the players are just one shot. All you need to do is connect that single bullet, and you're going to be the one to come out on top. OG players, they're of course in a massive state of discomfort, but that does not mean it's going to stop them from doing anything on the board. They're still making a lot of moves. They're still hustling around on the board. But what Myst official are doing is that now they're starting to create a massive anonymous aura. But still, that's not stopping OG from moving around on the board.
Such a weird situation right now because I believe entirety of the compound has been looted and all of those meds has been extinguished so far. An early fight breaking up. This just makes things so much more difficult for either sides right now. even if Myst official win this fight, they win this fight at what cost is going to be my question, because they lost 2 players in the process, and now the other 2, they're barely surviving. Elsewhere, though, at Sami, we've got 4King versus UDOG. And few shots have definitely been fired as FAZIC has found the first confirmation for himself. A 4v3 fight, if I'm not mistaken, in this situation, of course.
Yeah.
But players from 4King.
UDOG India. Yeah. Considering 3 players in one building, and Phoenix beats out. That's a peekaboo and a surprise pick. Another one goes down as well. Oh my god, Phoenix is now starting to line them up. Not a good news for the players of UDOG, considering now they've lost out on 2 of them. But a fortunate news for the players of UDOG is that Phoenix does not have enough meds to back him up, so Phoenix cannot make a move just yet. One single bullet and Phoenix will be capitalized. But UDOG on the verge of getting decapitated themselves.
Exactly. And once again, a stalemate as Phoenix just still holding down his lines. UDOG India trying to revive as many players as possible to probably give them an advantage in the situation, but it's not going to help. Healing is going to be of prime importance right now. Shots being fired, but no connections whatsoever. Another early fight, which really does not have any significance for the overall game whatsoever. And this is just making things so difficult. And I believe that the teams are starting to realize it, and they are starting to disengage. UDOG India will find all of their players back up and alive, but 4Kings, they are backing off from this fight, and they are going the hell out of here.
4King Esports, considering they're short on a man, this fight's going to be tough to execute. But 2 OP pushing up inside the compound together. Let's see what the power of Unity can bring to them. Can it bring some success against Runic? Because it's got the DBS inside the house, and we all know whenever we see a DBS inside the house, what the possible outcomes can definitely look like. Ronnie as well now. Finally, the cavalry is going to start to arrive as 2 OP. They were trying to get real up close and personal to that compound, but just because of this cavalry, it's going to probably stop them for a while.
Nades being tossed in, but no damage whatsoever. Clawofficial in the middle of nowhere, and Ronnie being caught out in the open has been gunned down by Kelly. An opening where 2 OP really needed. Will Star be able to capitalize on it is the question, because he tries to go in for the wraparound, but he knows that there might be a possibility where a nade is placed right at the exact time, and Ronick has been revived, and he is back up on his feet. It's just about how can Team Claw capitalize on this situation. Star climbs up on that rooftop, a very high-risk maneuver, but of course, no damage whatsoever taken.
True that. Claw tossing in some utilities in the front. Runic in the close quarters, and still just going for the Mets. And we do see 2 OP starting to close up. Finally, that push is going to come through as Kelly knocks one of the players out. That's a big punch in the gut for the players of Claw. And 2 OP looking to turn the tides in their favor. And Claw, they get eliminated from the game. Oh, what do you think about that?
Oh, well. We actually saw the status of every single team out there, and I believe that Orangutan has been wiped off as well. Myst official in boot camp. They've completely wiped off. They dropped in their drop location, and they finished off their biggest adversity, at least on the map of Sanhok. Will get a new winner, but this time around, Team Claw, their performance has been disastrous, completely obliterated in another fight, in another map. But elsewhere, Virtual Esports, B getting shot in from the back lines, quite low on HP, but he still needs to progress further, and Anish does have the AKM to work with. But look at this beautiful stuff in Team Hope, the team that you actually laid hopes upon. Necro is getting ripped apart at this point.
True that. Team Hope. But still, they've got 2 players up, right? So there's a chance for Team Hope to still retaliate back. Still make a comeback inside this entire competition. These 2 players can definitely pack a massive punch, massive blow. But this is how the fight between the players of 4King and UDOG really escalated as the DBS started to click in so perfectly. 2 knockout found, and then another fight that was starting to brew up in front of us. It was 2 OP. This is how OG got eliminated from the competition. It was Yogi all by himself, but that DBS single-handedly, Yogi just destroyed both of those players from OG.
Finding that DBS and probably a little bit of meds, maybe a couple of bandages, must have been the winning game for Myst officials in that region, because I saw Yogi quite high in terms of HP than what we last witnessed when the fight was brewing up, right? We saw both of the players, both of the teams, in fact, being almost at 20% HP or 10% HP, but Yogi must have found some bandages to patch him up a little bit more. And of course, having that shotgun in close proximity just gave him that competitive advantage. Just a couple of pellets from that gun would have really destroyed and decapitated, just like you like to call it. And Orangutan being eliminated right from the tippity top. So far, their qualification is secure. Team PSYCHE, though, they need to fight for qualification right now because they had a really good first game. Second game, not that great so far. And they've already lost a player in the process in the map of Sanhok.
This game's panning out to be quite some solo eliminations, that's for sure. Yeah, even PSYCHE is able to get that elimination point in their hands. As I mentioned, towards Docks, there's always going to be a couple of players. This is what's been happening on the map of Sanhok so far. And I think so, PSYCHE, one thing is clear, that's for sure, and that they're going to be going for some med strat. Let's see how much this med strat's actually going to work out in their favor. And they've also got gifted with an airdrop for themselves, so that's even better. The care package will be secured by the players of Team PSYCHE. That means one of the players will be getting a free level 3 gear. Even better. And soon enough, even the circle is now starting to fill up with a lot of team. You can take a look at the Smack Center.
Players out in the open. ORB officials almost managing to find another knock for themselves, but one player has been knocked down from Team B4D. He will get revived. Smoke's coming off, but no capitalization whatsoever. They do have the VK to work with, but I don't believe that ORB officials are in a state where they can actually proceed for a fight right now. Especially with two players gone already. Itachi and Slayer are the only ones who can possibly turn this around for this team. And speaking of ORB officials, I don't exactly remember, Necro, how much points that they have acquired in the first two games, but I believe they are somewhere in the mid-table, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably. B40 Wiki. ORB officials, as you mentioned, don't know exactly how many points they managed to secure, but yeah, it should be somewhere in the mid-pack, as expected. SL, in the front lines in B40, considering we know that they're just stuck over there. For them to get out of this spot, it's going to be tough, but not next to impossible. They probably can. And now this fight came down to a massive stalemate. Every single team, it seems like they've found themselves a really passive or really good compound that they can't play passive from. They don't really need to start forcing fights against the other teams. But what that also does is limits a lot of your information that you can try to explore.
That awkward silence when we witness every single team down here on the map right now does display what sort of an ambush happened in the early stages of the game. It's just a second circle, ladies and gentlemen, and we've already lost almost 20 players in the process. Look at the team statuses, right? So many teams are hurt. Orangutan, Claw officials completely eliminated. Team Hope with 3 players lost. Myst officials with 3 players lost. It's not good news for a lot of these teams, but for the ones who are still surviving, UDOG India, for a matter of fact, they have one finish to their name with all 4 players standing. Might just be the option for them to come back big in this map. And with the big teams and with a lot of big names being eliminated, I feel like UDOG India, this is the perfect setup for them. The soul route that we talked of.
Yeah. Eco Rain on our screens. Moving up quite close from the edge lines too. So on our screens as well, you can see the entire team still, they haven't moved away from Docks. And as I said, the only potential chances that they're taking inside the games is that they're probably going to be going with the med strat, trying to accumulate as many first aids as possible. Look at that. I mean, Sirvi's already managed to get 10 first aids in his hand, so that's the only thing they're trying to pull off here. And considering how Team PSYCHE, we saw them play around the edges. We saw them how they were really just able to do some stuff. And look at this replay, right? It was sort of like a collateral. That one single DBS bullet, the pellets, we know they have a massive spread into them. So the pellets actually hit both of the players equally.
Exactly, the opposition was quite low on HP, so even the little damage of maybe 50% of the pellets was enough to finish off the opposition, but beautifully done, right? It's also very important for you to kind of place that crosshair perfectly. And the DBS does have that little bit of a spread to work with, and that just contributed to 2 players getting knocked out in 1 shot. But imagine this, 2 players getting knocked out in 1 shot. It's such an amazing feat. Probably something which I would like to pull off at one point in my career, but well, not right now because honestly, I just can't. I just can't play.
Oh, shots taken on a Rising Falcon. But still, they're not going to stop. That's not going to make them stop at all. The commitment is real from them, but they definitely do hear a lot of rotations happen right next to him. So Falcon, now the attention will be gathered. Rising Falcon taking a couple of shots, but no connection is found just yet. There's another player lingering around, so the threat is still there for them. And as long as the threat's not eliminated, Rising Falcon will always be in a massive danger. Let's see. Look at that player. He's one in with the nature. He's just proning in the bush.
I love it, right? We've seen players actually pull it off, but look at this Team Virtual. They are being ambushed, but they are holding on to their compound like absolute beasts, but cleaned up in the process from behind. It's just a man advantage. They secured that early knock with players popping in from the entry points, but of course, the GBS can't really sing the songs of death, especially with so many men surrounding you from different directions. And Team Russia, they are going to do justice to their name. They did rush in the compound properly and are managing to survive with all 4 men standing. Beautiful stuff from B, to be honest. Getting those 2 knocks early on, but then the cleanup crew came in from the back lines, and there's just nothing that you can possibly do about it.
Perfection. That's all I'd like to say. I mean, they tried their best to hold on to their lifelines inside that single compound, but sometimes it gets next to impossible. And yeah, I guess from Team Hope, we've only got that one last player alive. Zinx. Hopefully I don't jinx him as well. Hopefully he doesn't get out of the game. But the next circle is going to be shifting down south. Now, it's going to be a big wake-up call for all the teams that are currently positioned all the way up north. But the circle's big enough, so it's not going to be a problem at all.
So far, absolutely, but the hardship, of course. But majority of the teams were stationed in the southern end of the map itself, so they are going to be inside the circle. Now the question is, when the circle goes to its next iteration, which island is it going to prefer? And how do they cross that little bit of a water body that is there in between, that divides circle in 2 halves? No team so far in Pine, and I believe Team Eco might actually try and capture that location because they have got that real estate completely open. And that is the first real estate that they will be coming across. But like I said, the question still remains. The circle you have to predict. And for these teams right now, it should be a massive stalemate. Just hold your ground and try and keep your men alive. Shots being fired by Star. He has spotted Vicky, who is prone down, but I believe the shots won't really connect. It's a little bit off the firing range, and Vicky is not moving so far.
Oh, it's back behind that ridge. Psych once again. They haven't moved, man. This team is just dedicated to finding as many meds as possible. Now they've also managed to loot the entire Bantai. And yeah, they're still going for the loots. They're still going for the loots. Nothing going to stop this team. Every single player from this team, it seems like they're just going to be dedicating themselves to finding those meds and also going for that placement points as much as possible. The next circle is going to shift up, and it's actually going to center on up as well. A lot of these teams, they have found themselves in the prime positionings, but the rest of the teams that are in the outskirts, now they will need to start eliminating each other to find a better spot.
And I am concerned about Team UDOG right now because Team Endless is right on the edge of the mainland right now. They might try and take the bridge or maybe even try and go underneath the bridge, but we have seen how much death and destruction it brews up, and that strategy has actually caused a lot of teams to lose their lives. So for Team UDOG, they need to make a choice right now. How do they rotate? We have Team PSYCHE making the rotation from the southern edge as well. I believe they are completely done with the rotation, at least for now. They were quite close to the blue zone. They were taking a lot of blue zone damage, but at least for now, they will be able to avoid that. And the circle is close to them, so it's not a big issue.
Speaking of that, and Myst officials once again making a run. SL, the entire team's in the front lines, and for ORB officials, considering the previous game for them was pretty good, ORB knows all they need to do is have a consistent finish inside this game. But unfortunately for them, one thing that's really working against them is that they've only got 2 players up and alive. So with these 2 players to make a big mammoth task, to execute that task, that's too much to ask. But let's hope that they're actually going to come top on that factor as well.
Let's just hope. Team Hope, of course, just surviving with 1 player. ORB officials with 2. Team PSYCHE with 2 players, because these players will try and stay hidden for as long as possible, playing that heal battle, playing that late game, but it's a moment of silence. It's definitely a moment of silence for every single one of these teams.
Oh my
Just
god.
not make any sort of noise. But look at this in the distance though. It's B4D versus, I believe it's 4King if I'm not mistaken, Necro.
That is true. Finally getting spotted. Oh, that's not a good news for Zinx Gaming. He needs to find himself a good cover once again. He's taking a lot of shots on himself, but eventually he finds himself in a safer ground. But the problem is, that's the last first aid kit that he was looking to utilize, but eventually he changed his mind. And now B4D2 in a really tricky spot. There's one player lingering around them, so that's a potential threat that can eliminate them. But Slayer, still, considering he's on the lower ground, I highly doubt it's going to be trying to push on the upper ground. That will be an upper battle for him. Zinx Gaming eventually from Team Hope as well. You do see in the elimination feed is able to eliminate one player from Rising Phoenix.
Yeah, Team 4King. I believe they are quite at the periphery of the circle itself, and yes, they are coming in from the cave, and they need to actually push for breach through Team 2OP if they don't make a rotation right now. The circle, of course, making a turn towards the shoreline, still has that little bit of a water body inside it, but I believe it's Team OP, if I'm not mistaken, Team of Neymar is actually at the smack center of it. Team B4D might just challenge for those compounds, but it's really interesting to watch how these teams find any sort of cover for themselves, because it's nothing, it's absolutely barren apart from those few rocks and trees that come in between.
Rising Falcon on our screens, and they have managed to eliminate the entire hope of Team Hope. 4King on our screens once again. A really good high ground to play off of with, but hopefully they've managed to secure as much as info they needed. And this is what exactly happened with the players of 2OP. Oh, they tried to make quite a critical rotation out of nowhere. They were quite desperate with that one too. And because of that desperation, in the end, they ended up eliminating themselves out of the game. 4King, good spray and good tracking from their side. Rising Falcon, another desperate rotation, trying to make it inside the circle. And now even they're starting to lose out on numbers.
They certainly are starting to lose out on numbers, and they have multiple teams in the process. Right now, they are going right underneath the nose of Team Eco, and I believe Danger has sensed it. Does he? Seems like they haven't really heard the engines firing, but so far Danger needs to patch himself up. He has so many teams in the process, but does he know that from the backlines, an entire army is proceeding towards him? That's going to be 3 players from Team Eco. Elsewhere, Team Endless is also in the midst of a fight against Team UDOG, and we talked about it. Team Endless does have the right opportunity of gatekeeping against Team UDOG India, who have finally managed to cross the river lines, but so far, they haven't really been able to dish any sort of damage. With 4 players up and alive, I believe for Endless, this is a really good job. This is a really good task, a really good opportunity for them to secure a lot of finish points.
True that, UDOG. I mean, those 2 players, they're just trying to swim and also stay undetected in the radar. And it seems like Redox is actually going to bleed out as well. Rampage, even though he wanted to help him out, he still couldn't. UDOG India, so far, they're screwed up. But now, as we've seen Endless on our screens, finally, this game, it seems like they've got a new lifeline. Let's hope that Endless is actually going to be able to keep on pressing the charges against a team like Team Eco that can make things way too tough for them. B4D, look at the Lying Snake, and he is managing to just straight up obliterate the entire existence of Team Eco. Blade 69 is the last player staying alive, but just because of that wall of death, even he needs to move in.
It's a 1v1, a Mexican standoff pops up the last first aid kit he had, therefore no chance of a heal battle, no chance of securing placement points. Finish points is all that he can possibly secure at this point, but Endless, they need to push forward. They are barely at the edge of the circle, and from a distance, it's going to be PSYCHE. Sirvi actually managing to hit a lot of shots, but look at the damage from the play zone, and every single one of those first aid kits that they had acquired were finished already.
Team B4D getting shot at from the left. Way too many players on the left lines. Eventually, that player loses out on hope, and even he gets taken out from the game. Neymar in the front lines, and every single part of this map, every single part of this circle is filled up with a lot of snakes, including Nor too. 3 players alive, and Mickey was knocked out, but he should be back up on his feet. Pawe, he's moving up way too close. And look at one of the players from Eno. He's looking to make it inside the circle. I don't think so it's going to be that easy for this player.
Team number 11 having the right compounds at the smack center of the circle. They know exactly where the players of Team NOR are. They can sense them coming. But of course, they have to be wary of these lone survivors, Arsat, as well as I believe one player from Team Endless who is still surviving. The nade is going to land if it's cooked properly. Damage being dished out, an explosion. There it is. Arsat being completely wiped off.
Team Rusher, considering they've got the prime spot as well inside the circle, next to impossible to force this team out of that compound unless you're going to be sailing in some incredible amount of nades. And also those nades find the connection. That's the only time when we're going to be seeing that team in the compound being forced out. But you will need to flush him out no matter what. Before pulled out, now is also going for some blind shots inside the smoke, and he manages to connect that as well. Nicely done. One of the players knocked out from NOR. That can be the biggest potential team that can take you out of the game. But now it's only down to a two-man squad. Firepower being limited, Rusher having all the advantage in the world. Gonna be tough to capitalize considering the last two players, they are gonna be pouring themselves right on the edge of that blue, but eventually even the wall of death is gonna start to move in.
It certainly will start to move in. The position has been compromised, and look at that. Pixels being looked in, and Mikey was spotted instantly. He was eliminated over there. Pixel OP as well as the rest of the cleaning crew. Team Russia, they are just pushing up, and this game is more than done and dusted. There is nothing that Team NOR can possibly do, especially in that situation. The game was handed to a platter by the zone itself, but the team really worked hard to find that central compound to their name. A great winner chicken dinner for this team, Team Rushers. And it's just all us, it's for us to find out how many finish points they had acquired in the process.
Exactly, man. Team Rusher definitely deserved to win that entire game. But even Team NOR, you got to give them props as well because they definitely tried their best to win that final circumstance, to win that entire situation in the end. But once again, dude, it's sometimes these type of situations can never pan out in your favor because that was the only solid piece of cover that was available inside the circle, and the entirety of Team Rusher had the control over it. So good job defending that cover, but good job surviving till that late game situation from Team NOR because you saw so many of the snakes were proning around on the entire field of that Sanhok.
Exactly right, and being aware of the situations was also pretty important for Team Rushers to kind of secure their zone, right? Because with so many lurking players, it's also very susceptible that nades are going to fly in, Molotovs are going to fly in inside that compound, and their positions were marked. It was very important to have information all across the board, and Team Rushers just checked all the boxes for us, ladies and gentlemen. But highlights in front of our screens, and it all started from the side of bootcamp itself. Orangutan and Myst officials just duking it out inside this region. Of course, we know this is a hot drop location. This is Orangutan's drop location. Myst official wanted to take the fight, and they came out succeeding.
Indeed, man. I mean, look at Forking Esports, too. This fight right here from Phoenix, dude. He was luckily enough able to get those 2 elimination points, and that sort of brought the fight down to an equal playground, but still in the end, not able to sustain the amount of damage the opponents were putting for that long enough, and they got eliminated from the game. Team Hope as well. My hope was onto them. I thought that they're probably going to win. They're probably going to be winning this game, but no, instead, that was not the case. But one thing is for sure, man. Other than OG, a lot of these teams were massively in a big disadvantage, considering now they were not really able to stay consistent throughout the entire 3 games, and considering you are inconsistent, your qualification as well can be on the line.
Exactly right. I mean, this has been one of the most chaotic groups, and this map of Sanhok was one of the most chaotic Sanhok maps that I've seen, especially with the amount of initial battles that we got to witness. Of course, a lot of players were eliminated, but then later on as well, there was a little bit of a phase where it was a complete stalemate, and then once again, as the circle shifted to the mainland, it's just all-out brawl, and players were just getting spotted out randomly. It was a modern warfare where every single team was just standing for themselves, but they were with their backs open, and that is one of the reasons why we saw so many third parties happen, especially in this area.
Yeah, that was such a good spray from that M466. Impressive stuff indeed. And in the end, yeah, North, it just got sniffed out like it was nothing. The last player, he got pushed up. Too many players to deal with. 1v4 scenario next to impossible considering you do not even have a lot of breathing room. But as I said, solid stuff from Nord to be able to survive that late inside the game. And solid stuff from the team that was also holding down the building, Team Rusher. In general, at the end of the day, Team Rusher was the one to come out on top. And as I also said, maybe can potentially OG be one of those teams that can make the first record inside the BGI's The Grind. But no, the answer is going to be no, because OG only managed to secure 2 chicken dinners back to back. If that would have been 3, then that would have been exceptionally well.
Exactly right. And even in terms of points, I feel like they've got around 60 points to their name, but they still needed that 12-13 points from the map of Sanhok if they wanted to be in the leaderboards of the most amount of points acquired. I believe it's still Enigma, if I'm not mistaken, or probably Gladiators or or Godlike who've got the most amount of points. But that's not really a statement, to be honest. I feel like with 2 chicken dinners and with the kind of consistent performances that they've put up, I believe they've kind of showed the world what they're capable of and what they can come back with. Yes, an initial skirmish did destroy their hopes of Sanhok, and I was honestly hoping that they get a chicken dinner as well, because probably for the first time we would have had a team who could have whitewashed the entire lobby in terms of chicken dinners itself, and they certainly had the potential. Sanhok is one of the maps that they really like, but I mean, it's a game and drop collisions are always a part of it, and kudos to Myst Official to actually win that battle against OG. It's not going to be easy.
Myst Official, to be honest, and the funny part is we're also having a massive conversation about Myst Official, right? Saying that how much of a struggle Myst Official are showing in general inside the game. And then right off the bat, we see them eliminate the entire team of OG too. One thing is for sure that the previous game of Sanhok was just filled with action. And I'm a huge fan of action-packed games. Even in the mid-pack scenarios, we saw so many actions. One of the teams that was actually going for the med strat as well towards the docks area, we saw them. It was Team PSYCHE actually just collecting as many meds as possible all the way down south on the bottom right side. And they managed to, I don't exactly remember how many meds they managed to acquire, but Team PSYCHE were not inside the game for that long.
If I remember correctly, I feel like one player had 10 meds on him, another player had 5 meds on him, but majority of those were actually extinguished, making their way inside the circle. Because if you have a look at the last time we saw Team PSYCHE, they had 0 meds available and there were still 5 or 6 odd teams surviving. So therefore, they could not be the heal battle as such. They could not really hold on to that position and acquire the big placement points that I was talking about pre-game segment. Because of the fact that they made those late rotations, they had to start using the meds all from the get-go itself. Therefore, it did not really pan out the way they wanted.
Exactly. I mean, sometimes things can never pan out the way you want it to be. But you know what? One thing is definitely going to pan out the way that team wants to be, and maybe that MVP slot that they were looking for. Let's see who's going to be the MVP of that previous game, considering now it's not going to be any players from the OG, so we're finally going to be able to see some variety on the board, and it's actually going to be one of the players from the side of Team Rusher.
Yep, XP on top with 4 finishes to his name. Brilliantly done. I mean, Team Rushers, this team was sort of absent. I believe Orangutan sort of overshadowed every single underdog team, and therefore we haven't really been focusing on them. With Team Rushers, every single time they were sort of sneaking into good positions. They had that caliber in them, and I believe that Sanhok, due to the top dogs being eliminated early, this is where they really shine. And with 4 finishes on XP on top, Pixel OP with 4 finishes as well, and Killtoss with 3 finishes, I feel like this was a great performance. This should be enough for them to actually catapult inside the top 8. Yes, Necro.
What I'm finding funny is that Viz got eliminated right off the bat inside the game. It was one of the most teams to get eliminated early in the game, and still he's found himself in the top 5. That just boggles my mind. It makes me wonder. No other player was actually able to get more than 2 elimination points, and that's just that's just mind-boggling to me, to be honest. But you know what? As we do have the point standings in front of us, and we are going to be taking a look at the point standings as usual. Rusher, of course, they've qualified. Nor, even they've qualified. Endless, a decent performance from their side. Team Bad, a decent performance from them too. But second place, I feel like this is where a lot of the ice breaking is going to happen.
Yep, certainly. UDOG India with 4 points. I believe that their hopes are probably going down the drain right now. Forking Esports as well with 4 points. Orangutan did manage to find 3 finish points to their name, so therefore their total is 3. But however, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the results. It's time for all of these teams to know who is qualified and who hasn't. I believe the top of the table is going to be solidified. It is going to be Orangutan, but we have to look out at who qualifies at the very bottom.
Oh, Team Hope. Team Hope's going to be the one to qualify at the very bottom, ladies and gentlemen. Barely qualifying on the 8th spot with 22 points. Well, I guess my prediction on Team Hope was maybe decent, considering as long as you're going to be qualifying, that's what's going to matter. You're going to be moving forward to the next stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have the top 8 in front of us, nicely done even from the side of Rising Falcons. Now, soon enough, we're going to be taking a look at the latter half of the board and find out which were those teams who were unfortunate enough to not make it on the first half of the board.
Yep, and it starts with Endless with 22 points once again. Again, that same stuff with the placement points and the finish points. UDOG India with 17 points, a massive drop of 5 points. We saw that positions, I believe 4th to 9th being extremely close, and the fact that 8th to 9th, the differentiation factor was only finish points and placement points, once again goes to show that you've got to survive in BGMI. You've really got to focus on those placement points and try and survive, get those extra points, because finishes, of course, they are going to help you, get those big numbers. But at the end of the day, when there's a tie, your placement points are going to be the break-even thing.
That is true. Placement points is something that really matters, to be honest. And that also means that even the TOs want you to really focus on the surviving game even more compared to the fighting games. And that's why, as we all noticed, that as the days were passing by, it just seemed like the early game action was dialing down a little bit. But now it seems like the early game action is starting to rise up even more. So I'm a huge fan of that. Now, if you compare, once again, I'm going to say, if you compare week 1 to this week, yeah, we're seeing some early game action, but everything seems well organized. Teams seems like they have been they've been able to do really good.
Yep. Of course, but there is a very crucial information, ladies and gentlemen. This is regarding your registration for BGIS as well. If you are participating in the grind, and you have registered with the set of players, let's say you've registered with player A, B, C, D, and E, 5 players team, you have to register yourself for BGIS, the main event, with this 5 set of players itself. You can't register different players. But also, if you don't want to register, that also sort of works.
Exactly. I mean, there's no need for you to register itself if you've already played with a similar set of players in the ground itself. So, yeah, you're going to be good to go, ladies and gentlemen. You guys don't need to register once again. So at least that information's out there, right? You guys can sit back, chill, relax, and wait for your turn to be playing inside the entire BGIS once again. But ladies and gentlemen, now that today's games have been concluded as well, and once again, just to let you guys know, we have been speaking so much about the registrations. The registrations are open, and it's going to close on the 2nd. So make sure, if you want to be the one to play inside BGIS, register your team right now at esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com. Day 3 has been phenomenal, but that only increases a lot of hopes for day 4 of the week 2.
Exactly right, the last day of week 2, and then we are going to proceed to a different format altogether. But of course, there is going to be a new week coming in. I'm pretty sure that the last day is going to be a blockbuster, the last set of teams that are going to qualify. Necro, are you excited? Because I am certainly very much excited about this whole thing.
That's not even a question. Of course, I am really excited to see what the last set of players are going to be looking like, what the last couple of groups are going to be looking like, because that will be having a lot of hopes and eyes on them.
Certainly. But ladies and gentlemen, we will be seeing you right here, right now, after tomorrow. But of course, we'll be back. See you soon.
Bye.